floating on the edge of storm. Whisper, linger low in the hollow night. Stars will softly guide us through the endless night. In dark, dead of night, they move unseen, silent speaks. Where blade will fall tonight. Darkened echoes veil the past, fate twist masked, and doubt truth veil bust. The shadows are falling, no return, no grace. Night fades, hush drift away, no escape, doomed fate. One breath lost, shadows fall, the blaze is drawn. Fate twists back.
My friend, I recall you once asked, why does the sky shine with such boundless brilliance, while the human heart remains closed off, vile and deceitful? Back then, I failed to understand the moon's cost to hang so high, or what it means to fall into the abyss. Be it love or sacred vows, they are but dreams of a distant past. Everything I possess, all is ensnared by the merciless hands of fate, dragged into the void of death's oblivion. My friend, the starry sky will never again be my home. Only endless despair, suffering, and resentment flow through this crumbling shell. I shall weave a prison of death to bury the stars, and this world with them.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever. In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth. Beware the moon.
Spotlights on now.
of gold, its coat beneath. My mask still fits, I barely breathe.
They beg for truth, I sell what they need. Take a bow, going out with a bang. Pull the gun, I call the grave. Spin the tale and played it brave. Call my shot, I bend the rules. Killed the truth, just gave them what they all been craved.
Let the stage rewrite the scene. Watch the truth fall in between. I built a rain hard to tame, 'cause I was born without a shame. Lights go down, claim my crown.
He pulled the trigger, but I played the game. I burned the script and crowned the king. Feel the clouds, feed the flame. Stage itself's a twisted frame. Bury the past to walk this fame. You wanna show what you gotta do is call my name.
Let the stage rewrite the scene. Watch the truth fall in between. I built a rain hard to tame.
Feel the crowds, feed the flame. Stage itself's a twisted frame. Dust is floating on the edge of storm. Whisper linger low in the hollow night. Stars will softly guide us through the endless night. In dark, dead of night, they move unseen, silent speaks. Where blade will fall tonight. Darkened echoes veil the past, fate twist masked, in doubt truth veil bust. The shadows are falling, no return, no grace. Night fades, hush drift away, no escape, doomed fate. One breath lost, shadows fall, the blaze is drawn. Fate twists back.
My friend, I recall you once asked, why does the sky shine with such boundless brilliance, while the human heart remains closed off, vile and deceitful? Back then, I failed to understand the moon's cost to hang so high, or what it means to fall into the abyss. Be it love or sacred vows, they are but dreams of a distant past. Everything I possess, all is ensnared by the merciless hands of fate, dragged into the void of death's oblivion. My friend, the starry sky will never again be my home. Only endless despair, suffering, and resentment flow through this crumbling shell. I shall weave a prison of death to bury the stars, and this world with them.
such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever. In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth. Beware the moon.
Spotlight's on now.
guide us through the endless night. In dark, dead of night, they move unseen, silent speaks. Where blade will fall tonight. Darkened echoes veil the past, fate twist masked, and doubt truth veil lost. The shadows are falling, no return, no grace. Night fades, hush drift away, no escape, doom fate. One breath lost, shadows fall, the blaze is drawn. Fate twists back.
My friend, I recall you once asked, why does the sky shine with such boundless brilliance, while the human heart remains closed off, vile and deceitful? Back then, I failed to understand the moon's cost to hang so high, or what it means to fall into the abyss. Be it love or sacred vows, they are but dreams of a distant past. Everything I possess, all is ensnared by the merciless hands of fate, dragged into the void of death's oblivion. My friend, the starry sky will never again be my home. Only endless despair, suffering, and resentment flow through this crumbling shell. I shall weave a prison of death to bury the stars, and this world with them.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever. In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth. Beware the moon.
Spotlights on now. off gold, its coat beneath. My mask still fits, I barely breathe. They beg for truth, I sell what they need. Take a bow, going out with a bang. Pull the gun, I call the grave. Spin the tale and played it brave. Call my shot, I bend the rules. Killed the truth, just gave them what they all been Let the stage rewrite the scene. Watch the truth fall in between. I built a rain hard to tame. 'Cause I was born without a shame. Lights go down, claim my crown. He pulled the trigger, but I played the game. I burned the script, the crown, the king. Feel the clouds, feed the flame. Stage itself's a twisted frame. Bury the past to walk this fame. You wanna show what you gotta do is call my name. Let the stage rewrite the scene. Watch the truth fall in between. I built a rain hard to tame. Feel the crowds, feed the flame. Stage itself's a twisted frame.
Dust is floating on the edge of storm. Whisper linger low in the hollow night. Stars will softly guide us through the endless night. In dark, dead of night, they move unseen, silent speaks. Where blade will fall tonight. Darkened echoes veil the past, fate twist masked, in doubt truth veil bust. The shadows are falling, no return, no grace. Night fades, hush drift away, no escape, doom fate. One breath lost, shadows fall, the blaze is drawn. Fate twists back.
My friend, I recall you once asked, why does the sky shine with such boundless brilliance, while the human heart remains closed off, vile and deceitful? Back then, I failed to understand the moon's cost to hang so high, or what it means to fall into the abyss. Be it love or sacred vows, they are but dreams of a distant past. Everything I possess, all is ensnared by the merciless hands of fate, dragged into the void of death's oblivion. My friend, the starry sky will never again be my home. Only endless despair, suffering, and resentment flow through this crumbling shell. I shall weave a prison of death to bury the stars, and this world with them.
such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story?
Hello, welcome to day one of IdentityV Tournament NAEU. My name's Nello Mello, that's Poch Spice, my one and only duo. We're doing great today. How are you feeling, Poch Spice?
Well,
My man.
I'm excited. It is quite early in the morning for us, but nothing wakes me up more than some IdentityV action, especially coming from the NAEU region. So I hope you guys are ready to see some awesome IdentityV action, especially when it comes to some known players, because we're going to start things off with some players that you might know. And we're definitely going to see some sort of change of meta now, because the last time we did see the big stage, or when we commentated, there were the top 4 hunters that did grace the stage, and right now it seems like there are some changes that are worth mentioning once the matches start going.
Exactly. But before all that, we got to do our customary welcome, right, to everyone in the chat. I mean, we haven't seen them for quite some time here. Just seeing a few people. You guys are probably going to see our shout outs a little bit later, but there's a small boy, there's Noel, Inotaibi, Mew, Handsharks, Jade Pierre, that's Noel, Jen, Suburban, and of course May, and Island Olaf as well. So welcome, guys. Wherever you guys are, we are here to enjoy the games today. And like what Poch has mentioned, this is definitely going to be a jam-packed day. So right now, just looking at the calendars itself.
It started from June, I believe, this was June 28 to 29. It was top 32, and now we are down to the top 8. You're watching the first of 2 live events. So today, we're going to whittle it down to the top 4. It's a single elimination tournament from here on out. And on Sunday, or Monday, if you guys are in Asia, it is going to be the grand finals, and we will crown 2025's IVT NAEU champions.
Yeah, exactly. 2 days to decide all. And what better sweet prize you can get than this 200,000 Chinese yuan, and that's approximately $27,880 at local exchange rate. That's a lot of money. First place, the lion's share will be 80,000 Chinese yuan. Second, 40,000 yuan. Third to fourth, 20,000 yuan. And fifth to eighth, 10,000 yuan. A little bit of something for everyone, right? And it's, how do you put this? These 8 teams today, these teams are going to be vying for that sweet, sweet prize pool.
Yep, and I'm just seeing it now. I see the people saying what's up to us in chat. I see Kyo, I see Handsharks, I see Umi Love, I see P Spice, I see Kuba, I see everyone. Mia is also here. Ari Cupcake. Yes, Chocho will be gracing the stage in just a bit, but what's gracing our screen in front of us are the team introductions. You have Elevate, B4U, DM, IT, KON, Omni, 81, and FNE.
Yeah, super excited to see these teams going into battle today. And we're going to start off things with ELV versus B4U, followed by DM versus IT. That's going to be KON versus Omni next. And 81 versus FNE. You can see the brackets clear right there. And we're going to settle all of this in these 2 days. Personally, which of the matchups are you super excited to look for?
I'm looking forward to the first match because it's B4U after all. They are the juggernaut of the team. Also, I'm looking forward to the last match because one of the teams there is a pretty character specialist survivor team. Shout outs to Kuro for the study session that we did have. Unfortunately, he can't be joining us this weekend because he is traveling, but he will be joining us in other tournaments. So shout outs to him if you guys can give him some love over at his channel. He produces amazing content if you guys want to stay up to date with the latest IdentityV meta.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen his videos. It's super detailed. And we learned a lot during our study session with him as well. So shouts to Kuro, my man, right there, the rapper of IDV, so to speak.
The rap line.
The rap line, yeah. What was that? The 8 Mile, but the IDV mile, right? So that's something we definitely want to give a shout out to our man right there. But yeah, I agree with you. I definitely look forward to this first game, ELV versus B4U. B4U, after all, we all know that they have some pretty endearing players, very well-known players that we all know. But yes, I mean, just looking at this game itself, I can see we'll probably see the team roster later on in a little bit. As a matter of fact, we're gonna see it right now. Let's start with ELV, which stands for Elevate. We elevate with unyielding wings, rising through trials to claim the skies. There's Soldier Witch, there's Sade for the Hunter side, there's Spicy, Mute, Misery, that one, and of course there's also I believe
that one and Seiken. And their coach Eric.
Exactly.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
So,
thank you for that.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how Elevate will fare up against B4U, because if you guys have been following the NAEU scene, B4U is the dominant one. And here they are, folks. It's Sprincer, Anton on the Hunter side. Now we have a bit of shakeup when it comes to the survivors, so I wonder who they'll be having here. You have Yudo, I hope I pronounced that correctly, Roland, Schmitty, Green, and Umi, and of course their coach Aaron in the mix here. So through time we've stood B4U. So B4U coming into this at the start of this tournament, I'm pretty sure they have a big target on their back because they've always been consistent when it comes to getting to that grand finals. So Elevate has a big opportunity here for a potential upset.
Yeah. I mean, this is the chance, right, to bring down the king, so to speak, right? Everyone's gunning for the crown. They all want a shot at that. And of course, the prize pool is going to be a super huge incentive as well. But right now, Arms Factory is going to be the choice. Moonlit River Park is going to be banned by B4U, so they probably do not want that coaster factor coming into play. But Arms Factory, I guess that plays into the new meta we were talking about a little bit earlier, right, Poch?
Yeah, we're still going to play with a new global ban system. There are some significant changes when it comes to Hullabaloo, Goatman, and the Shadow or Ivy, but they're still pretty much viable. If you've watched IVL or IJL, it seems like Goatman is prioritized, even though there were some changes to the cooldown. However, now what I'm interested in is seeing like around number 3, and that's when we can kind of start to see a little bit of maybe a Ripper, maybe a Clown, maybe some different hunters that we're not used to seeing.
Exactly, and there's just so many new changes that I'm super excited to see, especially if the players decide to bring them into this tournament, right?
Yeah.
For me personally, I just love the adjustment to the Ripper. They definitely heard us, like, okay, one Foggy Blade's not enough. We're gonna have to rework it, make it more viable. But for you, what are the changes? What are one of the changes that you really like the most? Be it Hunter or Survivor?
When it comes to the survivors, I do like to change onto the patient, where you can choose either to vault or to bounce off the area that you're supposed to go in. The little girl now is not going to interrupt you when you try and vault a pallet or vault a window, so she's not going to be as she'll help you as a teammate. So I'm excited to see that. And unfortunately, someone did ask if Archer will be available. I think that was Kyo over at the comment section. Archer will not be available, as well as Escapologist and Peddler. But everyone else, Puppeteer, they're still very much viable. So we'll be playing with IVL and IJL rules in this tournament.
And I hope that answers your question. Shout out to you guys as well. Seeing more people in the chat giving hearts as well and meowing. Caro, we're going to quiz you in a little bit. You know, we're going to do our customary quizzes with the new changes. But for now, we're going to head into the band pick screen. And as you can see, Arms Factory is where we're going to be playing the game. That's going to be where the first half is going to be at. And just looking at it, I mean, Sprinzer's going for it. You can almost expect an immediate ban. Probably the most probable bans would be something like a Antiquarian, especially if they want to, you know, if he doesn't really want to deal with a lot of this harassment coming in from the players, right? Antiquarian, especially round 1. And, you know, even in the new patch, right? Even the Lucky Guy seems to be a very, very strong choice for the survivors. So you got to wonder if Sprinzer might want to ban that, because that fast searching loot box, that's going to be a bit of a problem, right?
It could be. Yeah, like you mentioned, Antiquarian is still very much targeted ban, or you'd want to face it early on so the Antiquarian does get globally banned. Maybe also, if we're going to think of stunners, you want to get rid of that coordinator. You know, forward has actually been used a lot when it comes to IVL and IJL. And I believe there's a tandem now, especially since the Goatman rework. There was this crazy tandem that's happening with Antiquarian and Psychologist. So you get the 2-stack stun, and then you heal yourself with the Psychologist Wi-Fi heal, because the Hunter can't do anything about it. So
yeah,
it's I think, like you said, I feel like maybe a priority ban onto the Antiquarian is good, but it will be much sweeter if you do get it globally banned. However, you do kind of have to face her at round 2, and you don't have access to the metas.
yeah. That's why the decisions that you have to make matters even more now, especially since, you know, with the changes, you gotta decide. Oh, wait. Okay, so I guess we're not gonna go one by one. We're gonna have everything for you guys
right away.
Right
So
in front.
let's try to talk about this now. It seems like Meteorologist was one of the first bans onto Sprinter side with I mean, I definitely
Puppeteer,
respectable
yeah.
because the Meteorologist is definitely a big problem with her push, even though there were some reworks to her shake or the usage of her bottle. But we do have that lucky guy, like you pointed out. So hopefully we see some. We can't make that joke anymore where syringes are going to be in play, because
True.
we have a doctor. So that's quite interesting. Talk to me about that, Mel.
Yeah, I mean, Doctor to. Honestly, I see this more as a unique pick, right? Because
Yeah.
Doctor specialist pick, right? Simply because, you know, even if you go up against a Goatman, even if it's not an IV you're seeing now, you're going up against an opera singer, a Goatman, a Hullabaloo, you're not gonna have a lot of opening to use the syringe to heal yourself,
Yeah.
right? So that can be a problem. But hey, who knows? The doctor might be the person that's kiting a lot, doesn't even need the syringe to begin with. Lucky guy's probably
Fair.
like, yeah, you probably don't need your syringe. Here's a gun. I don't know. I've never seen a doctor fire a gun in competitive, but I mean, it's a fun pick for me. It's a unique specialist pick for me.
Yeah. That makes me think also that, you know, with the veterans bonus, maybe you want to get chased first, but we have to talk about the elephant in the room here, or the sprinter in the room, because he is one of the most deadliest hunters if not the deadliest hunter in NAEU. And Ivy was reworked. You can get rid of the Ostracan areas faster, but we talked about this before, that Ivy is kind of like a Dream Witch, where you kind of have to monitor the ethereal form as well as the main body. And
Yeah.
I mean, we call Sprinter the Dongshen of NAEU because of his Dream Witch, right? So it's looking pretty, well, we'll see how he's able to adapt to the new changes of Ivy.
Yeah. Hopefully the doctor will be able to show us something that we might not know up against Ivy. Because as far as I know, Ivy is still pretty scary.
Very.
Of course, yeah, still pretty scary. I mean, against pro players, I mean, it's definitely even deadlier, right? But personally, I wouldn't, I wouldn't mind kiting against Ivy, simply because I don't look back. So
Yeah, who said to look back? Our bad habits
don't need
are
it.
paying off now.
Yeah, I
Talk
know.
to me about Batter being in the mix, because it's Batter and Novelist as well that's in this lineup of Lucky Guy and the Doctor. How do you like the synergy of these 4 survivors?
I hope that's gonna be. Oh wait a minute. Doctor's the one that's actually healing herself right now while
wow.
fighting. And while the Lucky Guy has gotten a football to work with, but right now what they're trying to do is trying to heal himself up a little bit. But that's a free hit and another presence being built for Sprinter. So you gotta worry about this, because when you come out with this kind of lineup and having this kind of composition, your ciphers are not gonna be the fastest, right?
Yeah.
Just
And that
coming in,
kind of
though.
explain, and that cipher progress. I mean, look, you see Sprinter just roaming around the map. He's already put in so much presence on the board in his early seconds, and cipher progress is not looking too good. And we see that the Lucky Guy getting hypnotized there. Ganji is here for some support. However, Sprinter is well aware of that. He's gonna get some corruption onto this Batter just in case. But yeah, no, I double down on that sentiment with the cipher progress. Not looking too good for the survivors now. Very spread out.
Yeah. This lineup also screams like, hey, we want to support more. We want to support more than we decode, right? But who knows? This might be the strategy they came up with to frustrate Sprinter,
Right.
to counter Sprinter. But honestly, I don't see Sprinter getting tilted or frustrated. So
Yeah. Wow.
oh, beautiful. But the flywheel missed as well in the process. And it's still at 96%. Imagine if a little bit later, and that would have been 100%. That would have been a down almost for sure. But right now, the doctor's just gonna rescue without Tide Turner, and Lucky Guy is gonna go down almost immediately. So Doctor probably needs to rescue and body block. Otherwise, Spencer is just gonna keep farming this Lucky Guy.
Possibly. So now it might be the Novelist, since the Novelist does have Tide Turner. However, I think the Doctor is off healing, but really hitting the ground running now. The Cypher progress are kind of on a standstill at 3 Cyphers, which is good for Sprinter. But like you said, this is a type of gameplay that these survivors want. They want to support, they want to be able to heal, and they want to be able to harass as well. But now he's trying to fake out a rescue here, but Sprinter, Terror Shock King, able to actually get the rescue, and now farm off hit. So now able to actually tank a hit onto the Doctor.
Yeah, and that's gonna come into play now because there's not even a last Cypher. But right now they are fighting to keep the Lucky Guy alive. But
wow,
that's gonna solidify it. Lucky Guy is gonna go down. Batter is he nearby to provide that assistance? He's not. And yeah, so unfortunately, Lucky Guy will be our first unfortunate casualty for ELV. But the Batter, while trying to destroy the Ostrakon, is gonna have to get hit one time right there. This guy, this guy, he needs Seika needs to be able to kite for a whole, like at least 60 seconds, because right now 2 Cyphers remain, 1 new one. Yeah, this late game is gonna be super scary for Ivy.
Yeah, now just as you said that, the scare happened, the spray happened, and Seiken has fallen. I mean, you got to give it up to Seiken. Seiken was trying to clean up the Ostrakon areas, but that's what's so scary about Ivy. She's just like teleporting, constant pressure. And you said it best. I don't think Sprinter is gonna get distracted or kind of tilted with this support lineup. He knows what's at stake. He focuses on the specific survivor, which was the Lucky Guy. Now he's focusing onto this Doctor that's attempting this rescue situation.
Yeah, and I don't really think he minds getting hit here. He's just trying to waste time, right? Like, hey, hit me. If you hit me, I'm just gonna heal up and then I'm gonna come back and rescue again. If you don't hit me, fine, I'm just gonna wait until the very last minute. But now Doctor's gonna finally go down, and with the flywheel available, maybe that could have been used to escape that scare, but ultimately not too bad. I mean, at least Seiken's alive and well, just trying to decode somewhere, but he's still at half health. So anytime Sprinter decides to change targets, so to speak, that teleport's gonna be super deadly, and Batter only has 1 shot away from going down.
He does, and they have 1 Cypher remaining. They have 1 Tide Turner already used here. He's gonna try to flywheel. There we go, Nell, able to use it, and now Spicy able to get a hit just for them to distribute the damage. They do have, unfortunately, the Novelist doesn't have borrowed time, so it's only the Batter that has borrowed time, and now we're gonna use the blink hit, and the down is gonna happen onto the Doctor.
Yeah, actually it's kind of good, but you have borrowed time. You know what I mean? The Novelist did rescue with a Tide Turn, with Tide Turner, right?
Yep.
Sorry. But maybe that could have, that backdoor rescue, I was gonna say you might as well just save it for a second rescue.
Double corruption. But yes, let's analyze that moment once the dust settles here, because for now, Doctor once again has fallen, and 1 Cypher does remain. It is moving all right, but I don't know if they're gonna get it popped in time. It seems like it is moving quite along, and like we pointed out, it is Batter that can only benefit from that last minute pop. Now that Cypher is stalled at 71% over here at the shack area, and Sprinter already spending the blink, has already spent trait, but it's looking real good for Sprinter.
Yeah, definitely gearing up towards getting that 4K, and by the looks of it, he might be able to do it, because right now that last Cypher at 71% is being guarded at the vicinity, and the scare that's gonna put a little bit of charge onto the Batter. But Sprinter just realizing that the objectives is what I have to pay attention to, and now circling that ethereal form towards where Spicy is. Both of them are injured. They cannot how do you put this, they're just gonna go down after 1 hit. So it's really crucial that they rotate and not get caught out. But against
Yeah.
Ivy, that's exactly what she's good at, right?
Mhm,
Catching
mhm.
you off guard, catching you wherever you want to rotate.
And that's the thing we pointed out. Arms Factory is quite the compact map, and the ciphers at 71 and 40 are so close towards each other, and Spicy does fall here as Sprinter did commit towards this down onto the Novelist. They both still have exit path, but it's looking like a 4-man elimination on Sprinter's side. Seiken now rotating towards the factory area to possibly gain some distance away, but this kind of sets up Sprinter here to just move and put some Ostracons around the area, and now it seems like might commit towards this chase towards the batter.
Yeah, I mean the classic, right? Leave someone on the ground.
Whoa.
And wait, the flying meteor. Seems like the flying meteor, but that cricket ball, that's gonna land a second time, and now batter might as well have given himself a little bit of hope right there with the kiting. But careful though, because Novelist, oh my goodness, has no exit path, gets caught off guard, and he's gonna be down in the ground for the count. No one's gonna be touching the cipher, and this is exactly the situation that Elevate is afraid of.
Yeah, Sprinter really playing to his win conditions here, just making sure that he focuses on one survivor. Nice hit onto Sprinter here, but it's only a matter of time till Sprinter can just focus down, and the blink prediction hit. That's going to be the down, and that's going to be the game. He's just going to have to do a little bit of cleanup here, but 4-man elimination on the board for Sprinter, one of the best to ever grace this stage of IdentityV.
Yeah, and you can see Spicy's already on top of the dungeon, hoping that Sprinter might actually put the batter on the chair. But even if batter does go on the chair, there's still going to be a little bit of time, right? So
Right.
it's okay. Just take the safe route. Put Spicy on the chair first. Batter still has exit path, but unfortunately would not be able to use it in time. And there you have it, Punch. A 4K decisive victory by Sprinter.
Yeah, definitely living up to his name as one of the best in NAEU. So now that the dust is settled, now let's kind of talk about that situation. I think it was the Novelist to kind of force a rescue, and they had tied, right? So what was the thing you wanted to say about that?
I wanted to say, like, since you already have Ty Turner coming to rescue the doctor, right? It doesn't really make sense for you to get injured trying to body block for the doctor, because mind you, like when you come back for that second rescue, that body block would have mattered even more, and you would have been able to use the switcheroo in that situation in the second time round, right? Because you don't really see him use it at all, right? The entire game. I'm not sure if you caught it or anyone caught it, but I did not see anything.
Same.
Yeah,
I think the most we've seen when it comes to skills was the doctor heals, and I didn't even see the lucky guy kind of go for a forward stun, maybe just a transition. Mostly it was Seiken with the batter hits that we did see a lot of highlights in. But yeah, you're right. When it comes down to it, like the Tide Turner could have been more in effect for that first rescue. Don't eat that hit, and then maybe second time, that's when you kind of can come in with that harassment playstyle that we were gearing up towards with this type of lineup. But
Exactly.
I mean, this is Sprinter after all, so just shutting down any possibilities of that, like right off the bat. I mean, we started out real action heavy at the start, just getting injuries off the board, and here you have the match stats, folks. Sprinter living up to that 4K name, getting the 4-man elimination, the 5-point game for B4U.
Yeah, Elevate definitely did their best in that game, and considering how slow the ciphers were in the beginning of the game, right? They definitely did well to catch up. It's just a little bit of minute details that has to be fixed, like what we've mentioned just now. Maybe the second time coming around with no Tide Turner, Spicy would have been able to harass a little bit more, body block a little bit more, and without the Tide Turner effect, even the doctor would have been able to self-heal herself, at least at one chip damage, right? And she would have been able to take one more hit, right? So just that little minute detail, but nothing to worry. They still have the next game to play, so hopefully they'll recuperate, and just get ready to face off against Sprinter again.
True, and like we said, this is Sprinter after all, and just those minute details he will capitalize on. So it really just takes a little bit of tightening up. Like I'd say the composition was there, the idea was there for them to be able to go for a support type of lineup. It just the stars definitely have to align, especially when you're going up against sprints or when it comes to kiting, when it comes to the rotations that you have to make. And he's seen the KOA stage, he's seen the bright lights of competition in this game for so long. And yeah, you want to be able to come at him with 100% and make sure that you kind of give them something new to worry about, which they kind of went with that doctor meta, but unfortunately it didn't work out quite well. So like you said, round 2 could be their time to shine, but for now we have to do a little switcheroo in terms of the faction.
Exactly, and that's where the B4U survivors are going to come up, and hopefully they're probably looking to further their score lead even more. But honestly, with that 4K, even a draw at this first round would be very, very good for B4U survivors. Whereas for Elevate, I guess the only option here in order to force a BO3 will be to get a 4K themselves.
Right.
But, you know, it's B4U survivors. I mean, there's a little bit of change in the roster, but ultimately they're still a championship team. A team that has went to KOA, right? So hopefully Elevate will be able to equalize in that second half. And wait a minute.
What's up?
Okay. No, just trying to think of what hunter can be used to counter a B4U survivors. But I guess we'll have to find out a bit later. But for now, we are waiting for the teams to get ready. And like what Poch has mentioned, the teams need time to get ready in order to play their best. And we, as usual, we're here to entertain you, to accompany you. And we're the professional fans, just like you guys, just watching and trying to make this game interesting, provide you with a backstory. So hopefully you guys can bear with us. It's very early in the morning. I haven't had my coffee. I don't know about you, Poch. But yeah, hopefully.
I think as Nell said, we want to be able to give the teams enough time for them to prepare, and you got to bear with our yap maxing here, since we are professional yappers. We'll be able to give you guys some shout outs and some love and also some backstory, because now we're going to do a little bit of switching of the sides. And you did say it, like there will be a little bit of a roster shakeup in terms of B4U, so I'm excited to see how that new synergy will be come into play. We did say, I mean, you pointed out Lucky Guy coming into the mix could be another potential Lucky Guy we could be seeing in this matchup. However, when it comes to Hunters, it's still pretty much the same. And now, hey, look, new graphics. Here we go.
Let's go. We're going to see Schmitty, Green, Roland, and Yudo. So that's going to be the lineup for B4U survivors. And honestly, I'm super excited to see what side we'll be picking here and how he'll be countering B4U. But B4U, very, very solid first 2 picks, Poch. Like the psychologist, puppeteer, that's already a very tanky character. Very annoying to go up against. And it does give you that extra hit before going down.
It does. Wow, solid lineup, I'd have to say. And as you pointed out, they just need that tie, and that's why they brought the Embalmer, even though this map is quite compact. I mean, just finding the coffin could be hard enough. And they're definitely locking this in. Roland with his signature character, signature rescuer with the first officer. You also have the psychologist just to give another life or that Wi-Fi heal to continue on in this tournament. So before you're really playing to their win cons here, that they just need that tie game for them to be able to move on in round number 2 on a better footing, because Sprinter set them up so well in the first half.
Exactly. But going up against this lineup, it's just so hard. It's hard to imagine getting a 4K against this lineup, simply because now not only do they have tanky characters, they also have like what you see, an Embalmer. That coffin's going to buy so much time. But Side's going to go with the Goatman. And Goatman, I mean, at least you'll be able to get across the map a little bit easier, thanks to the cages. But ultimately, no one here is an easy first chase at all. I mean, except the Embalmer.
but like you said, Embalmer wants to get chased first, just for them to kind of play to their tie conditions here. So it seems like Schmitty will be on that Embalmer, and it seems like a T-shaped spawn for them. Green, a really good kiter on that Puppeteer, could tank so much hits. Roll in at the center just to make sure that he gets first rescue. And Yudo over to the right side, and it seems like Elevate Said will be across from the Psychologist. So fulfilling that T-shaped spawn.
Yeah, let's see. I think it's still very hard. Regardless of who he goes after first, it's still going to be very hard. Hopefully, he's going to go after Schmitty first, just to get rid of the coffin element. You know what I mean? And we get to see Schmitty kite first. So let's see the Goatman going up against this lineup. Will Side be able to turn things around for ELV? Because right now, ELV needs that 4K elimination in order to equalize BO1. And yeah, B4U, they only have one job, and that's to get at least one survivor out. So match 1, round 1, second half right here. Let's see if that's going to be the case.
Okay, folks, Saeed here with the Goatman, a very aggressive Goatman, because he did bring Abnormal. So now the first chase really needs to be able to be hastened and for it to actually be cut off as soon as he can, just so he can use and get that Abnormal online. Seems like Psychologist will probably take this first chase. Now, there have been some changes towards the Goatman. A nice pallet drop for him to just avoid that first hit, but now a cage is going to be placed here just for him to eat that first hit, but it's all good now because the Psychologist can tank at least 3 hits.
Exactly. 3 hits. That's going to buy a lot of time, but that pallet slam right in the face of Side, that's going to buy a little bit more time. So let's see. Side has the cage up. Let's see if Yudo is going to play a little bit of mind games here. But that flywheel is going to save that second hit, but no! While putting down the pallet, that's going to allow that hit onto Yudo. But now, that's going to be a terror shot. Beautifully done by Side. A pretty fast first down, as a matter of fact.
Yeah. There's a little bit of stress that was saved by Yudao, so it's totally fine. And considering that the win cons for the survivors is just to get that tie, it was very good on both sides, but Said getting the better out of that, but it's all good. Roland is here for that rescue. Pocket Watch is going to get deployed just so that he can come in for that safe rescue. This is going to prompt Said to go for a cage. You have to be more mindful of when you use those cage because the cooldowns have changed, folks, and it's quite costly if you miss a cage hit. Now a rescue attempt is going to happen, and wow, what a farm off hit onto the Psychologist.
Yeah, well, at least that sliver of stress might be the game-changing moment that's B4U needs, right?
Right.
But so far, the Cypher progress are going pretty good. 1 minute and 20 seconds in, 2 Cyphers have already been done. So right now, Yudo only has one job. That is to get away from his teammates as far as possible. But with the cage, Side's gonna say, nope, I'm just gonna bring you a little bit closer.
And note that over at the sandbags area, that is where the coffin is at. So it seems like he's just bringing him a lot closer, but this can, if he brought Max struggle, he could potentially, but he's going to go straight to the center. So center position on Saeed's side, kind of costly when it comes to the cages, but at least he's in a good position. Now they don't have the last Cypher just yet, but now using that Abnormal brings a lot closer. This does open up the fact for the rescue to happen, and like you called it, Psychologist is going to get healed up with that stress, but I mean, a cage hit will drop her though.
Yeah, let's see. She still has a little bit of fight left.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, yeah. It's like, okay, I'm still alive. It's fine. What matters is I'm still alive. But the flywheel will be available for Yudo. Let's see if that flywheel can be used to a greater effect. Flywheel, no! That this timing a little bit. Side was expecting it. Well played by Side. And that's going to be that first survivor down. But, oh my god, baiting flywheels left and right, Hodge.
Yeah, Saeed doing a great job just getting reactions out of it. A nice hit once the cage expired, hitting green. And that's actually a really good pick off when it comes to the hit because green was not able to use the puppet form. So now this is the last time the psychologist, no, he's already got saved twice. So psychologist is going to be out of this tournament. We do have 2 ciphers remaining. Abnormal is about to come online in 20 seconds. Can they pop in time? Schmitty is already gonna move on away from this cipher and rotate away.
Yeah. Well, fortunately for Schmitty, he doesn't need anyone to rescue him. He has a coffin nearby, right? So that's gonna help a little bit. Meanwhile, the 4th cipher is about to be popped. So even if Schmitty goes down here, it doesn't really matter because all he needs to do is just get away from this last cipher. But like what you mentioned, Said still has an abnormal to work with, so probably needs to chair and probably needs to get ready in abnormal the next available cipher, or he could just save it for the late game. Either one would be fine.
Yeah, he does have trump card. He's gonna go for the teleport, so aggressive play here just to stop green from popping the cipher, and now the puppeteer able to go in puppet form. Schmitty is gonna self-rescue here. Puppet is about to expire. A cage is gonna be used and trying to find green, but green doing an amazing job just staying alive so far, but that hit is gonna land and he's gonna fall. Unfortunately, cipher pop is about to happen and green does not have borrowed time.
Yeah, so what? Oh, that's why the cipher is just gonna be popped, right? Because the winning condition is just to get 1 survivor out, and with 2 survivors up and running and puppeteer, still this being his first share, right? There's still that threat of that backdoor rescue. So Said, as soon as he notices that tinnitus, he's probably gonna be like, yeah, no, I probably gotta have to be careful. But no, apparently he's super aggressive. He doesn't really care if anyone comes with backdoor rescue. He's just gonna go straight for Schmitty. Oh, wait.
No cage backstep there. Just allow Schmitty to drop the pallet, but doing a great job now creating distance, creating that separation. So now we continue on here. Schmitty tries to buy enough time for that backdoor rescue to happen, but wow, fortunate for Schmitty, able to actually eat the hit with outside the cage so we can continue on here, but unfortunate, unable to get the backstep. But now this is gonna down Schmitty. Exit gate is opening. Roland is here to pressure a rescue, but like you said, 1 survivor out is all they need.
Yeah, 1 survivor out, that's good. It's already at 70%, right, on the other side. So as long as green opens this up, leaves the gate, that's gonna be a win for them already. But knowing them, oh my god, oh my god.
Oh, he caged him. Can he crawl? Crawl. Wow. And then green able to get the exit. Now the rescue does happen. And it looks like he's going to have to try and cage his way to get to the survivors. But no, exit gate is opening slowly but steadily. Saeed unfortunately can't get to them in time. And they're able to get the exit.
Yeah, and not to mention, even if Said managed to get there in time, first officer Roland still has a pocket watch to grant that 5-second immunity right after getting hit, right? So my god, that was actually a very strong draw for the Goatman, and I guess Said realizes that it's not going to be enough, right? But B4U survivors capitalized on that, and they went for that turnaround. 3 survivors escaped, so GG, well played.
Yeah.
B4U survivors, that's definitely experience, right? That's definitely experience.
Definitely. And like you said, it could have been a strong tie, but I think he just wanted to be aggressive and try to get as much points as possible, which again, that is an excellent strategy to have, especially as a hunter. You want to be able to swing things back your side, but going all in like that and going up against B4U survivors, finding those openings, Roland able to hide his way for him to get that rescue, that backdoor rescue, and just being in position constantly, right? You didn't really see much of him, only when he was getting the rescues, but that's what you need in a rescuer, just making sure that you pressure those rescues from happening. And you have to admit, and people kind of pointed out in chat, there was a lot of flywheels that were expended quite early, just because of the threat of Goatman getting those swings. So Saeed doing a great job. It's just that B4U also respecting, bring the flywheels. It's just that, like you said, finding those openings, capitalizing on it, and for him to for B4U to get this victory, it was definitely well earned. Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, in this tournament, right, sometimes it's a preemptive move, sometimes it's just like, a case of I'd rather use it than not. Then go down without using it.
Right.
But just to give a special shout out to Alice in the chat. Do we get anything in IDV if we watch this? My first time watching an IDV live. you get our attention. Our
Get our
shout
shout outs.
There you go.
Yes.
Woo.
Hello, Alice.
Welcome.
Oh, sorry, I hit my mic again. I should stop like moving my hands so much. Apologies, Nell, if you heard that. Shout outs
Oh,
to
no,
Alice
it's
though.
okay.
Hello.
All right. Let's go. But yeah, it is. How do you put this? It is a pretty solid start for B4U coming into this
Right.
game, and that's gonna be an 8-1 against Elevate Pod. So a very big point difference. Although the round wins are gonna matter first before points, right? But nonetheless, if it goes to a tie situation, these points are gonna matter a lot.
It will. And not to add more to the pile for before you, but they do get map selection next. And more often than not, they go for that red church, and they're really good at red church. So hopefully Elevate will be ready for that. I do like their strategy of going all out. Saeed also, shout outs to him for going very aggressive, because that's what you kind of want. Unfortunately, it didn't pay off here, and before you was kind of ready for them to kind of counter that tie and just go for a 3-person escape, which again, that's in survivors terms, that's definitely a huge win, especially going up against the GOAT man.
Yeah, a huge W, right? Because before this, the meta, the GOAT man hullabaloo meta, no one leaves, no survivors leave that game, right?
Yeah.
So here, getting a 3 escape is definitely, of course, the adjustments definitely played a little bit of role in that. But ultimately, it is also the experience and the teamwork coming out from B4U survivors, right? And if you notice, all the OG B4U survivors are up and alive.
Yeah, and well, a new name in Yudo was definitely a welcomed survivor in the mix. I definitely would like to see more of how this team lineup will be moving forward in the second half of round number 2. So again, B4U, congratulations winning round 1. It's not over just yet for Elevate, because they can definitely bounce back from this. And this is what IVT is all about, right? Going up against like a franchise, well, not really franchise, but a juggernaut of a team B4U. You can only get experience coming in from it. So Elevate now has to do some adjustments, and coming into round 2, hopefully they're able to rally back into this.
Yeah, hopefully they can, because like what we've talked about earlier on, round wins are gonna come first before the points. But coming into the second game, yeah, it's gonna be pretty hard, because like what you mentioned earlier as well, B4U is going to have that map selection, right? So knowing them, they probably pick a map that favors their survivors even more, because Sprinzer will be like, Chinatown, fine, I can work in any map. I can work in any map. BO2, I can definitely play a little bit more, right? I can definitely play anything I want, but I just want to help the survivors a little bit more. But in this case, both factions did so well. So I guess what matters the most at the end of the day is just pick a map that's really hard countering the hunter of Team Elevate. I think that's the one thing that they can focus on.
Yeah, one thing we can focus on is giving a shout out. Someone showing you some love there, Noel. Shout outs to Noel, and also shout outs to Tube Rose Kisser as well. And I did get confirmation that we will check out the highlights. So check this out, and we'll be right back, folks. And that was the highlights, folks. Congratulations once again to B4U for getting the first victory up against Elevate, but don't count Elevate out just yet, because round 2 is about to happen. However, before you does have the map selection, so not sure how that one's gonna play out. It's definitely gonna go into B4U's advantage. But Nell, any highlights of that match that you want to point out, or any highlights in the chat that you want to talk about?
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about the game a little bit more, because I think what Syed did, he had it going really well in the beginning. If you guys notice, he actually got that first down really fast. He even built up his presence really fast thanks to that terror shock. But unfortunately, as fancy and as fast as that might be, it might have bit him a little bit in the back because of that sliver of health on Psychologist before you capitalize on it. I think that was the highlight for one of the things that we have to notice there. That sliver of health helped the Psychologist Yudo to run, to have that second chance in life to run even further. So that definitely played into factor. And the second is definitely that experience coming in. Roland was just nowhere to be seen, providing that tinnitus in the middle of the map, that backdoor rescue, and then another one, right? Another backdoor rescue. And that helped them get that 3-man escape. So that's definitely one of the highlights that I gotta point out there.
Yeah. One thing I do have to point out is Elevate doing the research here, banning out the Red Church, forcing B4U to Lakeside Village. So quite the opposite of Arms Factory with how big this map is. We're going to see some change of elevations with the big boat and the small boat as well. And I do think Polaris did ask a question how the points are calculated. It is based off eliminations or escapes, but if you get a 4-man elimination or a 5-man elimination, a 4-man escape or a 4-man elimination or 4-man escape, yes, that is 5 points.
Yeah, you get
Math
one
is
extra
not
brownie
mathing.
points. You get +1 for the effort, right?
Yes, you do.
Right, exactly. But yes, Tuberose Kisser. Is that how we're supposed to call you, Tuberose Kissing? But I don't know. But Tuberose Kisser.
Okay,
I
I
don't
did
think
not
so.
know that. But shout outs to Two Bros Kisser. That's that's the first time or that's the lore of the name. So shout outs to you. But yes, as Nell pointed out, round wins are going to be calculated first and foremost. But in the event of a tie, that's when we go to point difference, and that's how we're going to settle things.
Okay.
Unfortunately for Elevate, before he was leading in both.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. But let's lighten up the mood a little bit by asking one of our beloved viewers a quiz. What happens? Okay, so this question, Carol, okay, you're gonna have to answer it. What happens if it's a draw all the way until extra time? What happens when you go into overtime and they still get a draw? You gotta answer this. If you follow,
you get very tired casters first. But what else do you get?
Yeah, you get very tired casters. You get some maths lesson. Oh my god! But yeah, feel free to answer, Carol. We're gonna see the tag. We're gonna read the chat for your answer. But everyone else, please do feel free to help Carol. She.
But if that
Oh my
does
God.
happen, don't worry. We do know the answer, but we're just gonna wait for Caro to respond. But that will be quite intense. I think that's only happened a couple of times that we had to kind of settle it for the tie throughout.
Yeah.
I think that was over in Southeast Asia at one point. It was so wild that we had to really go we have to go down the rule book with how we're able to I'd say find out which survivor or hunter faction won. But right now, Lakeside Village, not going to waste any time when it comes to the bans here. It's going to be a ban of the Seer, Antiquarian, and the Coordinator on Sprinter's side.
Yeah, Sprinter doesn't want to deal with harassing this game around, right? This time around, no access to Goatman, no access to Ivy. The only thing he can play here, most likely character he will play here, it's probably gonna be that opera singer, right? So having an antiquarian can definitely disarm, make life a little bit more difficult for the opera. Even the gun, right? The flare gun. I know she can zigzag left and right, maybe hide behind terrain, but sometimes it's hard in certain areas, right? But just looking at the compositions of the survivors itself, seems like they are finally gonna decide to go a little bit more meta. You have that. Although I love to see the journalists, especially with the little boy, the little guy coming in, trying to help rescue as well. And the body block is also insane if the journalist can pull it off, right? But here, almost everyone, only the fire investigator has access to the balloon that helps with mobility. Everyone else, they don't really have anything to kite halfway across the map or to rescue.
When it comes to body blocking, aside from the little bro, the magician did receive that change where his body, he can pass through the body and he can continue to just use it as a body block area. But to go up against the opera singer, that could be a different story, as you predicted, Nell. And Sprinter on this opera singer is very deadly. And when it comes to mobility, you want to be able to have that, because opera singer, the hits happen so fast because she's able to catch up with you very fast. And it is only the fire investigator that has access to that balloon for him to transition to different areas. I do like to see those journalists, especially Kazuneko, really persistent on using journalist. You have to be godlike when it comes to using the little bro to your advantage.
Yeah. Take one for the team, right? Like, hey, if there's any time to prove that chivalry isn't dead, well, the little guy is there to show, to help out the journalist in this sense, right? In this sense. So right here, this spawn is inviting Sprinter to be in between everyone. And
there you go.
Okay, all right. So that leaves the question of who he's gonna chase. And personally, I think take out the fire investigator first, because that's the person with the balloon. That's the person that helps with mobility, and that could definitely help Sprinter a lot, because once the fire investigator is out of the picture, everyone else is basically just waiting, right? Like running punching bag. I'm sorry for the term, but
no, but it's true.
Puppeteer is basically soaking up damage, right? That's what he does, right? So.
And that's the thing. You're kind of feeding into the presence of this opera singer by Sprinter. So looking at the persona builds here, a blink, a trump card, detention, opera singer will be gracing the stage here at Lakeside Village. While we do see that the survivors did bring one tide turner and did account for the end game with 3 borrowed times. It's actually Seiken that does not have that borrowed time. So this is the map choice of B4U, who are leading the charge here in round number 2, folks. So will it be Elevate or will it be B4U survivors? We're going to find out in just a bit. That's Nello Mello. I'm Pot Spice. We're your commentators for this match.
All right, coming in Sprinter, trying to look for actually, wait a minute, he's going after the puppeteer first. So actually he wants to get rid of the puppeteer first, but unfortunately that's going to be a technical pause. Not sure what's going on, but yeah, Sprinter is definitely going to be pausing. So I guess that leaves time to read the chat.
Yeah,
So-
let's go. Caro,
Yeah.
Caro, did you answer?
Caro?
Did you
A lot of people answered for Carol.
Oh, there you go. You get plus
Yes.
points. You get shout outs, guys.
Yeah, exactly. I can see a lot of. I like this new feature in YouTube, by the way, where they introduce top fans. If you see the number 1 crown, the number 2, the number 3 crowns. So yeah, guys, keep active, and we'll probably emphasize. Let's make it a thing to read the top fans,
The crowns.
message first, right?
Yeah, because I want to give a shout out to Untitled. I hope I pronounced your
Untitled,
name
yeah.
correctly. You've been showing some love and support and giving your insights as well. Who else got crowns?
Petrus Ice.
Petrus. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. Yeah, little bro.
All right.
Could be very interesting. But yeah, shout outs to you guys and shout outs to each and every one of you once again. We want to be able to give dues to the players to have the best possible conditions, and technical difficulties do happen. So want to make this a fun show, give you guys shout outs, give you guys show you some love for you guys for either staying up or waking up early to watch these matches along with us.
Exactly. So guys, do try and get that up, get that XP up, right, in order to get that top fans badge. But I see some familiar names as well. I I swear I saw some familiar names just now. I think I see Zeus moments ago.
Oh,
Zeus IDV.
hello.
I see-
Hello.
Yeah. Hello. Welcome to the stream. And of course, we definitely enjoy reading what you guys have. While we got a debate though, like Spencer going after Puppeteer first. You think that's a good choice? Let's just bounce off the idea a little bit. Like,
Sure.
Puppeteer's a pretty tanky character to go up against first.
And like you pointed out, I think you want to be able to get rid of the support that this fire investigator can give to potential survivors. I think this might be him just relying too much on the confidence, because on paper, Puppeteer is, it's not the... You don't want to chase him first, because towards the mid to end game, especially if you have detention, the puppet form doesn't really help as much, especially if he's rescuing or if he's trying to kite for as long as he can, but you have detention. So I don't necessarily agree with it, but it is Sprinter after all, so we gotta just trust that he knows what he's doing, and he kind of makes his own rule book and goes after whoever he wants. And I guess he just wants to be able to get the Puppeteer out of the way for now.
Yeah. And build presence at the same time, right? So win-win situation. Probably things that he could get, build up that presence fast enough, get that down fast enough. I mean, Puppeteer is caught in a pretty vulnerable place. As soon as Puppeteer leaves that small shack, that's where things are gonna be a little bit easier for Sprinter to pursue. But honestly, against Sprinter's opera singer, windows, vaults are gonna be super important. You gotta keep forcing Opera Singer to break those pallets, right? Just to slow down the Opera Singer. So here, right now, we have yet to receive confirmation on what's going on, but a little bit of wait a minute, we're coming back, and right now it seems like the target has move himself a little bit closer to the teammates. Whoa, nice pallet slam right there. And right now he's gonna move targets. He's like, okay, you want me, I'm gonna get you this time. And it's gonna be the journalist being pursued this time.
Yeah, so Seiken
Nice.
able to actually get a great body block. So using the little bro, doing a great job thus far, and actually no presence is built just yet. About to hit that
Whoa!
minute, and another one. Look at that, Seiken on the board for 2.
What a beautiful play, and no presence, mind you. Sprinter is still does not have presence. That's going to be the first one. Oh no, and a little bit of body blocking there as well. He has blink available, so anytime soon. Although Sprinter, what an uncharacteristic blink right there, and the chase still continues. Vera. Oh no, unfortunately that's gonna be Seiken going down right there. Journalist finally going down, but beautiful kites though so far in the beginning of the game.
It started out with the Puppeteer chase for now, and then they switched on over to Seiken, but Seiken getting 2 amazing body blocked. Tried to go for a drop down tech there with the little bro, but unfortunately Sprinter had none of that and just went for the chair. But now this does allow them to pop 2 ciphers. We do see the Puppeteer already making his way for the rescue. Puppeteer does not have that tide turn. It's actually just the journalist that has it. So might force out this puppet form before he goes for that rescue. Goes for another puppet, gets the rescue, and now tanks that hit.
Thanks that hit, and Journalist is still up and about, although Journalist does not have any more little buddy assistants, right, to help anymore. So right now it all depends on that kite. Wow, flywheel into the vault again, buying a little bit more time. Beautifully done by Seiken, definitely showing why they are a formidable opponent right here. Sprinter still has yet to find the mind games going back and forth. It doesn't really matter. Finally, that Terror Shock is gonna land, and Journalist gonna go down for another count. But Poch, I don't know what to say about this, but honestly, it's almost 3 minutes.
And
only
the
2
ciphers
have
aren't
been done.
moving.
Yeah.
So it just seems like the cipher progress, even though Seiken did an amazing job kiting, it's just the ciphers are moving along at the pace that's not the most optimal. We do see that the fire investigator able to balloon his way out of that situation. I'm not sure who's gonna force the rescue here. It seems like Mute might be the one that's feeding that tinnitus, but it seems like the prioritizing going for the objectives more than rescuing and healing up. So it seems like Seiken will be sent back to the manor, and now Sprinter's got to work on his next target, which is possibly going to be this fire investigator, which we thought would be the first chase to start things out.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks to the decision to go after Puppeteer first, right? That's going to help a little bit more. But right now, Spicy with that bump is gonna try and make a little bit of distance away from Sprinter, but unfortunately, it's the opera singer we're talking about. That zoom, that Noom! Oh my god, that blink into a hit onto Spicy. Beautiful play by Sprinter, very decisive, changing traits to teleport and now settling it for late game. Look at Elevate though, they're opening a 7th cipher right now.
Yeah. And I mean, if you combine these ciphers, it can pressure a final cipher, but the fact that it's spread out so much and the survivors don't have mobility access, so don't have dedicated decoders, it's playing in Sprinter's favor. Nice usage of that wand for him to be able to close the distance for this rescue to happen. He's got to be very careful with this rescue. Eats that hit, gets the rescue, everyone is injured. And now he just needs to focus onto the fire investigator and unable to get that hit. Nice usage of the balloon for Spicy to move on here.
Yeah, still trying to kite a little bit longer, but Spicy's gonna finally go down. And this makes things very difficult for Elevate, Potch, because everyone is injured, right? Puppeteer definitely cannot rescue. Magician has a wand, but he's on decoding duty. And this is an awkward situation again, because like what I mentioned, everyone's half health, cannot make the rescue. And then there's still a last cipher that has not been touched. And Spicy is so far away. I think here the best case scenario for Elevate would just to force that last cipher and at least try to get one man out.
Right. Yeah, because sometimes you kind of just have to go with the best possible scenario, considering that this is a full presence hunter, injuries are stacking up, items have already been used, and it seems like that one is going to be chased. Oh wow, just through the pallet with authority. Sprinter downing the Puppeteer, and it seems like Sprinter just needs to do the same as he did in the previous one, just down this one, force out the exit path, and that's going to be the checkmate scenario he's looking for another 5-point game.
Yeah, I mean, Sprinter is the unbothered king, right? He has the experience, that confidence that comes from the experience itself, from playing against strong teams as well. So honestly, I can't say that this is a very surprising thing to see, but Elevate did surprise me because they played super well in this game number 2 as compared to game number 1. But game number 2, they definitely been popping off, but it's just unfortunate that it's Sprinter's opera singer in this map. It's so hard.
And speaking of that popping off, Seiken, right? Able to actually force out a blink miss on Sprinter's side. You don't see that every day. And I think when it comes down to skills, yes, they're definitely really good at kiting, especially when up against an opera singer. They seem to know the routes. They know what they're doing. I think it's more of, like you said, it's just tightening up when it comes to forcing objectives, putting Sprinter in uncomfortable situations, and ultimately them getting the, popping for endgame. So now one cipher does remain. And it's quite unfortunate because if you add at least 2 of these ciphers up, it could be already the end game. But it seems like Sprinter will have to look for the Puppeteer. They do still have their exit path, so I'm not sure if they're going to use that exit path or they're just prolonging Sprinter from them to just find a better spot to kite from because he's quite out in the open.
Yeah. Oh, wait. He's not going to stand up yet? No, it's fine. He's like, yeah, if you pick me up, what are you going to do? Are you going to chair me? That's the thing, right? So it's a very good strategy here. Like, probably wait until one of them bleeds out and then the other can probably head towards the dungeon. But the distance is pretty far after all.
It is.
Yeah.
I think, and the time it's gonna take. So it seems like we're gonna see probably Sprinter bring him closer just in case. But Puppeteer could expire. They both still have their exit path. So this is just, another day in the office for Sprinter. He knows that he wants to get that 5-point game. It's only a matter of time. But this does give us time to give shout outs to people in the chat. I do see Caro answering some questions. I think Nelk did ask about the global ban system. And yes, Caro did respond there. This the hunters that you use in round 1 can't be used in round number 2, just to allow a more variety of hunter pools. So if you have any more questions, feel free to ask it in chat.
Ask Caro.
Ask Caro. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. At Caro, guys.
Ask Caro. She. That's why we love her, because she's our A student.
Yes,
A student.
sir.
Yes, sorry. What's 1 + 1? 9. That's what. I don't know. I'm so sorry. It's so early. But right now, that struggle's gonna happen.
Whoa.
That one's gonna try and run a little bit more. The puppet form's gonna be in effect. But, and just getting a little bit of punch right there. But it doesn't really matter. It's still gonna be running. Buying more time, and meanwhile Mute is just on the ground just saying, yeah, you know what, let me just grab a cup of coffee, let me just chill a little bit. You do know that both survivors have exit path, right?
Yeah.
So Sprinzel's like, come on.
Yeah,
come on,
because this bleed out strategy might make this the longest game of the day, but you gotta admire the never say die attitude. But I think also there is Sprinter has already called checkmate here, because you have 1 magic wand left. I think Puppeteer has already used up his puppet form in trying to kite, and he's already got this dungeon on lock. And 1 has to expire first, which might be the Puppeteer. Magician has to kite out dungeon, which it's going to take some time for it to open up, and Sprinter could definitely go for the down.
it's definitely going to be the Magician making that move, right? Because Magician has the resource to kite, Puppeteer doesn't. And Puppeteer's gonna go down first, right? Unless Sprinzer chairs the Puppeteer first.
That's true.
Then that's going to be a problem.
It's going to
the
prolong.
Magician has to run. Yeah.
He heard you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He's gonna chair close to the dungeon, or not, or just bring him a lot closer. Because if he chairs close to that dungeon, or he's actually making the Magician bleed out first.
He could.
Oh no, chair.
He knows where the Magician is. He knows where the Magician is. He knows that the Magician is so far away. Oh my God, the Magician is so far away. Help! It's so far away.
That's gonna be tough. And Sprinter's just patrolling the area, just making sure that he knows, like, okay, Magician's nowhere near. Just putting more time on the clock for the survivor to bleed out, because after the Magician bleeds out, that's gonna be GG's.
It is. Hiya, and Mute's about to expire very, very soon. You can see,
hey, this is just the case of Sprinter not leaving any crumbs. He's finishing his meal and making sure no stone is unturned. Magician, though, heals up. But Puppeteer, unfortunately, has not expired just yet. So now he's going to be forced to use up his wand before the dungeon even opens.
Yeah, he has to. Otherwise, he imagine if he actually just bled to death right there and then.
Oh, no.
It's like, 99% bleeding. Oh, okay, I got to stand up now. Imagine if he didn't.
He's able to actually spot him. So now this. Oh, hang on now. Here we have it. The dungeon is here, but he cuts him off. Tries to go for a swing. Able to avoid. Mute now has one usage of this wand. He needs to make this count.
Oh my God! The back and forth. Oh my God! Cool. This is definitely the strap that he needs. He has one magic wand. Will he be able to use it to make it to the dungeon? This is so nerve-wracking. Because if ELV can get this one escape, that's gonna be a record, right, for them?
It would be. Okay, he's used the wand, but unfortunately, Spritzer with the wherewithal to be able to stop him in his tracks. It could have paid off there, but you got to give it up to Elevate. They tried their best. They tried to really go for that dungeon escape, which normally you don't see that, right? They really tried to fight till the very end, and you can't knock that. So Sprinter, man, he's got that sixth sense.
Exactly. And I see some people in the chat saying, yo, about as long as a Joseph match, right? But
oh yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, ultimately ELV, they gotta do something, right? They gotta fight for it, right? And it matters a lot because this is a single elimination format, right? So there's no losers bracket for any of these teams. It's a do or die, and unfortunately, ELV is going up against B4U in the very first match. It's very unfortunate, but it is a tournament we're talking about. So luck of the draw plays an important factor, and ELV it's just a case of them trying to get that one man out no matter what, just to keep the hopes alive, right? Because otherwise, ELV's Hunter is gonna have like a, oh my god, here we go again. I gotta get another 4K. And that's only just to get them to round 3.
Yeah, so it was just a little unfortunate. I mean, that would have been so godlike if the magician was able to get that escape and that big moral victory. But this is Spencer we're talking about, you know, business first, and he does get that 5-point game, totaling his points for Hunters being 10. Now, he's poised to go to that to the next round if the survivors can also just get that one person escape. And also, mind you, in grand finals, it's a best of 5 game. So we'll definitely see a variety of Hunters once hits that grand finals. But right now, it seems like Sprints really sharp when it comes to the Ivy and that opera singer.
Yeah, super sharp. That's the go-to characters, right? You can almost always anticipate what he's gonna play, right? The big force, you can definitely play one of those. And he hasn't relied on Goatman or even Hullabaloo yet. So that's saying something, right? But ultimately, I just love that ELV was able to put up a lot of fight. It's just that the ciphers were spread up a little bit too much. And not to mention the fact that Sprinter took out the only person with Tide Turner. Everyone else did not have Tide Turner, right? So, and yet they were able to play until the very end game. So I would say ELV definitely put up a huge fight, despite lacking certain resources or traits. So right now,
so it seems like in round 2, kind of a duplicate of how we saw round number 1 first half. So it's just putting things together, I think, or tightening things up on the side of ELV, because their survivors, like we pointed out, mechanically speaking, they're very good. They were able to bait out blinks. They were able to bait out some activities for Sprinter in uncomfy situation. But ultimately, no, we talk about it like objectives are the most important thing of this, because the longer survivors stay in the game, the resources started whittling down. It swings in the Hunter side, and Sprinter knows that type of economics and makes sure that he pressures them in volume and makes sure that he just eliminates the factors of using up their exit paths and using up their resources for him to ultimately get the victory.
Yeah, waste the survivors' resources, dwindle their resources, force them into a dead end, and that's where the Hunters will win, right? Because basically, IdentityV survivors, Hunters, it's a race against time, right? Survivors want to shorten the time as much as possible, and they do it by popping ciphers, by kiting, by using resources to gear towards that objective. Whereas Hunters, they don't mind having a long game, because that's their objective. They want to prolong the time. They want to prolong the time, waste all that you have, and then slowly squeeze you to death. Like a toxic relationship. I don't know. Whoa.
We're getting there. Too real.
Getting there. Too real.
That sounds like a Joseph match with how long these things go, which chat did point out with how long. Usually opera singer matches, they go by pretty fast, because opera singer is quite the fast Hunter when it gets the downs. But yeah, you're right. When it comes to how the Hunters want to play, the longer the better. And make sure to stay hydrated. And I don't have my chapstick with me. I wish I could. Just dry lips.
Yeah, same. Yeah, but even the Mad Eyes game would have helped as well. 20 minutes Mad Eyes game.
Oof,
and the first 10 minutes is just
fair.
The first 10 minutes is just swiping consoles. That would have been super long as well.
I definitely would love to see a hand cam of Mad Eyes players. So yeah, that's how it goes. We will still see that second half, but it's going to be kind of tough for the Hunter of Elevate. He needs to get a 4K to stay alive in this Nell. So it's going to be hard up against B4U survivors. Just want to give a shout out to Pia in the chat. Yes, I am Filipino, and Nell is also a honorary Filipino because he wants to get that adobo. Kababayan.
How do you how do you even say
Kababayan?
Makakabayan. Kamusta ka na? Makakabayan ko. Yeah, all right. Thank you for the lessons as well. Honorary.
Hey, honorary Filipino, man. Of course.
Yeah. Sana all.
Lodi.
Lods. Right. Yeah. Marupok. Anyway, I'm just kidding. I'm just throwing out whatever I remember. But right now, it seems like Side's gonna go again and up against B4U Survivors. Same thing. Same story, different chapter. B4U just needs one person out and they're gonna win this game 2-0. Whereas Side, oh my god, the only winning condition, and this is, I say this with a very heavy heart because it's really hard to do, right?
Yeah.
He's got to get a 4K, and that's only to tie the game.
And note that the global bans, they didn't include Embalmer, and Embalmer is really good on this map because you can spawn at Big Boat, just make sure the coffin is out of sight, out of mind with the hunter, and they make sure to lock that in along with the meteorologist. So chat, let's get some clouds in the chat for the meteorologist. We're going to hopefully see some good pushes, some rain healing to happen, and it seems like, yeah, man, this is going to be... He needs to get a 4K with this lineup. It's going to be so tough. He does still have access to Opera Singer or that Ivy, so it still is possible.
It is. But it's so annoying having a meteorologist, right?
I know.
Just when you're about
pushes.
to reach. No. Why
You
are
can also
pushing
change
me away?
elevations, too, to get to Big Boat faster.
Right?
Oh.
Yeah, that's so good.
Oh, speaking
But-
of elevation changes, you got the airplanist as
one
well.
more.
What's a hunter that could down flyers here? There's so much flyers in this map.
Spider-Man. I don't know. Hello, whatever it is. Flyers. Unfortunately, if only Gamekeeper could hook, like you could aim it.
Oh
to
yeah,
hook the air,
instead
right?
of horizontal hook, like go above
Get
and
down
get out of the
here.
air.
Yeah.
Stop flying. This is a grounded
Stop
game.
flying. Yeah, it is. Did you get traffic clearance? I don't know.
No
Air
fly
clearance.
zone here.
Makakabayan. Oh, okay. Thank you, Maneke SV. Makakabayan.
Kababayan.
Yeah, Makakabayan. Makakabayan. Right? Correct? Makabayan. I'm so twisted.
Kababayan. The B is the one that you double up.
Makabibabayan.
It's okay. We'll work on it. It's all good. But I get it. It's there. It's there. Definitely.
It's there.
So shout out.
Thank you.
Chat, let us know where you guys are watching from, what country you're from. So we'll give you. I know someone said from Italy, so shout outs to you. Shout outs to everyone else that's watching around the world. We'll try to give you guys as much shout outs as we can as we wait for Saeed to lock in the hunter for this matchup.
Yeah, and the sad thing is he has to go super aggro, which means, he's gonna go straight for the opera singer. That's why the elevation's gonna buy more time, and the fact that they always have the embalmer as access, right? I feel like that's also something that's really, really unfortunate for the hunter, because that coffin's almost always gonna ensure that one person gets out. Almost always. Yeah.
And pretty standard fare when it comes to the spawns here. Schmitty getting access to big boat, green, small boat, so he can get those elevations just to get towards, doesn't even have to go up that ramp area. Yudo is going to have the shack area because there's potential push areas. Or him, actually, he could actually use his cloud to actually get access to the big boat. And now it seems like top right corner is where Saeed's going to be.
Yeah, just to block off the cipher access at the 11th area, probably. But he probably wants to get rid of Schmitty first. Although, it's the big boat we're talking about. The moment he gets hit first, he's probably just gonna zoom his way out of the boat and all the way towards where it's further away from the coffin. So, and that's gonna buy more time for the survivors team as well. But going into this game itself, I mean, Said has no choice. He needs to get that 4K, otherwise ELV will be out of this competition. So before you, Schmitty, that's the person without the borrowed time. Green also doesn't have borrowed time. Roland has borrowed time. Yudo has borrowed time. And the only people without borrowed time has Flywheel. And Tide Turner. Green has Tide Turner. Yeah, Roland as well. But Said, 3-6 standard 3-6 blink build. I don't know, Poch. this is the do or die for Said at this point.
Trust. We have to trust in
Trust.
Said, folks. Well, before you, they're trusting in their skills just to get that tied game. I mean, looking at the personas, they just want to play for that safe tie, or at least get that one person escape. But we're gonna have to wait and see how this match is gonna play out. That's Mellow Mellow. I'm Pod Spice. We're your commentators for this matchup.
Yeah, and that being said, Said making a beeline dash for where Schmitty is. But before finding where he is, he's got to realize that Schmitty has already left that area long ago. So Said's probably like, yeah, we're not going to find that. We're not going to find that Embalmer anymore. Let's try and get some hit against Roland. Oh no, Said's going back. That's no. They're not going to fall for this trick. Like,
Yeah,
leave the
and-
big boat and then you go and do the big boat.
And the thing is, Roland with the discipline to not spend an elbow pad, so that was unfortunate because you want to at least force out the rescuer's trait, maybe a pocket watch, maybe a little boy or like a little bro from the journalist, and also the elbow pad. But unfortunately, unable to get that. It seems like Said now is forced to look for another survivor, which is Schmitty. Now Yudao is going to be the one that's going to be chased, but this is the meteorologist and she can kite, especially at this side of the map, while Cypher Progress are looking quite healthy in the early seconds here now.
Yeah, it's just very, very hard to chase at this point, right? You can see that it's already past 1 minute and Said has just found the target. And that's why, like, look, that's the meteorologist's impact that we see, right? Just pushing away. And even that teleport back to his shadow, it didn't really matter much because Said did not catch distance. And as a matter of fact, he's trying to chase B4U survivors at this very strong kiting area.
True, and now Meteorologist does eat that hit. It's totally fine. We're still on the cooldown of that jar, but look at the wherewithal. Nice discipline of you, though. Not going for it, but forcing out the blink trade. Green is here, possibly wanting to give that support, that elevation jetpack just for him to get that pushback. But, I mean, a lot of time was gained from Said looking for the first target. Now, though, they still have access to Tide Turner on that Aeroplanist, which is already in the area.
Yeah, I mean, here's where things are super important, right? They have two Tide Turners to work with. Green can come and rescue first, and then Roland can come rescue afterwards after finishing his Cypher. So that's where Cypher management matters a lot.
Wow.
But right now, okay, the rescue without getting injured, that's good. But Yudao's gonna fall right after this, right? So what Yuda wants to do is not to try and die even further away from his teammate. He has to die a little bit closer.
Yeah, to the
just
front
so
exit.
that just so that he doesn't his teammates can come and rescue even faster, right?
Yeah, and I think considering the map placement also, they're in a pretty good spot here because it's not interrupting any Cypher progress. While Roland, once again, the master of hiding, guys in the chat, keep quiet. Roland's here. Don't tell him. Don't tell him. Oh, he's gonna get found out. So that's still all good because it is the mercenary. Mercenary could just elbow pad for him to just close that distance. Gonna wait just to tank that first hit. And now he's just going to go for that rescue because there is no shadow clone that is here. Not going to tank another one. We do have one last push. And Yudao able to actually transition towards this palleted area. Gonna go for a hit. No, not quite. Good job so far on Yudao.
Pretty good. I mean, the last Cypher is already at 63%. Yudo, unfortunately, will be going down, but it's okay because the last Cypher is almost done, and they're starting a sixth Cypher just in case, right? Like, look at the preemptiveness coming from B4U. It's like, okay,
Right.
we realize that site might come for the last Cypher, but I guess it doesn't really matter because the last Cypher is almost prime at this point.
Yeah. And it was quite unfortunate. Yudo actually had borrowed time. So if this Cypher did pop, it would have been so much better. But now it seems like Schmitty is on that last Cypher. He's going to eat that hit. And now they push for that end game. Note that Schmitty does have a coffin to work with. And he's actually going towards it. So it's he might have to move away from that coffin just so he'll be able to tank that hit, get rescued by himself. And now, great time being bought here as the exit gate is opening.
Yeah, Schmitty's buying so much time, so much value. Green finally gonna be flying away, zooming away, and this is also a good kiting space. But right now, I mean, this is hard, right? Because the Opera Singer has already used up the teleport, and they've covered both gates. Even Schmitty is at the back gate trying to open the gate right now, right? So they've covered all bases. And sorry, it was Roland opening the back gate. Schmidt's running towards that area. And with the coffin, I think he could use the coffin onto green.
Oh, wow. Yeah, the coffin could have been the play there. Also the dungeon, but tie is definitely good. They're going to go for that surrender because B4U, ladies and gentlemen, have won this part of the tournament. They will be moving on. But big shout outs to Elevate for putting up a really good fight, really taking things to B4U. Saeed in particular playing very aggressive at the start, going for that opera singer as well. It just so happens that, I mean, Nell, we pointed it out, right? They just know the details. They know, like, okay, last cipher there, let's just account for another cipher just in case. Their cipher placement is one to behold because they're just one step ahead of the hunter.
Yeah, I think you painted that picture really well. One step ahead of the hunter, knowing exactly what to do in that situation, because they know that side has no choice but to play aggressive. It has no choice, because that's the only direction to get a 4K, right? That's the only play. That's one of the few plays you can do to get a 4K. And unfortunately, they knew what happened even during the bad pick system. Like, they already had an embalmer that's already reducing the chances of getting a 4K by quite a lot, right? So it's just unfortunate that Side was put into this position. And overall, it was quite unfortunate that ELV was put in this position. But again, this is the luck of the draw, and playing against strong teams can always help you get stronger.
Yeah.
So ELV definitely showing everyone what they can do. And I think that's the whole point. Everyone goes back with something. Some with the prize pool, some with experience. And I think ELV today, they went back with experience.
Yeah, and we've said it time and time again. We hope that teams would stick together and grow together as well, because before you being that team that did stick together, there were some roster changes, but the core still remains the same. And that ultimately leads to how well they are in terms of covering each other when one overextends, when there's a bit of an opening here and there. And it really shows. So hopefully Elevate, we say this time and time again for teams that do participate in IVT or different IdentityV tournaments. Hopefully they do stick together and they develop together, since this is an experience for them. And going up against B4U, if you're not going to face B4U now, you're going to face them along the line. So they unfortunately faced them at the start of this top 8, and they will go home in this tournament, but they gained a lot of experience going up against B4U.
True. And 10,000 yuan as well. So hopefully that's going to be a good consolation prize. But yeah, I mean, GG, well played. And congratulations B4U as well. Moving on, just showing what they can do. Congratulations to ELV putting up such a good fight as well. And there's always going to be something to be nitpicky about. But ultimately, just take what's positive. Leave the negativeness. Take what's positive and just take that as a what do you say? As a point to get even stronger in the future. And couldn't agree more with Poch. Stick together, man. Play together. I think the synergies is there. You could just brush up on it, and you can go very far the next time.
Definitely. And we've seen NAEU, like we've been covering NAEU for the longest time. Omni is definitely up there, and we've seen other teams also kind of rise in the form of IVT. B4U is a constant present when it comes to grand finals. Hopefully we can include Elevate into that mix of teams that can be a constant presence, or a team that elevates the status. Elevates the status of NAEU. So,
I see what she did there. And that's exactly why we want to do, right? We love coming to an NAEU event, despite it being super early in the morning, like getting up at 4 a.m. just to come.
We need sleep. we got IdentityV going on, but I do see some folks from the USA, from Italy, from Chechnya, where else? London. From Mexico. Dude, there's like international folks here in chat, so hopefully you guys will keep joining us. Sorry, I had to scroll all the way back up. I only saw a couple of the messages. because when we asked that question, the match was ongoing. So shout out to each and every one of you. We'll try to entertain you guys as much as we can and give the stories their just dues and elevate the moments and also encapsulate those moments here. And if you guys, if you have to go to bed or you have to do something, just do subscribe to the YouTube channel for IdentityV and check out the VODs.
Exactly. Although the interactions would have been way cooler, right? But
that's
sleep,
true.
yeah, sleep matters more. So I guess we'll be having this interview session, right? With the winning
a
team.
representative.
A representative. I wonder who's going to be the representative though.
My bet, Schmitty.
Yeah,
I think because we always interview him, but I would definitely like to see Sprinter, but Sprinter is a man of few words, so I'm not sure if we're gonna get a lot of answers out of him. But if you guys want, how are you? I'm okay.
Fine.
Nice.
How do you feel after playing that?
Good.
Oh my god.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sprinter. But we'll try to get as much answers as we can from the representative. But if you guys have any questions, feel free to let us know in chat. We might look for it, but we'll pretty much ask the standard fare, and we'll ask how they're feeling about certain matchups, highlights of the tournament, highlights of their moments there. So let us know what questions you want us to ask the representative of B4U, folks.
Exactly. And while we're at that, some shout outs to the number one in chat right now, Emma. That's the top fan right there. Carol, why are you number 3 now? No. How did she drop from number 2? No. Disappointed parents.
Oh, no, I didn't know that. Dang. Okay.
Disappointed Asian parents noises.
I want to give a shout out to Nano. I think Nano just woke up. Hello. If you guys, happy Saturday night or Sunday morning, wherever you are in the world. But if you're waking up to IdentityV, that is a good morning for you guys.
Exactly. I mean, we woke up to IDV, so it's a good moment. But yeah.
Okay, so folks, we are going to head towards the interview portion. So let's see who the representative of B4U will be. So let's say hi to them. And interview.
Hi.
Hello. I guess we're gonna wait for the transition to happen, but yeah, once again, just letting you know too. Oh, there he is. Okay, hello.
There we go. Hello.
Hi, how's it going?
How's it going?
I'm feeling great.
Yeah. First of all, congratulations on moving on in this tournament. How does the team feel moving forward in IVT 2025?
I think we feel great. I believe that AOV is no easy matchup. Both their survivors and hunters are some of the most well-known players in NAEU. We have a lot of respect for them, of course. This victory definitely cheered us up for sure, but there are still more matches to coming up, and we'll keep working hard.
Yeah,
nice.
And also another question. We see some roster changes a little bit here and there. So how did your team prepare with this new roster change? A little bit of changes right there, you see.
So we had this new member, right? His name is Yudo. He has been an awesome player and a person to be with, and we always learn something new from our new players. And we practice very hard, and we practice with a purpose. We focus on playing confidently, and we want to learn something from every practice. And as you can see, Yudo did exceptionally well with this matchup, and we're very excited to see how he plays out next, in future matchups.
Nice. So Anton, as a fan of the game, I want to ask you, and B4U, how do you feel about the current meta of the game, and how does B4U feel about the current meta or state of the game now?
So I feel like this meta has been the most competitive yet. You have the the 4 very good hunters. But I think our team is very comfortable with this meta. We assign every player, hunter, survivor, a wide range of characters, and we perfect them. We use different comps in practice. We perfect them, and that's you guys saw the comps today, and we have more to come. So.
Nice.
Super awesome. Thank you. And before we conclude the interview session, any shout outs you want to give to your fans, Any words before we move on?
Absolutely. I just want to say that every bit of support has helped us to shape who we are as the Team B4U RBL, whatever. We really appreciate the support of the fans, and we hope that you guys will keep cheering up for us, and we hope that you can tune in for tomorrow's matches, because we have 2 more matchups coming up, possibly.
Anton, you're the man. Thank you so much for the time. Can't wait to see more of B4U tomorrow. Hopefully we'll see you all the way till grand final. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. That was Anton of B4U. Thank you for the time.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Okay, well,
Good luck, Anton.
thank you.
Thank you.
So yeah, again, gotta rest up for that matchup, or for tomorrow. And there you have it, folks. And I like what he said. This is the most competitive meta, or most competitive IDV has been, not only because of the picks and bans, but right now I think we're getting to that sweet spot of hunters and survivors being very viable, because in KOA it was very hunter sided.
Yeah, it was very hunter sided. Now it seems like it's a little bit more balanced and more dependent on the strategies, on the team individual skills. So I think it's definitely way more balanced now, and it doesn't feel like it's just 1 or 2 hunters overpowering the first BOs, right? So
Yeah.
that's definitely good. And we definitely look forward to seeing Anton. That's Anton, guys. And I was, I was definitely, how do you put this? I was definitely expecting some of his answers, right? Like the meta now is definitely more competitive, and even the lucky guy is also more competitive. So, but right now, I guess we're gonna take a short break as we go into the replays. So don't go anywhere, guys. We're gonna be right back.
Spotlight's on now, here I am, dressed in scars with golden glam. Dance, realize I own this game. Come on down, let me fill all your dreams. Feel the crowds, feed the flame. Stage itself's a twisted frame. Bury the past to walk this fame. You wanna show what you gotta do is call my name. I kick off gold, it's cold beneath. My mask still fits, I barely breathe. They beg for truth, I sell what they need. Take a bow, going out with a bang. Pull the gun, I call the grave. Spin the tail and played it brave. Call my shot, I bend the rules. Killed the truth, just gave them what they all been Let the stage rewrite the scene. Watch the truth fall in between. I built a rain hard to tame. 'Cause I was born without the shame. Lights go down, claim my crown. He pulled the trigger, but I played the game. I burned the script, the crown, the king. Feel the crowds, feed the flame. Stage itself's a twisted frame. Bury the past
such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever. In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth. Beware the moon.
And welcome back, folks, to IVT 2025 for NAEU. And we got Chocho on the mic for this one. You still got Potch Spice, yours truly. Chocho, how you feeling? It's been a minute.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty excited about how this is gonna go. I did see the Before You versus ELV matchup. Things were looking pretty heated up. I saw that from ELV side, Sagan, right? Really impressive kite coming from him with that journalist at Lakeside. So coming into this second matchup of the day, we will be seeing DM versus seeing IT. And we also saw certain changes in how the hunters are banning, right? We saw certain buffs on Magician.
Yep.
And we've been seeing that on the ban pick phase coming from the hunter side. So I am not really seeing the meta change, but we're seeing certain adjustments, certain changes coming from the hunter side as to what they actually expect coming to the matchup. Are they going to be facing that Magician, or are they just going to ban it out?
Yeah, I'm excited to see that. We did talk about the Lucky Guy buffs, and we also got to talk about those Explorer buffs, but that'll come in later on. But we're going to introduce DM, or Dream for You, the hunters Kira and Ling Ame. Honor is here, a name that is synonymous with the Koa scene, and we've seen before. I love Yu Su, I hope I pronounced that correctly, Heian, CC Polis, and their coach Dawn, encapsulating Team Dream for You.
A dream for you. So I do hope that their dream do last here coming into this top 8 here, and whether this dream coming into the top 4 will be fulfilled. But as of now, let's look into the next team here, Team IT, with their motto being sharper than thorns, stronger than iron. So really strong coming in from Team IT. As for their player introduction, we have IT's Leighton, and so as their hunters. And for Sparrow side, we're seeing Caramel, Ginger, Scott, Rabido, Dark, and with their coach that will be accompanying them, we have Quiche.
Quiche? I think quiche. Yeah, it's a food. I'm getting hungry. But shout outs to Kuro. We did have a study session. He did point out that Soul Candle is actually first feaster. So could be a specialist pick here if we're going to see Soul come into the mix. But we did talk about the different survivor changes, the different hunter changes. We're still going to see the top 4 usual suspects in round 1 and 2. But once we hit that round 3, we could see a little more diversity here. But just giving a shout out to everyone in chat that's saying what's up to Chocho. I see Mew saying what's up to Patty Lover, saying what's up to Silkos Rose Toy. Shout outs to Carol. Shout outs to everyone that's in the chat. Seems like we're still sticking to Lakeside Village, Chocho.
Yeah, so the Lakeside Village, we've seen how Sprinzer really played it really well with that opera singer. So coming into this matchup here, we're seeing the Chinatown getting banned out. Chinatown and Moonlit River Park getting banned out. So Lakeside Village, not too sure how this is gonna go. We did see certain nerfs on the Goatman, Hula Baloo, as well as the Ivy. So quite curious to see whether the opera singer is gonna be the top pick here coming from Demon's Hunter.
I'm just starting to realize that you look taller than me. Let me just scoot up a little bit and just...
I don't know.
You're still taller than me.
Let me see if I can lower.
No, don't do that for me, Queen. No, it's fine. I could be a short king. It's all good. But yes, 3 apples tall. How tall are you? 4 apples tall. 5 apples tall.
If I'm 3 apples, you're 2 apples. So
wow. Okay, we're height
least-
reveals when it comes to apples. Okay, all right. I didn't know you're gonna bring that up. But anyway, chat. Lakeside Village. Chocho, talk to me about Explorer, because Explorer received some buffs that the pages are gonna spawn a lot closer to him now, and hunter items can't reveal where he's at, meaning Hullabaloo Feaster can't really find where the Explorer is at. So how would you rank this map in terms of Explorer usage?
I don't really like the Explorer in the Lakeside personally, because there really isn't much hiding spots that is great. Like how, we have the Leo's Memory with the snow, Chinatown with those boxes that somehow you can get into the grass when you're in miniature form. But in Lakeside, you can't really do that because the grass itself is very 2D. But I do love all the buffs that has been given. Finally, it's something more friendly. You can get your pages a lot easily, 70 meters. And one thing I really like also, the one thing that Kuro and you mentioned right now is the skill is unable to spot where the Explorer is. Previously, when I played Explorer, it was such a menace to go up against hunters such as Feaster. Yeah. The Feaster tentacles that spots you out. And it's very hard to hide against those hunters. But now, with this new buff, we will be seeing a new Explorer coming in. And I'm hoping to see a lot more Explorers. Not too my voice. I'm not too sure. Not too sure we'll be seeing.
Too excited about talking about Explorer buffs, but yeah, continue. Sorry.
Yeah, but I'm not too sure whether we'll be seeing the Explorers from both of these teams. Maybe they have it, maybe they don't have it in their arsenal. But maybe in a different map. Maybe Amsfact, maybe Sleos. Somewhere a little bit more Explorer friendly might be good.
Yeah, okay. Hopefully we'll be able to see that. And in this map, we did see Aeroplanist and the Meteorologist, which is a new addition when it comes to the survivors, wreak havoc when it came to how well B4U was able to use it. So we're going to head towards that picks and bans screen, but let us know in chat who you guys are rooting for. Is it IT? Is it DM? Maybe some flower emojis for IT, and for DM, what's an emoji for the dream? A smiley face. I have no idea. Whatever DM, whatever you think it is. But I just think Rose, because IT, like sharp as thorns, maybe.
Yeah, I think. Sorry, emojis for IT would be
flowers, because they have thorns.
Flower. Then for DM Dream, let's have the dot then the chat thing, because that looks like a dream
speech bubble
emoji.
Oh yeah, okay, all right, cool. Speech bubbles on DMs. But now we're gonna see the rounding up of the survivors here. Really interesting. You got Gravekeeper, Puppeteer, Psychologist, and Gardener. Chocho, talk to me. How you think about this lineup?
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot more Gravekeepers getting picked up here in BO1, mainly because of the buffs that he has been receiving. A lot of love coming from NetEase side for this specific character. We've been seeing time and time again, each tournament, this character is just getting buffed endlessly. I just love it. I just love to see Gravekeeper now more often than the usual mercenary or first officer that we usually see. Maybe in the later rounds we might be seeing that. But looking at this, right, all of these characters are hard to kill. We have the Gardener with that bubble at the protection bubble at the start, Psychologist with the stress, Puppeteer with the puppets that can help protect him, tank more hits, Gravekeeper with the shovel. So we could be seeing more of a single hit hunter coming from Ling Ame. Maybe that's what IT Survivors is gearing up for.
Yeah, I like that you pointed that out. Very tanky survivors, really hard to down. But if you're going to look at it on the flip side, Ling Ame can gain a lot of presence with just going for one survivor. He just needs to be able to prolong the game for as long as he can. And I think if we compare it to the match we just saw, if they're going to prolong the game, it can go in the hunter's favor if they don't have their cipher progress about them. And in this map, it's going to be a little hard for them to gain that mobility because Goatman can cut them off. They have been changes to Goatman in terms of his cage time and also him being able to use the cooldowns of his cages too. So he's gonna have to be very purposeful in getting those cages, and also the hitbox isn't as forgiving when it comes to the swings.
Yeah, I think it's great that you mentioned it. We also saw that happening previously in the Arms Factory matchup, right? Like towards the end game. Seriously, the Goatman skill kind of scales down coming towards the end game because you can't do the double cage as easily as you can before because of the nerfs. So now that we're in a big mech like this, picking a Goatman, yeah, it's still a BO1 hunter. We accept that, but would it be enough? Because Goatman, we know that outside of the cage, the hit damage is just not as much as within the cage itself. And these are players that can tank a lot of hits.
Yes. Yeah, so out of cage hits would definitely be in favor of the survivors. So it seems like the same type of spawn location, giving Dark the big boat, while Ginger is going to take the small boat, Rapido taking the shack area, while Scott right at the center there towards the, I'd say, front gate is going to just be closest to the first kiter. And looking at the persona builds, Ling Ame going with a very aggressive start here with the abnormal. So hopefully we'll see that in action, because ciphers are kind of spread apart here at Lakeside Village.
Yeah, it's quite spread apart, but he's near the Gardener and the Puppeteer, so let's see how this is going to work out, whether the abnormal is going to be put into use. Now, this is going to be day one, match 2, round 1, first half of this IT Survivors versus DM Hunter. My name is Jojo, and joining me is Posh Spice, and we'll be bringing the live commentary of this match.
Ling Ame on the Goatman, making sure that he's gonna run his routes here. Already spotting out Scott, the Gravekeeper. So just forcing the Gravekeeper in a shovel can cancel it. It's all good, but at least you force a little bit of shovel. That's what you kind of want to do if you chase the first rescuer. But now it seems like Dark might be in the vicinity. Well, Cypher Progress slowly but surely are moving. So Dark might have to take this kite here at this area, and trying to hide, but Ling Ame already spotting out Dark.
Exactly, and now able to kite within the cages itself. Might be able to kite out this cage and still registers that first hit. But regardless, there was so much time bought within the cage itself.
It was, and the thing is, Dark is that psychologist, so can tank those 3 hits, but has to make sure that the stress does wear out, because the stress played into factor in the previous match. Second hit real quick from that, it's actually really close from that first hit, so it was really stacking this up. And it's quite unfortunate if the psychologist does fall here, because once the rescue does happen, psychologist does not have that much skills to work with to rebound kites. So now Dark has to provide enough time for his team to make the Cypher pop happen and for the rotations to happen. Ling Ame gonna down the psychologist.
Alright, so that's going to be the first down within the first minute and a half. Now looking at our Cypher progress, it's looking pretty healthy, although we would like to see it a little bit better. And Gravekeeper has that wanted order and will be coming for this rescue. Ling Ame trying to potentially prevent this one.
Yeah, just gonna try to cut off any grounds from being covered by Scott. He's gonna actually block off put 2 cages, allowing the Gravekeeper to pop out of shovel form. Scott, though, gonna be put in another cage and unable to actually get through the pallet, but this opens a backdoor rescue. Dark moving away from the shore area just so that Rapido can go for that Cypher rush. But still, it's still looking quite even. Unless Dark gets caught out here, that's going to be a little unfortunate. But it seems like Ling Ame really knows where the psychologist is running towards.
Yep, able to put the first cage, but seems like he kind of did lock himself within here.
Wow.
Just regardless, Ling Ame with this meticulous cages. And looking at our ciphers once again, totaling up is 3 ciphers. Still not quite enough. I think there were certain pauses when it comes to the cipher progress from the Gardener during the chairing time, but as of now, not too optimal for IT Survivors.
Yeah, so they did prioritize healing up the Gravekeeper, and now this is where the abnormal comes online. So that 3 ciphers went down, 2 being completed, 1 at 80%. But now Scott forcing out a hit here. He does have, another cage. Watch out, the rescue does happen though. So great timing on that rescue by Scott, but he's just gonna focus down onto Dark because Dark is already on his death chair.
Ling now able to do the back leap, getting that hit onto the psychologist. Now, this back leap was great, and we did see that Ling wanted to do this exact same pattern onto the Gravekeeper rescue, wanted to potentially prevent a rescue or a terror shot rescue, but unfortunately that did not happen to Ling's favor. So when it comes to the idea, I love it, but execution-wise, just really unfortunate.
Yeah, and looking at the survivors' resources, Gravekeeper has no more shovel, but they do have 2 ciphers remaining. Abnormal is about to come online after 40 seconds, and now it seems like Puppeteer will be taking this next kite. Just has to make sure he times the cage well once that puppet expires. He's trying to block him off, able to do so, and now just gets a regular hit, but he's already at half health.
That's crazy. We do see the minor details coming from Lin Ame, and that's exactly what we like to see from the Goatman here. Now, Scott, able to run free as of now, love the communication coming from ID survivors, able to preemptively tell their teammates to get to safety so it prevents a free hit or wastage of resources. Now, Gravekeeper, is he going to be opening up the the chest here?
Yeah, it seems like he's just still waiting. We're still waiting to see if they're going to confirm an item or not. Double cage just to find the Puppeteer, the weakest, I'd say the one that's most damaged in this lineup. So 1 hit will be downing this Puppeteer, but you just have to wait for him to get out of puppet form and gets that hit. Note that this does open up the cipher progress to move. I believe one is at Big Bow and the other one is on the other side. Now this is going to be a little tough. We have the trait swap already. He switched towards that teleport. So will Ling Ame go for the teleport? It seems like he's waiting for the right opportunity to do so to see if the ciphers are shaking.
Yeah, so they will definitely, I'm pretty sure, coming for this rescue because Cypher's just not enough and they need to buy some time. Now, I gotta acknowledge Ling Ame's cage placement just now. That was insane. He slammed, because the placement of the cage, right, it forced the Puppeteer to slam that pallet down and automatically, teleport to the front of the pallet and allow Ling Ame to get that free hit. So, I really love Ling Ame's Goatman. I can see why this is one of potentially his specialty pick here. But now Ginger coming in for the rescue.
Yeah, so I like the communication, like you pointed out. It seems like the survivors, the bubble timing as well, but the cage is going to stall a little bit of time. He's going to put another cage just to buy some more time, and Puppeteer, unfortunately, about to expire. Oh, wow, gets the speed boost. Can he make it in time, though, Jojo?
Can he make it? Oh my goodness! It prevents a rescue! Now Puppeteer will be flown back to the manor, whereas Ginger in a lost situation. Scott is still trying to push for that last cipher. Ling Ame, is he gonna check this person here? Or is he just gonna place this person down and go for the teleport? It seems like he's just gonna play this safe as of now. Yeah. Share the person first and then teleport. Ling Ame.
I think that was the right call, considering that they both have borrowed time just for that endgame pop. And wow, a teleport to the bottom part, and now we see that the Gravekeeper unfortunately has no items. He's fully healed though, so Scott unfortunately is kind of in a checkmate scenario here. Trying to go again, it's so hard if you're in that shore area, but just like that, Ling Ame trying to go for that swing. Cage is about to expire, but we're gonna see a little bit of pop off here on both Ling Ame and Scott. But yeah, it is a checkmate already. The surrender is gonna happen for Ling Ame to secure himself that 5-point game for DM.
Yeah, and that's exactly what the word says on the screen. A flawless play coming from Ling Ame there. And this is why potentially the Goatman was being picked here. We did see a lot of comments coming in from the live chat that this was a heavy opera singer counter, but just when you thought it's gonna be an opera singer, Ling Ame pulls out a Goatman, crazy cage placements, and fast downs on the survivors.
Yeah, you saw how well and how timed and how well he was using up the resources of the resentment and not constantly spamming cages, because you can't do that anymore. It's not as forgiving as it was. And like you pointed out, the way he was able to stop the kiting of that Puppeteer, how he was able to body block the Puppeteer from going towards the palleted areas, just shows a lot of expertise on this character for him to get that 5-point game. it was looking real close for the survivors, not gonna lie. They did get one Cypher remaining, but Goatman's meta for a reason, and his late game potential, especially when it comes, I mean, we didn't even see him with detention, and that would be a whole nother puzzle to solve for the survivors.
Yeah, and yeah, speaking of which, right, because of the survivor side, I mean, they did put up a very, very good performance. It's just that when it comes to the Cypher Rush, we don't see that happening very, very well at the start. And when you thought that they're gonna go for that Cypher Rush already, DM's Hunter Ling Ami comes in with that abnormal, destroying all plans that they had. Imagine if Ling Ami did not have the abnormal. Maybe Cypher might be prime, but Ling Ami might be bringing in another trait, maybe a warp or something to really close the distance with the survivors, getting the even faster down.
Yeah.
So looking into our match stats here, we have our Gravekeeper, the rescuer, with the highest decoding of 216.
Incredible, like you said, survivor a display, but unfortunately Ling Ame playing to the conditions very well. I mean, containment time was very good, even though like he was kind of switching targets left and right. He was still able to kind of focus fire and focus his attention on specific survivors just for them to whittle down the resources and ultimately get the victory. And he didn't stick too long for one trait, right? He used abnormal once. I mean, using it twice would be great, but he knew when to switch on over to teleport. And you know when it's a good hunter when he doesn't have to rely on, let's say, like a blink or a warp. He was able to get those downs by just using the cages and really good placements of this Goatman. So shout outs to Ling Ame. He will be heading on to round number 2, giving his team a 5-point game and the lead technically in this match for now.
Yeah, and just to reiterate on the winning conditions, of course, not really winning conditions, but this is a do or die matchup in the BO3 format. If you win, you enter the top 4 and you secure a 2.8k USD prize pool. But if you happen to lose here, that's alright because you gain experience and I think 1.4k USD. So it's definitely not a loss, I would say. And honestly, I think both teams really want to make it up until the very end. And this is still a little bit too early to tell as to whether it's still DM's game or IT's game because we have yet to see IT's Hunter.
Yeah, I'm excited to see IT's Hunter, whether it be Soul or I forgot the other one. But yes, they have 2 hunters on the roster. And also we have this flip up the equation to see the survivors of DM as well. However, they are coming into this with a lot less stress because they just need to get one person escape and they win this entire round. So kind of like how B4U played it with Sprinter, like really setting them up for that victory. But they did go above and beyond. They got that 3-person escape. So I wonder if DM's going to follow suit and not be content with just the tie and go for more.
I think let's aim for the skies. Maybe you might get just something a little bit lesser, but I love to see Soul here because I think if I remember correctly, or Kuro, or did Kuro tell it to me, really forgot, but I think he has a feaster.
Yeah, his first feaster in this matchup. But that's the thing. Are you going to bring it out right away with the picks and bans looking quite strong here? Probably last pick is going to be that Embalmer just to secure that tie. But right off the bat, we see the Magician that received a lot of changes. Well, that received the buff, a really good buff. And the Meteorologist is actually going to be the last pickup here. So going with not a tie heavy lineup, but going with kind of a harass and kite heavy survivor team on GM side.
Yeah, very kite and support heavy coming from DM survivors. We're seeing a forward as a rescuer now coming into B1, so that's gonna be pretty interesting. I'm quite curious to see because usually if you pick forward as a rescuer in BO1, it's probably a specialty character for one of the specific survivors. So I'm curious to see how this long stance is gonna be. We do know that when it comes to forward, in Chinese mainland there is this player that's super good at it, and that person is Iron.
Iron's definitely synonymous to that forward and also the Seer, but Seer always gets banned, so unfortunately no Seers for this matchup. I do see a lot of people in chat kind of hoping that the Seer will be out of ban prison, but he's just quite the meta, always been. However, though, one thing they did bring up is possible Feaster in this matchup, but no, we're going to stick to the metas so far. Maybe when we hit that round 3, Feaster can come online, but for now, we kind of have to respect how the meta is played, and Goatman is definitely prioritized above the rest of the hunters, because Hullabaloo, his changes were quite severe, so I think the more reliable one will be that Goatman.
And yeah, I would love to see how this is gonna be playing out here for Soul. This is my first time seeing Soul's hunter performance here. So with this Goatman, it'll be quite interesting to see as to whether it's gonna be a mirror image of whatever happened in BO1 first half, or is he gonna be showing us something even more domineering than that? Now looking into our small location, we have Magician far away at the small bowl area, whereas the rest of the 3, this is quite interesting small location. One at Big Boat, one that's at the toilet, and one that's at the front gate Big Stone area. So
Yeah.
how do you feel about this one location, Posh?
It seems alright. I would like to see the Puppeteer kind of go towards that shack area, but there were some changes to the side of the map, so maybe it's an okay kiting position. We just have to wait and see. But a difference in terms of trait here, gonna go for a blink. So could have a fast down, or it could be the survivors kind of cypher rushing, but this lineup doesn't really promote that much cypher rush. It promotes like kiting and some rescue comps here on Heian and I Love You Sui, but we just have to wait and see how this one will play out as Soul tries to get that 4K for his team. DM versus I tier day 1, match number 2, round 1, second half, brought to you by Chocho and Poch Spice. We're your commentators for this next match.
Alright, so heading straight for the Puppeteer here. Police Puppeteer with the 3-9. So we'll be able to place the first cage in a whilst time, trying to get the great positioning before he actually plays this first one, because we do know that the resentment, not a lot at the start.
Yeah, so now building up towards 70, there's a good time to build it up, but he just wants to make sure that he gets a hit. Wow, a stray hit as he was dropping down that pallet, so quite unfortunate for Polis in this first kite, and I think he wants to just kite in this part of the map just so he doesn't disrupt any cypher rush from happening. But now first cage does get dropped, forcing the puppet form out, so tanks that hit in puppet form, so great usage of it. However, puppet form is about to expire and the cage is still here. Uses it once again though, just still stays alive, Chocho.
Come on, please. Let's see if he's able to kite it out, but the next cage is already up, and a terror shock immediately coming into the first minute of the game here. Now look at our ciphers, not a lot, and if we're just gonna compare this between this matchup and the previous half of this matchup, I think Soul has a better footing here.
Yeah, this was definitely a really good start. However, though, there is no abnormal, so the ciphers are still gonna move uninterrupted. But DM here gonna force out a blink and a rescue. Tries to go for a stun just to allow Polis to move on along here. Let's see if he will try to chase down, or if he will try to go for another stun, but actually caging him out. So that's actually an excellent play on the side of Soul. So Soul doing a great job thus far, but Polis able to kite out that cage.
Yeah, we're seeing that the forward here is ready for the OB whenever Polis is down. I love the security coming from I Love You see, and now Polis still able to kite it out and able to use the last item, I believe. Now Polis vaulting over this time around with no terror shock.
Yeah, so now getting rid of that pallet could be the difference maker. We're gonna see another cage used here, and now no swing, no puppet form. We see I Love Sui is here. And also Heian is here, so now can get push for the meteorologist. Let's see if a pallet drop is gonna happen. Nice discipline for them just to move on over. So a lot of support here, Chocho, but Cypher Progress not moving that fast though. Wow.
Exactly, and we're seeing the Gale ability coming from the Meteorologist. Great support and forward will be tanking that hit. Let's see if Soul changes target here. It seems like he will. He understands that they are just gonna protect Police all the way. Now, can you say Police with that rebound kite that was insane? That's one. And secondly, he can kite a second skilled Goatman, but not too much of the 0 skilled Goatman, which is crazy.
Yeah. So now I like the switch up here onto the survivors because now they're gonna use the Tide Turner. Wow, able to get that push and now gets the rescue. So Tide Turner's gonna be in effect. Forward can move on away from this side of the map for Hand to pop that Cypher. So they're really playing to their traits very well. Cypher progress is looking quite okay. They just need to get that tie game or at least one man escape for them to be able to get this. And I Love You Sui is going to fall at the windmill area where the Magician is at. There's not going to be any tie turner to use, but that's a pretty good football to work with for them to create that distance.
Yeah, and now we're seeing CC will be coming for the rescue. And looking at the Cyphers, guys, it's almost ready. And Magician's able to buy out enough time here, get that right rescue, and body block one more time because forward does not have 3.
True. Okay, gets the rescue, and now forward can actually use the football just for him to move on along. But as you called out, Magician tanking that first hit, doesn't even need to use it. They pop the last Cypher. It's a 4-man endgame for DM. CC is in the vicinity here, so he's actually going to change target here.
Oh, and the double cage didn't really work out very well for Soul's favor. And now looking at him, his resentment's only at 50. Late game wise is getting really weak, but he's able to get that hit. Is he going to change the teleport now? It seems like he will, but nobody is at the gate. Somebody's at the gate, but the gate's already open. Puppeteer able to escape. Forward is opening the other side of the gate, and Meteorologist, I believe she's still running.
Yeah, Meteorologist is still making his way. It's totally fine. I think CC still has the usage of the exit path. Heian still has a push to... Oh, wait, no. It just seems like Magician is actually being healed up by the cloud here. And now this forces Meteorologist. But Chocho, Hole is left. That means they did play towards that win condition. However, Magician's already healed up. Can they go for more?
Oh... I think maybe if we're looking at the win conditions, DM, they have already secured BO1 with that one escape. Let's see if they want to go for more. Pretty sure forward can get out here. CC, here's the question here, whether he's able to kite it out with no items, no flywheel. It seems like it's a no. And forward, is he coming in?
Oh my god.
Bottom left?
Forward's actually gonna try. No. It's. I think it's too risky. So forward is actually making a beeline towards that gate. He does have football for him to work with. Magician still has not used up his exit path. Oh my god, he's able to catch up to the forward. This is not looking good. If they want to get more, but he's gonna use the football, but he's able to go through. But look at that, the cage, and now the hit. It's gonna be so much survivors down. Magician is up. Magician has to exit here. They need to at least secure that tie. But look at that, DM wanting to go for more. He's going to go for the rescue. And now 2 survivors out. They're going to spread their attention. Forward is eliminated. CC is going to try to go for the other exit gate. Actually, no, the dungeon area, while Heian is making a dash for the front exit.
Yeah, it should potentially secure. Let's see, the Meteorologist with the Gale ability. This is going to be really important, but he still did not, he's already used up his Storm Glass already, so Magician, he's just going to go for the back gate, which should secure the tie game here. Now, coming from DM Survivors, we're seeing them fighting for like a forest kind of vibe, and I love this energy rather than just settling for whatever they have. So, DM Survivors, great job, well done with this tie game against a Goatman BO1.
They were doing this from the beginning with the support onto the first chase, right? So I love this energy. No man left behind, and it really looked sideways. I think they just wanted to make sure that Polis, the puppeteer, gets the exit first, and then they kind of had room to play and try to get more escapes. Yes. But a tie game is still all good. They did deny points from being gained. Could have been a 3-person elimination on Soul's side, and the start was just so good. You pointed it out, Chocho. Compared to the previous round, Soul was able to get the down early on. However, where it kind of changed from, in my perspective, was the mid game when they just kept supporting Puppeteer.
Yeah, and we have seen potentially many other teams when they try to support, it doesn't really go very well, or there's over supporting, then ciphers are not moving. But this is a different case coming from DM Cyphers. It seems to be that their star selling point when it comes to their competition play is that support. We saw the forward support, we saw the meteorologist Gil win ability support, and that's insane. We see Polis with that containment time 129 seconds. We didn't see that coming into the beginning of the matchup. We saw that it was a minute kite, but that rebound kite, that was the important one that helped him survive all the way to the end game.
Yeah, it did. And kind of liking their style. It kind of is a very high risk reward type play style, or maybe we're just not used to seeing this type of support, because this was the right amount, but they were kind of flirting with disaster there because of how Soul was just so good with the cage placements, even able to catch up towards survivors from across that map. So something I do want to point out with Soul is his discipline and wherewithal to not spam cages, which I feel like is kind of the new meta now, or like the new way you have to pilot this hunter, because you can get heavily punished for just constantly spamming cages, which you could afford to do in the previous patch. But right now, you have to be very purposeful in making those double cages, and you have to make sure the down does happen, because a double cage is quite costly for you to build back that resentment. And ultimately, it did kind of pay off on his side. For him to get a tie, it's still all good, kind of still cooking, but we still have to play out that round number 2 to see how these survivors and hunters are going to switch things up.
Yeah, that's gonna be really important. And for Soul's side, I feel like at the start he was very confident, he was doing everything right. But afterwards, yeah, we'll talk a little bit more about that. But right now, let's hit into the highlights and see all the key plays coming from both sides.
And we're back, folks, with round number 2 of this matchup, where we had an intense back and forth where DM takes the victory there on the hunter side, while the survivor side do tie things up. We were talking a little bit about Soul and how he was able to kind of show that discipline on the goat man. But Chocho, I know you're about to finish your thought. Let me know what you're thinking before we head to round number 2.
Yeah, I think so. When it comes to, maybe this is his not when it comes to competitive scene like IVT, we don't see him very often, right? Maybe that's why. But at the start, he was very consistent. We saw a fast down, exact cage placements. But when it comes to forward and meteorologist supporting, he started falling off a little bit, not too sure what to do. And yeah, I think at the back of his mind, he's like, oh, this is so much time being wasted. The ciphers are being pushed at the back as well. And I think that's where the panic really starts to set in. We see a lot of the cage placements not too good. And yeah, Poli is also able to capitalize on that weak spot coming from Soul. And this is just a great display of DM, with the mind games and everything. Great support as well. We've mentioned that over and over again. So excited to see how are they going to be playing in BO2. Are they going to be going support characters again, or are they going to be more focused on kiting characters this time around?
Honestly, I want to see more support. I want to see the batter. I want to see forward's not going to be in the mix anymore. Antiquarian. I want to see some fire investigator plays. Again, it highlights a lot. I know hunter players don't want to see that necessarily, but it's so far in between, especially with the type of OB that we're used to seeing. Just one person, all right, support, then leave. Rescue, tank a hit's fine. But here, at one point, it was 3 people, or 2 people escorting that one survivor that only saw that first rocket chair. And it did prolong the game, but they were still able to manage cipher progress. So I think once they realized, okay, hunter doesn't have abnormal, we forced out the blink, we can kind of support our friend over here and rely on just one person kind of pushing those ciphers. So definitely all for it. However, we did point that Seoul does have that feaster, and I do want to see at least the game number 3 to see if that feaster will come out. But it's looking like DM though, their dream is definitely strong and alive if they're able to get this this victory in round number 2.
Exactly. Yeah, we might be seeing a Feaster coming game 3, but as of game 2 right now, we still have the usual 4 hunters that's available. 2 will be banned out, 2 will be picked from the hunter side. So from the side of Seoul, we'll see what he is comfortable with. If he feels that if Feaster, I think coming into BO2 is a great lineup to go up against, I think it's time for my Feaster to shine in this matchup, then we might probably be seeing that. But as of now, we are still waiting for the map selection. I think that's gonna be an important what do you call it? Criteria as to whether the Feaster might be seen here coming BO2.
That's very true. If it's a huge map, maybe unlikely, but if it's a small map like Arms Factory, maybe Church, it would be actually really cool to see that Feaster come out. And I do want to give a shout out to Whispered Cares, who is a big fan of Peddler. So yeah, unfortunately we won't be seeing Peddler here, but we will be seeing Ever Sleeping Town courtesy of IT. So it seems like IT want to take it to their terms in this matchup. It still has access to the Opera Singer and Ivy if Hullabaloo and the Goatman will be banned out. So it's looking all good. Moonlit River Park does get banned out though. So how you feel about Ever Sleeping Town, Chocho?
Ever Sleeping Town. We love this question, right? We love this question as to how many tram hits are we going to be seeing here.
I knew it.
In IDV history, we have seen the tram being an MVP, right? In IDV history.
That was true.
Exactly, the Chucho train. So we can't underestimate
The
this
Chocho
Chucho
train,
train here. The train here. I'm curious to see as to how both sides are going to be performing here. Ever Sleeping Town, I think the majority of us will agree that is quite survivor sided, not as much to a point like Hospital, that kind of survivor sided, but because of the train,
to some degree,
it allows mobility around the map more easily for the survivors. A lot of kiting areas. So yeah, I think whichever survivor side will be up first, it would be good to at least tie things out. This would be the best chance to do it.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to see that. I think the standard would be banning out Hullabaloo, because Hullabaloo has really good jump spots in this map. But his leaps have been also kind of countered or been changed. Seems like Hullabaloo is gonna be allowed. They actually ban out Clown, which again we've seen in the changes that Clown is a lot more viable in terms of if he gets stunned, he still has his items. He doesn't latch onto the walls as close, so it's totally fine. And now it is the survivors to pick up their survivor characters, which is the first officer, novelist, and the magician. Last but not least, we're going to see the last lock-in for the survivors. But pretty meta, pretty standard fare when it comes to the survivors so far.
And if we're looking into this individually, right, it seems to be that IT survivors, they are gearing up for a hunter that potentially would be tight kiting them. We're seeing the novelist, magician, and the gardener. Now, as for the novelist, we do understand that there is a nerf, right, towards him, whereas the stun, when it comes to the switcheroo, it's a lot shorter. So you got to be really close to the hunter, next to the pallet to get that slam. If not, if your timing is off, you won't be able to get that pallet stun. In fact, you might be able to get a free hit. So this is going to be a very crucial play from IT survivors. I wonder how are they going to be playing this out, but as of now, it is very kite focused in comp.
Yeah, it seems like case for both sides, right? They're either kite focused or support focused. No emphasis on decoders. So hunters are like, if their Cypher Rush is not on point, it's going to be like a 5 to 7 minute game, which allows the hunters to kind of build up that presence, depending on how well the hunter does fare here. And it seems like we're going to go Opera Singer, so Ling Ame still sticking to the playbook of the metas. And in this map, yeah, Opera Singer is quite dominant, has a lot of good spots to jump from, especially in the graveyard area. I think the only open area is in the tram tracks. But if you're in the alleyways, if you're at the center, if you're towards the alleyways, the 11 area, it's really good for the Opera Singer to set up her jump spots there.
Yeah, we're seeing, as mentioned, the opera singer, right? We're seeing a pattern from the NAEU hunters as of now, whereas they go for Goatman, then afterwards they hit for the opera singer. So that could be the pattern that we'll be seeing coming match 3 and 4 later on in the day. But as of our spawn locations, we're having the first officer at the center, being the most dangerous spot, of course. Magician at the geisha area. Novelist at the third tram stop, and Ginger will be right outside the graveyard. Now, Opera Singer is spawning right at the gate area, so Posh first chases.
I think you could definitely go after the either. You can go for Novelist, but if you usually Ginger wants to take this first chase as the gardener, so she can have access towards the graveyard area. I think you pointed it out. All these characters are really kite set heavy. So at least if you're able to dash in onto that gardener, maybe the bubble won't work out quite well. Novelist, though, still has to build up that page, but you're going to be putting yourself in the side of the map where ciphers are going to be open and you're going to leave the graveyard open. So it's either those two for me. But let us know what you think in chat if you are for DM or IT. Shoutouts to Pachi Robbie. Shoutouts to Maneke. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Hua, Just Sinna, who missed Alf. Oh, we do miss Alf too. Caro, also. Shoutouts to each and every one of you. But this is going to be the first half of round number 2.
Exactly, and looking into our persona picks here, Trunk Up Detention, a very standard build for the Opera Singer as well as a Blink. For Survivor side, we're seeing 2 of them on the left with 3-6 and 2 on the right with either 3-9 or 3-12. So this is going to be day 1, match 2, round 2. First half of IT Survivors versus DM's Hunter, and this commentary will be brought to you by Chocho and Posh Pies.
Not wasting any time, it seems like Dark is going to take this first chase, so it is going to be the Novelist. Novelist has to be able to get that book, able to get that slam to start things out. So very proficient on this Novelist despite the changes.
Yeah, great start for IT Survivors. Actually, in fact, with that fast speed coming from Link Army, he was still able to switcheroo and get that hit immediately. But this time round, a little bit unlucky getting that first free hit. But Fly will be up in about 8 seconds. Can he last till then? This area.
Okay, switch, but he's actually still quite close in the shadowed area. He has access, but no. Actually, I think that's okay because he would have flywheeled to an area that doesn't have a pallet, so it's totally fine. Now we're gonna. That was a fast down, Chocho. Not gonna lie, that was in the under 60-second down. Even though it had a good start with that pallet slam, now we're gonna see the territory being built here, forcing out a pocket watch, a little out of distance, but still able to get the hypnotize going on.
And Scott will be able to get the first hit onto him, and now all of them are just half health. IT Duck just running towards the corner. I believe with this play coming from Duck, he's not intending to kite any longer. He's just trying to get away from his teammate Cypher.
Yeah, I think that's the right play with just him playing very conservatively for them to at least focus on decoding. Quite unfortunate that the kite didn't, or the rebound kite didn't last as long, but Rapido can get that rescue going. He does have Tide Turner that can buy some time here. Ling is going to try to make his presence felt towards the center of this map. Unable to use the blink, so they still don't know what trait he has, but we do see that the Magician's already making his rotation to get this rescue going.
Alright. Magician does have a Tide Turner, a Wand as well. This is going to be quite tight. We're seeing that the expiry date of this chair is almost done, but very safe rescue, a free rescue in fact, and now Novelist will be down once again. Unfortunately, we are unable to see Duck with that rebound kite because, as mentioned, this is a very kite heavy team comp. There is not much support coming from any of them, and up until now, Ling still able to hold on to that blink.
Yeah, Dark doing a great job just providing that distance and keeping them away. Cypher progress is looking quite healthy, but now the numbers game can definitely catch up to them because now someone needs to take this next kite while they try to push for the last 3 ciphers. I believe the Gardener is at the 2nd floor. Ling Ame knows this, and he's going to try and force out a drop down, and drops right in front of this Opera Singer, unfortunately unable to get the bubble going. So still holding on to Blink. He's thinking about teleporting, but he will be going for this gardener here at the graveyard area.
And still has a blink to work with.
Wow.
He's able to expand it this time around, but towards the end of the game already. So our Cypher progressed. Both Cyphers are being pushed here, and believe either one of them can come for the rescue. It's just that there isn't any tight turner, and this Gardener is chat deep inside graveyard. Ling Army will be able to scout out in the open right now.
Yeah, nice one. Able to scout, able to use the pocket watch, but has to be very careful here. It seems like the window is too dangerous to actually use, but already knows that Scott is here, able to actually get the rock of the pocket watch. Needs to rescue before half, but the terror shock, Jojo! Oh my goodness, Ling Ame with the timing of a god.
This guy built different. So Ling Ame with the opera singer, we're seeing him really turning tides around. I mean, we saw that somehow maybe survivors had a chance to potentially rebound, but in the moment you felt like you had a chance, Ling Ame coming in with that terror shot rescue, and now it becomes straight away a 4K situation for the survivor side. How are they gonna even potentially get that one escape?
Ling Ame searching for the dungeon, because that is the moral victory situation for IT, but yeah, dire situation, unable to get that rescue going. Now it seems like Ling Ame, I think the Nidus is already propped up in this area. Rapido is...
Oh my goodness!
Chocho, you gotta keep quiet. You gotta keep quiet. You gotta keep quiet. Oh no!
I think he sees the red light!
Oh no! Chat, who ratted him out? Who said that the magician is here, able to actually get the wand going, but this is a checkmate scenario here. If he gets Rapido down in this area, that will be GG's in a 5-point game on Ling Ame's side. So, gonna go for that hit, able to actually hit the clone, but first officer is soon about to expire here.
Yep, and once again, with that convincing
And there you
win
have
coming
it.
from Ling Ame, another 4K game coming this time around from his opera singer. Posh, I'd like you to kind of tell us a little bit about the highlights and lowlights of that match.
Well, the survivors had a really good start once again with how that played out. The novelist was being very tricky, but after the novelist did fall and the rebound kites started happening, it kind of started to play into the hand of the opera singer, because opera singer is able to just really focus his attention on dark at the start. But once he got the 3 ciphers and he got the down onto the gardener, the first domino piece to fall for him for this 5-point game was that terror shock, and it was quite unfortunate that the timing, it was just really in favor. And considering I'm looking at the replay now, or the video, Scott did pop that pocket watch, but unfortunately it was slowly expiring already, and you started to see the first officer get that rescued, and that just gave Ling Ame the wherewithal to just swing and get that terror shock. And yeah, it was a little unfortunate if you're a survivor watching that, but if you're a hunter, you're definitely popping off after that terror shock.
Yeah, this is just insane gameplay coming from Ling. His Goatman is good. Even his opera singer is fantastic. And now looking into our match stats, we're seeing only a 47 seconds of containment time coming from the novelist. And as of the rest, yeah, it's just not that much of containment time going against Ling Ame's opera singer. So it just shows how formidable and how strong his hunter is. His hunters are, and especially on that Goatman and opera singer. So curious to see how Ling Ame is going to be performing here, if we're going to be seeing a round 3, or if not, if DM is going to be winning this series, what is he going to be playing tomorrow?
Yeah, and the thing is, Chocho, if Soul's going to be playing, he needs to, at the very least, get a 4K just for them to force that round number 3, and that's only going to tie. So, big task ahead of our friends at IT. Ling Ame not pulling back any punches with the meta hunters, so shout outs to him. He just has to wait and see how his survivor team is going to do, because they just need to play that 1 win condition, which is just 1 survivor escape. They haven't used the embalmer just yet, and I wonder now, Chocho, because this is DM survivors, they're really, I mean, they showed that they love the support strat, right? Are they still going to play to that, or are they going to kind of save, some X factor picks, or save some strategies for tomorrow? Because that's something that they can do, because they just need 1 person escape.
All right, so I understand. So currently, right, Dream, they're actually, they're one of their foot is already inside the top four already. They need another both feet to be inside top four as of now. So to end this stably, I would suggest Decode Heavy
What
Team
would you
Com.
suggest? Decode Heavy.
Decode Heavy
so
Team
what are we
Com.
talking here? Who do you want to see? Who do you want to see?
If Mac is out, Mac. If Prison is out, Prisoner. I feel like this two, as of now, pretty strong in terms of their decoding progress. It's pretty good. But if they're gonna be going for support heavy again, I feel like we might be seeing the Fire Investigator. We've been seeing quite good plays coming from Fire Investigator at this map itself. So DM Survivors. Are they gonna be playing with fire here, or are they gonna add insult to the injury and seal the deal here?
I would definitely love to see that decoding lineup. I mean, if you pair up the mechanic with Embalmer, if you pair up the mechanic with other survivors, also with just adding an extra body on the floor there would be definitely hard for the Hunter to kind of control the pace of that match, especially prolonging that end game. This also kind of flips the script to Soul. If Soul could bring out his first or his feaster, his first feaster, that could be really good. But feaster not really 4K, but it definitely could give us a show. So that's something that could we could take note of, because unfortunately, Chocho, this is a single elimination tournament. So you kind of want to go out with a bang here, or you want to give us something to remember. So I wonder what the mentality is coming into this for IT and what Hunter they're going to be using.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I would love to see Soul play the Feaster here, really just play all out, show people what you've got. But then again, if DM Survivors pick out the Explorer, and Explorer with that buff, the tentacles are unable to spot out where the nearest survivor, aka the Explorer is, then that's where it get really tricky.
That's true. Oof. And that's kind of playing to the strategy of just getting one person out. This is a tough situation to be in IT, so hope you guys could give that support to IT, because they're fighting for the tournament lives. Well, Dream, they hit the snooze button. They're still dreaming, folks. They're not waking up just yet. They're still living that dream. I know me and Chocho wanted to hit that snooze button this morning, but we got to watch these matches, folks. And it seems like IT's Soul coming back into the mix, banning out the mechanics. So knows that they kind of want to play to that strategy or that strength, and just takes it out of the table.
And we are seeing that the Meteorologist is still available. We saw Heian's Meteorologist previously.
Wow.
And the Gil win ability is so freaking good. His support is insane, okay, guys? So Heian with this Meteorologist, I definitely do agree that they should be taking out here. As for the Novelist, we didn't see much success coming in the BO2 first half. So curious to see how DM Service is going to be executing this Novelist, and Gravekeeper getting picked up.
Wow. Yeah, we talked about the changes of Gravekeeper. I think with the Novelist in the first half, we only saw it once at the start when he did get that pallet slam, but after that, we didn't really see any. Well, we did see another switch that did happen, but it was kind of out in the open, so the hit happened in that right after that ability, so not much value in that sense. And a Lucky Guy to top it out, and we talked about how Lucky Guy received some changes. No more syringes when you don't need it. It seems like you can get 100% items if you want to, and a coin toss when it comes to those S tier items like a coordinator gun, a mechanic bot, so they can still wish for a mechanic bot and add another body into this matchup. But depending on what Soul brings to the table, he needs to get a 4K to stay alive, or keep his team alive in this tournament.
Exactly. And looking into our server team com, right, we are seeing a support coming from Meteorologists and solo kiting coming from Lucky Guy and Novelist. So not too much of the decoding that we're seeing here. I guess they don't really want to pick up a decoder here. Not because they don't want to seal the deal, but maybe because they do feel that maybe when it comes to having a decoder in the team, it creates a weakness spot. Because decoders like that, they don't have the best kiting potential, and maybe they do want that.
Yeah, because once you have a decoder on the team, it's kind of like you have you paint a target on your back. And Chocho, I know you can speak from experience as an explorer main. You're the juiciest target if a hunter does want to find you first, but they have to find you first. That's the thing. Here, they don't even allow that to happen because it's not even viable. But we're going with the breaking wheel. Fast and Furious, family first. Tell me about the changes of breaking wheel and your reaction to this, because this is definitely a 4K hunter.
Breaking wheel. I mean, I understand how this is potentially supposed to go. The breaking wheel. Give me one moment while I whip out my notes. Breaking wheel.
Actually,
when it comes to him,
we did. Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Yeah, when it comes to him switching from will to human form, the cooldown has been shortened to only 5 seconds, and the threat throwing is a lot faster now when it comes to the spear throwing, and the trap duration is unfortunately shorter now. It won't stay there as long. So that is the adjustment made to the breaking wheel. It's considered a buff to him, but will it really change anything here? I'm not too sure. We'll have to see whether the DM service is prepared for this, whether they brought those flywheels.
They need to bring those flywheels just for them to survive here. But this does scream that 4K. I will bring up a point that Nell mentioned during our study session, is that I think when it comes to the breaking wheel traps, that's well and good, but something that could really bring him above everyone else is if he's able to get those extended spikes faster, or if he's able to get the maneuvering or the sharp turns even better, because ultimately that's how he gets the points down, or that's how he gets the survivors down. If he gets the spikes, if he's able to make usage of that wheel form. But folks, here we have it: insolence and trump card. No, oh yeah, trump card and blink. Sorry, I didn't see that because the head was kind of blocking it. So no detention here, really all gas, no brakes type of build on Soul's side. Well, we do have this pretty standard build of how we saw in the first matchup: 2 tide turners, and we have a kiting build on Polis and I Love You Sui. In this matchup, DM versus IT. IT's potential last stand here. Soul needs to get a 4K to stay alive in this tournament, while DM needs 1 survivor out. That's Chocho. I'm Potch Spice. We are your commentators for this matchup.
Do or die situation for Soul. Is he able to get that 4 elimination that he desperately needs? Now, I Love You Sui will be able to do this first kite here. The lucky guy has a football to work with against a breaking wheel.
Ooh, that was close, but man, he's really kiting it close to this window. Able to get that first spike, that's so important. And now the second spike, it seems like he's gonna try to get it, but this is what's so hard. Now able to get it, so that snap can work, but you pointed it out. He can use that football, able to go through the window. That was so close to I Love Sui. Now, one hit, he will be falling down, but he uses that football just to create that distance, and now just drops on through here. No blink just yet, so he's doing a great job, and Cypher progress is moving quite well here, Chocho.
Yeah, definitely. And this is a great start coming from DM service as of now, because one moment he's just gonna blink and I was usually just gonna be down here. Now blink has been expanded here, another trap, and flywheels through the trap as well.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Able to get through to this pallet, and Gravekeeper is here as well, so we can try and go for the burst that he does have just to provide that distance. So excellent start. I Love Sui doing an amazing job thus far. Gravekeeper not going to use any of his stun ability just yet. And I Love Sui continuing to maintain here. Polis in the mix here. Gonna go for the pallet slam.
Girl, that is so fantastic. I love the support coming from DM servers every single time. They perfectly execute those stuns, and that's what we expect from DM servers moving on from here, of course. But I don't use it. Still surviving. You know, their last hope, no more flywheels to work with, no items. How long more can he kite here? Seems to be that he will be down here finally, but that's a 3 Cypher kite posh.
3 Cypher kite up against the breaking wheel. This is where breaking wheels can come online, and luckily he's already got his extended spikes, but CC is already here. Luckily he does not have that wanted order, and also the Gravekeeper in shovel form is actually a really good counter to that breaking wheel. Polis now has to be able to kite out here in the open. Nice flywheel just to avoid that spike. We do see that CC is already getting the rescue. I Love Sui knows what he has to do, has to be able to provide enough distance here just so that the Cyphers can go uninterrupted. Gets the gets the trap. The last effort is gonna pop, and now he's just gonna move towards this cornered area.
And it seems to be that Soul will be going for that Cypher control now. He's not going to care about the lucky guy on the floor. Now we do know that he has a very good usage of this Meteorologist and the Storm Glass, so the Gale ability will be seeing that potentially. We're looking on the bottom left, he is looking backwards, and Soul is committing to Hien.
Okay, so this allows the lucky guy to get healed up, and this does attack one of the Cyphers. He's just gonna go for the push. Doesn't even want to go for that pallet slam, just providing that distance. But Meteorologist one hit away from actually falling down, gets that trap, and Meteorologist has fallen. But the distance has been provided for them to actually push for the last two Cyphers to happen. And the Rescuer is still the Gravekeeper, and he's still all healed up. Lucky Guy does have that Wanted Order now, and he does have that Mechanic Bot to kind of help them add more pressure. But so far, one more Cypher remains. It's the one that the Meteorologist was working on. So you gotta give it up to DM with their support meta, able to actually get a rescue under the nose of Soul.
Yeah, and
and just goes for that snap immediately.
Now, our last Cypher is that one over there, 89%, and Soul still has a trump card to work with, but they've already started on their 6th Cypher push, so... Ooh. Still really forcing this?
Switches abnormal. Oh my god, they really want to force it. They just go straight abnormal, and now that's gonna buy him enough time, but pallet slam onto the Novelist.
On the bottom left, we are seeing the lucky guy getting healed up there. DM7 is very tricky when it comes to situations like this now. 6th Cypher is being worked on by... I can't see the name, but it's alright, it's alright. Hien. Yeah.
Ian, as Meteorologist, working on that Cypher. We do see that the Novelist is here just to try and provide that support. Two people are trying to attack this rocket share just for them to get the attention away from this lucky guy. Gravekeeper trying to block here, able to actually get a hit, and now unfortunately the lucky guy gonna get snapped. He's gonna get picked up. Last Cypher is about to pop. They're gonna try to play to their win conditions. Gravekeeper's already healed up. Exit gates are open. No detention onto the Hunter's side. Hien not going for the exit gate just yet, but they just need one person out, and DM are gonna win this matchup. Whoa, did he get hit? He got hit by the tram!
Tram MVP as usual now. So able to get that basic hit onto him, but still not enough to down him. Novelist has 2 spikes. The other gate is being opened by Meteorologist, which at least helps him guarantee a 1 escape, which is that win condition for DM survivors.
Yep, and CC use nice snap just to get him out of the out of the shovel form, but playing to their win conditions, they've already got the exit gate open. It is just CC buying time here to see anything can go for that the dungeon escape, Chocho. It could be possible for them to be able to get the dungeon escape, but they're actually not at the exit. Oh wow, able to actually get it. Oh my goodness, a 3-person escape. DM, ladies and gentlemen, holy smokes, congratulations. Putting our jaws on the floor with their team coordination.
Literally, putting me on the edge of my seat here. DM survivors, they don't fail to surprise us, seriously. I mean, with that amazing gameplay, great kite, great mechanical skills from each and every one of their members. Like, you would think, okay, maybe there might be certain weak spots here and there from someone, but there was none. Absolutely none. You have the Meteorologist. Pretty insane, and I think teams that's going to be going up against DM maybe tomorrow need to potentially think about banning out this character. Really.
Yeah, it's just incredible. Like both factions shined on DM's side, and I really love their survivor playstyle. I mean, it's very fan friendly, and they really go all out with the support. And you could say that the over support is there, but they cover their ciphers very well, even though that they were trying to force that cipher when they realized the abnormal was popped already. So it's like, okay, we don't want to force this. It's totally fine. We open up another cipher, and they're really good at knowing when the over support is happening, and they just kind of rely on just one person to kite, and it all relies on that first kite. That lucky guy first kite was actually really good for them to build up that confidence, for them to be able to go for the not really over support, but just that support from DM.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say also, like just now, I was used to it, right, with the lucky guy and the forward ball, I was thinking like, against a breaking ball, a forward ball, is that really the most optimal choice? Maybe a perfumer would be good. But afterwards, he really did prove me wrong there. I saw the efficient use of the forward and I was thinking, wait, this guy, it seems to be that he is the forward from BO1. That forward that stunned the hunter and repeatedly against the Goatman. That's exactly him. So, which explains why the forward ball was being chosen by the lucky guy. It's us, same item but on a different character. So
True,
I guess that's where his comfort
so
point
technically
is.
still a forward, right? Yeah.
Still a forward.
Oh, and so yeah, still a forward, regardless of whatever. It's just a different skin, but able to actually get it. So here we have it, folks. The match stats. Again, a lot of containment time on CC and I Love Yusui. And a lot of decoding. Like, the decoding progress is just so good as well that allows them to have this type of containment time. And you got to give it up to IT on both Survivor side and Hunter side, specifically Soul, right? He knew the assignment. He needed to get a 4-man elimination. He went for the breaking wheel, which is an all or nothing type of Hunter. And he even brought a very aggressive build just so that he can be able to not even account for endgame and make sure that he's going to down as much as he can. So shout outs to IT. They will be ending their tournament run at this spot in the matchup, but they do get a consolation prize of at least 10k Chinese yuan, and they did get that exposure and that I'd say matchup knowledge. So hopefully we'll see more of IT in future tournaments.
Yeah, and as for DM, congratulations once again. They will be heading into the top 4 matchup tomorrow. As of now, this is just looking fantastic for DM survivors and also their hunter side. But Posh, big question. Who do you think the MVP is going to be?
I mean, I think it might have to be Ling Ame with how well the hunter did play that, but you got to give it up to the survivors as well of the team. So, I mean, I Love Sui is really. I mean, the survivors really shined. You could even say that CC did very well as the rescuer of that lineup. So, for me, maybe it's I Love Sui. But how about you? I Love You, Sui.
I was thinking between two. Either Hien with the meteorologist, or I Love You, Sui with that forward or lucky guy. I feel like those two, if we could give 2 MVPs, it would be the 2 of them. I feel like they come in a pair. So I really like how their synergy is as a team. It's really incredible for me to witness that. Usually when it comes to teams, because they keep changing players, it's very hard to get the kind of synergy, the kind of support heavy plays that we saw just now, which works perfectly for them. So as of now, since you said I Love You, Sui, for survivors, I would say Hien.
Hien. Yeah, that's actually a really good survivors. But you can make a case for any of these survivors, to be honest. So, well-deserved, well-earned on both sides. I believe we are getting confirmation that we will be interviewing CC from DM. So do get your questions ready, folks. We'll ask about 3 or 4 questions for CC, because I'm pretty sure DM's got to rest up because they got an... I think if we know the bracket, they'll be facing B4U tomorrow. Ooh, that's gonna be very interesting. So, right? I believe if that's how the brackets are gonna play out, so it's gonna be quite interesting to see that stylistic matchup happen. So, yeah, shout outs to DM. We got to give them their flowers and their congratulations. Job's not over yet because tomorrow they will be in the top 4, fighting for the grand final spot. For tonight, though, they definitely made a lot of fans out of the people watching. And I'm sure everyone's going to tune in tomorrow to see how Dream for you, DM is going to keep their dreams alive.
Yeah, this is going to be, it's going to be for you, right? We call it really the NAEU winner, the kings of the kings. They really do take every single matchup back home with that winner matchup champion trophy. So against B4U, we saw how a dominating performance coming in today's match number 1, where you and Nello commentated. And we also saw the very convincingly as well, 2-0, exact same format.
Yep. So it's really shaping up to be an interesting day for day number 2. So, I mean, we've said this before that each region is kind of popping off, but more so with NAEU, because we always talk about B4U. and then Omni started, writing their own chapters in their story in this matchup or in this region. Hopefully we're going to see another one to kind of contest and for them to be able to establish their own name and be another type of team that we always look forward to seeing. So maybe DM could be that team. So definitely a fan-friendly style. And here we have the MVP, none other than Ling Ame on the Goatman, which again, it could be the opposite, could be that Goatman, but he performed very well. But shout outs to the other survivors as well. CC, I Love Sui, Hyan, and missing one more, but shout outs to them because they also deserve their flowers and their praise as they are the victors in this matchup.
Yeah, and this is a very well-deserved win and also MVP from Ling Ame. Consecutive 4K matchups with the Goldman, followed by the Opera Singer with that terror shock, denied rescue, by the way. So, as of now, condition of these players are super good, but let's head into the interview phase and see the player CC.
Yeah, so let's get on over it. Congratulations, CC. Hello, thank you so much for joining us in this interview. First of all, how is the team feeling now that you guys have qualified for the top 4?
Wow, we're really happy and we're really excited because to be honest, our team DM was actually formed just 2 weeks before the registration of IVT, so it was kind of in a rush for us to do the registration, find the cooperation between the survivors and the practice between hunters. So we had never thought that we could go so far. So it's really really good news for us.
Nice. 3 weeks. That's insane. That's awesome. Chocho, you gonna follow it up?
Of course. I really wanted to ask regarding the BO1 matchup at Lakeside, right, for the survivor side. We saw that initially police had a early down, but follow up we saw the forward and meteorologist support. Like, what was the game plan for DM survivors?
Yes, the actual game plan, because we were thinking that IT Soul may pick Goldman for the BO1. So we were thinking about like strong kiting. For example, you have the Wendy, we have magician, so we have the puppet, and just in case something happened, then that's where our rescuer plus harasser forward comes up. Because we know that when the cage is put up by the Goldman, but with 2 survivors in the cage, the cage length time would be shorter than 9 seconds. So that is our plan to just having a dual kiting instead of a solo kiting.
Okay, nice. It really paid out very well with how that match went. One thing we did notice is DM love that support, love that harass heavy type of lineup. Can we expect that from you guys coming into the top 4 without revealing too much? Or can we expect a little more variety or more support? Like,
yes, I mean, like Sui, Police, Hien, they are really awesome players, and even Ling Ame, they are really amazing players. So who knows? Maybe we're hiding something. So you guys will know.
All right, I look forward to that.
Yeah, and last question. So tomorrow you'll be facing your opponents already. Out of the rest of the teams, and also including P4U that has already qualified together with you guys, EM, who are you most excited to face for tomorrow's matchup?
I mean, B4 is a really strong team, and it's quite a long team that has been playing in North America, Europe servers. So everyone in their team is strong enough. So I mean, everybody we're excited to face against.
Okay, last one for me, CC. You have the mic. Any shout out or message you want to give to the fans or people that support DM? You have the floor.
Well, thank you for the support, and we will do our best.
Okay, CC, thank you so much. That was an incredible performance. Do rest up very well, and we'll see them tomorrow. But man, I love how they kind of broke down the strategy. There is a method to the madness, and he knows, like, okay, 2 cages, it's fine, or like a cage and we have 2 people there, we can go for the support. So folks, that was an intense match. We're going to take a very short break to check the highlights, but we'll see you for match number 3. Peace.
My mask still fits, I barely breathe.
They beg for truth, I sell what they need. Take a bow, going out with a bang. Pull the gun, I call the grave. Spin the tale and played it brave. Call my shot, I bend the rules. Killed the truth, just gave them what they all been
Let the stage rewrite the scene. Watch the truth fall in between. I built a rain hard to tame. 'Cause I was born without the shame. Lights go down, claim my crown.
He pulled the trigger, but I played the game. I burned the script, the crown, the king. Feel the crowds, feed the flame. Stage itself's a twisted frame. Bury the past to walk this fame. You wanna show what you gotta do is call my name.
Let the stage rewrite the scene. Watch the truth fall in between. I built a rain hard to tame.
Feel the crowds, feed the flame. Stage itself's a twisted frame.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever. In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth. Beware the moon.
Gentlemen, welcome back to IdentityV Tournament IVT for the NAE region day number 1. My name is Chocho, and joining me is Nello Mello this time around, and we'll be bringing you the live commentary for match number 3. Calm down, Nell.
I just feel like the more I'm here, the larger my face becomes. But thank you for bringing me back. Yeah, I know, right? We're so close. I wonder how close we are. But whatever it is, thank you for having me back. And right now, it's my pleasure to bring you the team roster of KON. Your neck is your weakness, and it's mine too. Sounds like a vampire quote. But the hunter is going to be Ching H, FY, and the survivors are going to be SSL, Loki, Travis, Rum, Shevchenko, and this team will be coached by Knight. So super excited to see Ching H in action. Super excited to see the survivors in action. And up next, that's going to be Omni.
Omni, we have familiar faces here. We have the Hunter Pitstopper. And for Survivor side, we have Aqua, Fluff, Lays, Juan, and Sensei. For coach, we have Agramon, and manager, we have Yuki. So a lot of familiar faces coming from Omni's side. Previously, they've also qualified, I think, was it 2 years back, for the COA?
They did.
7.
7, 8, 9.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Too many numbers to remember. But they did qualify, which clearly shows when it comes to the work of experience. I believe Omni will have a better standing compared to KON. But we cannot forget about KON's Hunter, Ching H. We gotta give it to him because previously he was in B4U, followed up by FCN. Then he went ahead to ACT, which is the Chinese mainland team, and then afterwards RM, which is the NAEU team, and now finally at KON. This is going to be his final settling spot here. But we will be seeing the map selection here. Now, do you want to bring us through it?
Yeah. Ever Sleeping Town will be banned by KON. Probably doesn't want to bring the tram factor into the mix. And Omni's going to go for Leo's Memory. So this is going to be a really nice map to see the Explorer, if we get to see Explorer, simply because it's such a white map. Such a good place to hide, right? So yeah, right. So super excited to see this map in action. This map isn't played enough. I used to not like this map, but now I think I like it, simply because I can just play Explorer and hide. So I think that's a good map. But Chocho, it's a pretty good map after all. It's a Christmas map, and I'm super excited to see what Omni has in store here, because the golden rule of playing as a survivor, you hide first, right? You don't run first, you don't do anything first, you just hide first. Either you hide first, you rotate first, and then you get run. Once you get discovered, then you run. So maybe the game plan here is to hide, but that doesn't seem like Omni style, right, Chocho?
Omni's style is really facing up front with whatever hunters that they bring up to the table here, and we are seeing Ching H that's coming up here, which is a very strong hunter, previously in ACT, by the way. So we can't belittle, even though KON might not be like a very common household name from the NAEU side, right, that really represents NAEU, but Ching H itself, this hunter is pretty crazy. So I think Omni survivors, they do have a certain level of stress when it comes to going against Ching H. But looking into our character selection here now, we have the Gravekeeper once again in BO1, followed by Puppeteer and Psychologist. How do you feel about this?
I feel, if I'm the hunter, I will feel pretty depressed because they are all very tanky, Puppeteer and Psychologist are tanky. And then the Gravekeeper has a shovel to block damage. And now there's even a Novelist to make my life harder, right? So if I'm a hunter, I'll be pretty depressed. But it is a pretty good composition up against generally a lot of hunters, right? Basically anything that allows you to take more hits, that would be pretty good. But like what you said, the hunter is not just any random hunter. It's Ching H. And in the words of Migente Latino, the language of Migente Latino, that's a local hunter right there. Ching H, that's a crazy hunter. That's what I mean. So Omni right here, experience meets seasoned hunter. Experienced survivor meets seasoned hunter. Who will come on top? I guess we'll have to wait to find out, Chocho.
We definitely have to. We do know that Ching H has Night Watch, Wax Artist, and Bloody Queen up in his arsenal, but we also do know that as of now, the pattern that we're seeing from the hunters, it will be a Goatman incoming BO1, followed by the Opera Singer in BO2. So it might be following that same format. We might be seeing a Goatman here, but it's quite curious to see Ching H banning out the Toy Merchant, but the Dream Witch pick coming BO1.
Wow, this is such an interesting pick, right? Because a lot of these characters don't go down that easily, and you're playing into tanky characters, which is not exactly what Dreamwitch players love, right? Because Psychologist counters Dreamwitch, right? And the reason why I say it counters, guys, is because the Patroller Bite. Usually you get the hit first, then you settle with a Patroller Bite, probably from the spawn, from from the follower, leech follower, and then from the main follower as well. But then again, you have that third hit you have to worry about, so probably wouldn't be the best choice. I'm not sure.
I really understand where you're coming from, actually, because I mean, from Chinghe's side, I totally forgot that he has that Dream Witch up his arsenal. This Dream Witch is very, very good, and I believe Omni survivors, they have done their research on Chinghe, and this is that team comp they want to go up against that Dream Witch to make it difficult for Chinghe to get that first down, to have to get a lot of hits before he can finally down Cypher, and this time that's being brought out here will allow Cyphers to move on. So looking into our spawn locations now, we have the Puppeteer right at the center. And looking into our personas wise, we have Trump Card Detention as well as the Patroller, a standard build from our Dream Witch player here, Chinghe. As for Survivor side, they have a standard, all of them have 3 except for Puppeteer, and there is 2 Tide Turners on the table. So now this is going to be day 1, match 3, round 1. First half between Omni Survivors versus Sync AON's Hunter, and this commentary will be brought to you live by Chocho and Mellow Mellow.
All right, Chinghe trying to find that first target, already spots that footprint, but obviously Chinghe has someone else in mind, and that's going to be Lace. Qinghwan setting his sights onto the psychologist. Not exactly the best first target, but it's okay. At least she does not have any skill sets to kite, right? So it's basically just being tanky, but oh no, a preemptive drop, but Chinghe follower just went through, and that's a free hit, Chocho.
Yeah, Lace, I think he wanted to stun that that leech, but it didn't really work out to his favor here. And now able to get that
so
leech
fast.
hit. Yeah, pretty fast into the game, I agree now. And still, Patroller still not being used. So this is a pretty bad start, I believe, for Omni survivors.
Lace probably needs some time to warm up a little bit, but you can see that the leech is already following Lace. So now it's just a matter of time before the Patroller comes. Yum yum goes the Patroller, that's it. And one more tick bite. I don't think he'll be able to make it to it. Yeah, he's not going to be able to make it to the pallet to reset the bite. And he's going to be that first survivor down by Omni. And the timing's pretty good as well. No sliver of stress as well. So Chinghe, off to a pretty good start. But Chocho, 1 minute 22 seconds in, the ciphers are looking really fast for some reason.
Yeah, it's very fast. It's a pretty fast decoding team com. And as of now, Juan is not being denied of this rescue, able to easily maneuver towards Lace at the chair area. So as of now, it seems to be that a safe rescue and even a body block. So things are looking pretty optimistic for Omni servers as of now. You mentioned Cypher progress is super fast, and Lace does not have any items to work with. We'll be able to get that leech hit though, so that would force the hunter to leech onto him. Maybe the person that's coming for the rescue will not be getting a leech moving forward.
Yeah, where Lace falls is very important as well, because you don't really want to fall near where your survivors are decoding those ciphers, right? So a good job trying to run away as far as possible. There's one cipher nearby in the shack that's being decoded, and that's exactly where Chinghe is going to put Lace. So you do not want to disrupt your teammate cipher. The 4th and 5th cipher are almost non-existent. So this is getting a little bit scary, Chocho, because yes, 3 survivors are up and healthy, but your ciphers are not really moving.
Yeah, and if you guys are watching this closely, Chinghe is trying to create a 3-line cipher here at this side of the map to force them to not be able to decode and create a situation that's ideal for him late game. So now able to prevent that rescue here, Aqua will be that next line of target here. Chinghe does not have any Patroller to work with as of now, but I believe that's the last fight.
Oh, okay. Surviving. I mean, even if he gets hit, it's fine. He still has the puppet form to work with, right? So at least that will help him. Surviving that bite is very crucial. Aqua, the second kite is very important. Chinghe is like, wait a minute. He's like, where's he going actually? But right now, the third and fourth cipher are going to be moving a little bit. And that's the thing, right? Going up against a Dream Witch, you do not want to give free hits to Dream Witch. You do not want to be caught with a leech on, with half health. That's exactly what you do not want to be caught with. But right now, the leech onto Aqua, that's going to be a little bit scary here. Just following until Puppet forms over. But that's going to buy a lot of time for Omni.
So much time, and we see why the Puppeteer is such a popular BO1 and BO2 pick because of how so much sustain coming from this character. And now we see the Patroller bite finally. Now Ching H will be able to get this. There isn't any flywheel, and finally a down. After 4 minutes into the game, we have him having to check the survivor. Now looking at our ciphers now, they are looking good, but if Ching H is able to deny this rescue, I think things are just gonna
Oh!
my goodness.
You should have anticipated that. But, you know, it caught in the heat of the battle. Probably didn't expect that split-second decision. But well done on Ching H. That split-second change into Blink caught Juan off guard. And that's a freebie right there, Chocho.
No,
That's a
Omni
freebie. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's a freebie that comes with the Puppeteer. Now, Fluff able to get this rescue. Things are looking relatively difficult for the survivor side. Able to make that blink, the flywheel perfectly coming from Fluff here. But he doesn't have enough book to work with, so the hit will still register onto him. Can Juan stand up? And Aqua is also busy with removing that leech.
Yeah, probably needs to get Juan now. Has already used up the exit path. It's okay. He's already in borrowed state. Trying to make a dash away from this area. Realizes that, yeah, if he goes down again, that's going to be super devastating for Omni because he used up his exit path, right? But right now, Aqua removing the follower. Almost done there, but Fluff is going to be sitting on the chair. And this is where things get very dangerous. Everyone's injured. One doesn't have exit path. And not to mention, who's going to come for the rescue?
Right. Usually in situations like a mercenary, maybe they could tank when he didn't come, but this is not a mercenary. And in fact, Ching H also, taking preemptive measures, having one of the followers at the chat, at one of the ciphers. Now Fluff able to be rescued here, but the hit still registers. He will be flying back to the manor really shortly, and Ching H wants to gain more from this.
Yeah. Fortunately, the leech is off cooldown. Otherwise, he would have definitely loved to leech Aqua right there. But Ching H is guarding that cipher right there. And against a Dream Witch, if you know that one of your ciphers is getting guarded like this, you probably want to start a 6 cipher, right? But this situation is so dire because Omni right now forcing that cipher 97%, 98%, 99%. He's going to be able to force it. That's a good job at the very least. But the last cipher is close to be popped. But no, not near enough.
Yeah.
Nowhere near enough.
Can I just say I really like the gameplay coming from Omni survivors. With Fluff's position where he died, right? He downed on. It forces Ching H to move his own main leech, having to move the own main leech towards that area. That's why we saw that Ching H that he blinked towards the survivor, so that it creates some space for the survivors to decode that check cipher. So I really love the gameplay coming from Omni survivors. Very detailed, even in dire situations like this. And this shows the experience coming from Omni survivors. Now Aqua really fighting for his life here. The blink will be up in about now.
Oh my God! Beautiful. Without hesitation, that blink's gonna down Aqua right there. And Ching H has got to realize, right? One is the only one without exit path. So as long as he downs one, that's it. He can just bleed both of them out. And this might be a 4K for Ching Juan. A 4K against Omni.
Yeah, and we also saw that Juan really missed out when it comes to rescuing the novelist. He was so close to the chair. His hands was almost touching and got sent back to the manor. So unfortunate for Omni. And looking at this Ching H, it seems to be that it's almost set in stone. If Graphica could potentially get into the shovel and escape through the dungeon somewhat, maybe that could be the hope for Omni as of now. But Ching H really covering all corners here, and there's have this denied us at that gate area.
Beautiful. And you can see this balloon into a down situation, and that is going to buy time for Ching H to find where Juan is, leech him, and hopefully get him down as soon as possible. Juan still has a little bit of borrowed left in him, and this palette's gonna help him a little bit to gain distance. But now Aqua is still going to be in balloon state. Doesn't really matter. Ching Juan is just gonna rinse and repeat, just do the same thing. He has a blink to work with, and that's it. Juan is gonna go down, and with both survivors down, all you have to do is hit Aqua one more time, balloon again, and probably chair Juan, and that's gonna seal the deal. There we go.
Yeah, and that helps him secure that 5-point lead right from the get-go. So as of now, KON, a fantastic start coming into BO1.
Yeah, fantastic start. A 4K, a 5-point game for Ching H. So well done, getting that first 5 points for his team is definitely very important, because right now in the next game, all they have to do is get one survivor out, and I think it creates a less stressful situation for the survivors, because Omni's Hunter is really scary too. So I think that gives them a little bit of room to strategize. Like, hey, maybe we can bring out the Embalmer here. Hey, like get someone that can at least help you get that one-man escape. They can strategize that way. Yeah.
Yeah, that could be potentially the game plan coming from KON survivors, but Pit Stoppers also has a Dream Witch, right? But I don't think he's really gonna go for that kind of mirror matchup. I feel like he's gonna play a little bit more safely, maybe with the Goatman.
Yeah, probably. But if they play the same lineup, I think it should be good. Maybe not the Novelist, maybe the Lucky Guy. That would have been a little bit of a tool, at least for the Gravekeeper. And he himself would be a pretty good utility character to use, right? But here you can see Aqua actually bought a lot of time, right? 101 seconds. It's just very, very unfortunate that one was caught off by the Blink Strike Terror Shock, right? At the shack there, which actually slowed the game down a lot for Omni. Because if Juan survived that, I think they would have been able to at least prime the Cypher, play until late game. But at last, yeah, the what ifs doesn't really matter here, because they did get 4 eliminated by Ching Juan. So GG, well done.
Yeah,
and I guess the stopper. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was thinking also, was there any other better option for Juan to play out that game? Because he definitely had the time to shovel to the ground rather than to vault that window. I feel like it's more of potentially Juan unable to predict that blink switch trade. I feel like that is really one of those key plays, because that matchup itself, it was towards Omni's favor. In fact, Omni had every right to at least get one escape, or if not tie the game against H Dream Witch. So I think when it comes to minor details and coming from Omni survivors, they really need to skill a little bit better, and I'm pretty sure coming BO2 they will be able to adjust. But as of now, experience versus season, we have season winning.
Yeah, I like MSG, so season wins. Just kidding. By the way, speaking of that, yeah, I totally agree with you about what has happened. Omni was definitely in a position to at least get 1 or 2 survivors out. But that's the thing about Dream Witch. You give Dream Witch an inch, she's gonna take a mile, and everyone was injured. And then there was the leeches running around as well. So yeah, I mean, this is the classic situation of Dream Witch that you do not want to be in, right? Like, people left and right, everyone's hurt. No one is able to heal themselves. They couldn't find each other to heal. And then there's the leech. So it's just a classic example of how Dream Witch is really strong in the late game in this situation. But Omni did make it to the KOA group stages prior. So maybe that experience will allow them to reset quickly. Like, oh, it's okay. It's round 1. Lace is still warming up. Maybe round 2, he's ready to lay the smackdown. I don't know. Maybe he's ready to play, ready to lock in, so to speak.
Yeah, and I really do hope that they do lock in, because coming up next we have KON survivors. We have a familiar name. We have Loki in the mix here. Previously, he was the hunter for FZN. So now he's kind of taken a seat back and joining the survivor side, having his teammates with him into the battlefield. So I'm curious to see how Loki's performance is gonna be here. Not too sure what he plays as a survivor. So this is gonna be interesting. They have 5 survivors in total, so it could be possible that Loki is benched here, but we'll see it in a while's time once the BP is up.
I mean, we have history of hunter mains going into survivors, right? So, and a lot of them enjoyed great success when they make that transition. You know, for example, PP Xia, that's one of the most famous examples. And then there's also Kuga that went to
Fire
the survivor
Investigator.
side, Fire Investigator main, yeah. So now that's Loki we're talking about. And look, he's not going to be benched. Why would we bench him? He wants to show what he's made of, right? So Loki, Travis, Rum, and Shevchenko going up against Pitstopper. And Pitstopper's Dream Witch, he has a Dream Witch, he has a Goatman. But it seems like KON is taking a different approach here. So not just tankiness, but they're also going to commit with a forward here.
Which is interesting because in our match 2 of today, DM survivors also went with their forward coming BO1 at Lakeside. So it seems to be that NAEU is really showering a lot of love for forwards here. And as of now, as of what I've seen just now, their forwards are pretty good when it comes to the stuns, when it comes to support. So hopefully we do see the exact same gameplay here coming from KON. Whether it's going to be support heavy here, or are they just going to be using the forward ball to run away?
Hopefully both. I don't know. Because if the forward's the one getting chased, then it would make sense to use the football at the expense of kiting even longer, right? So, but I doubt that Pitstopper will want to chase the forward first. But nonetheless, Meteorologist is going to be the last one getting picked here. And with the elevation available here, that's going to make life a little bit difficult as well for Pitstopper. Especially if he's going to play that Goatman, right? So the walls might backfire on him because of the forward. Meteorologist can also push him away. Magician can definitely kite a little bit longer thanks to the one. And honestly, it's really just the Psychologist that's kiting without items, without any skill sets here. So Pitstopper, Goatman or Dream Witch? The beauty or the beast?
Beauty or the Beast, indeed.
Yeah.
And he also has the Hula Blue, Ivy, and Opera Singer up his arsenal, but just like you predicted now, the Goatman will be picked here. And for the NAU side, it seems to be that's this pattern. They like to pair the forward with the Meteorologist in the survivor lineup. And exactly that we're seeing here. So let's see if the support will come through like what we saw from DM Survivors matchup today, or is KON gonna surprise us with something even better?
I mean, I would love to see both. I would love to see both as well. Yeah, the stable or the surprise, I would love to see both. But for now, KON has only one job, and that's to get one survivor out. And look at them. They're inviting Pitstopper to the middle. Like, come on, complete the cross shape in this map. Pitstopper is going to say, nay, because I ain't a believer. So he's going to position himself between Loki and Travis. That's going to block the Cypher probably at the top right. That's going to stop Cypher decoding a little bit. They got to rotate a little bit. But here, Chocho, I mean, forward first or Psychologist first? It's in the factory after all.
I think forward. I feel like his best bet here gotta be the forward here. The ball, if he's able to push his cages properly, maybe when he bowls, he's gonna bowl right into your face, right?
Oh,
so
balls hard.
yeah, so for Pitstoppers, we're looking into their personas first. Trump cut attention with the abnormal build here, very aggressive build, which means he's very confident in his chasing ability. As for the survivor side, we're seeing a 3-9 on Psychologist, 6-12 on the forward, 3-12 on the Magician, and 3-12 on the Meteorologist. So forward potential first chase here. Let's see what Pitstoppers ultimately decides for day 1 match 3 round 1 second half between KON Survivors versus the Omni Hunter. And this live commentary will be brought to you by Chocho and Nello Mello. All right.
All right.
So heading straight. or the psychologist, in fact. So he is really gonna be hot-headed about this. We don't have a lot of resentment at the start. It's gonna be slightly hard, I feel. And now against Loki, Hunter transition to Survivor, missing that first swing.
But not gonna miss that second one. I mean, Loki still has 2 more chances before going down, right? So Pit Stopper doing a pretty good job so far. That cage matters, but now this cage has to be really careful. Loki trying to hide a little bit, but that doesn't really matter against the Goatman. Oh, this area is actually pretty good to kite against. Yep. Oh, but no, Loki's gonna get hit the second time, and this is even faster than when Ching H down the psychologist the previous game, Jojo.
Oh no, and Pit Stoppers. Oh, this cage is a little bit too uncomfortable for Pit Stoppers. You might be able to kite out this one. Loki unable to, unfortunately. And now we'll be seeing the down in a minute into the game. Cypher's not too much, and this is just really unfortunate. Loki being the first chase here. It seems to be that from KON survivors, they're not expecting this first cut because psychologist brought in a 3-6.
3-6, yeah, that's very unfortunate, and he's gonna be chaired right next to a teammate Cypher. So, my goodness, this is going to take a little bit of time, and the aggressive abnormal's gonna make that even slower. I don't know, Chocho. I feel like Goatman has a foothold in this early game, but the forward gonna get hit, gonna make that rescue, and knowing that he has no excitement, probably will commit. I don't know. We'll see.
And just waiting patiently, not able to get the hit onto the forward. Now forward will be able to do this endless stunts onto Pit Stoppers here. Travis really trying to buy as much time as possible with the second stun, but unfortunately it did not stun against the obstacle. Loki running straight into the Hunter with this cage placement.
Yeah, but he's gonna get that double down. Oh my goodness. This is why you gotta fear. You gotta fear Pit Stopper. Look at this. 4 Cyphers remaining. 2 of them already down, right? Loki's down for the second count. Forward's already down. So Cyphers are gonna be really, really slow.
Yeah, it's pretty slow, but Meteorologist able to give the rainfall heal, but Pet Stopper is really up in the next level there if you get that hit immediately onto Travis, so really preventing anything from happening here. Now Shevchenko able to get that free rescue, so this is really Loki's final chance of kiting this out here. Can he do it? And the back lead failing, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, all he has to do, oh my god, Loki. Yeah, now Pit Stopper doesn't even need a cage. He just needs to free hit. That's it. Oh, and he's gonna get Terra Shock right there. And then Ford has a little bit of football left. Let's see if he wants to commit to trying to do a stun rescue. But no, I don't think he's gonna risk it, right? They gotta play for the end game. Remember, guys, KON, they just need 1 survivor to escape. So maybe they do not want to risk it anymore. But Chocho, I don't know what to say about the situation because only 2 ciphers have been done and they have a forward that decodes really slowly.
This is really a very, very less optimal situation for the Survivor side. Now a free hit regardless, even though you use the flywheel to use the ball. Ciphers are just not pushing as fast as we liked it to be. This is, I believe, the over support that we are seeing here, and actually, you know what? Unsuccessful support. And now Travis will be seeing the down here with 4 minutes into the game almost, but ciphers, still 3 ciphers remaining.
Yeah, I can foresee that this might actually be a 4K. Only time will tell at the very end game. Now we're already approaching the mid game, right? So again, cheering at this cipher. They should really be doing another cipher because that abnormal is going to ruin their hope.
Oh.
Goodbye, 4th cipher. They really should be cheering another place. Decode another cipher, honestly.
Yeah, and Meteorologist will be giving the first hit. A free rescue will happen here. Magician still decoding the 4th cipher. Shevchenko, oh no, removing the attack recovery as well with that Gil win ability. And Travis still trying to kite it out here with little ball left. And Pit Stopper with this cage here. He's unable to do a double cage because of the resentment. But Travis, pretty fast reaction.
Yeah, he broke that cage, I believe, and then getting that split, that chip damage. But oh my god, the bait! And my god, forward is going to be going down thanks to that chip damage, right? He doesn't really need to hit in the cage. And now 4 is going to go down for another time. And the ciphers are looking really, really sad. It's 84%, especially that 21% one, right? Because that's been kicked twice. That's been abnormal twice. Shevchenko is probably not going to be chaired. Rum has plenty of magic sticks left, right? So the idea here is to just let Meteorologist bleed to death and then go for the dungeon. You can definitely do that.
Yeah, that could definitely be the game plan here. We just have to wait and see, because even if in a very worst situation that we've seen from tournament matches like this, sometimes they're able to get that one escape, which is very, very crucial, which helps actually team KON to secure BO1 win if they're able to get one escape. But if not, if Omni's pit stopper is able to get a 4K here, this just means that we will be seeing a BO3 where all those buffs, non-meta hunters will be seen, which I'm super excited about. Rob,
Yeah, we can.
do you know
No, he didn't see. Wait. Oh, he did. He saw the illusion. So Rum is gonna be that person running right here, and the flywheel is gonna be utilized. I think that hit, but it's only a chip damage, so Rum can definitely still try and play a little bit more. Shevchenko, however, is gonna try and waste a little bit more time, saying, okay, it's fine, let me just wait a little bit more, let me just bleed a little bit more, so that it gives Rum the opportunity. But we've seen this happen in the first matchup of the day, right? So right here, Rum still breaking ankles, unfortunately not for too long. That's gonna be a hit onto Rum. Going down, it's gonna be carried a little bit closer to where Shevchenko is. As a matter of fact, he's probably gonna do the same thing. He's probably just gonna slug until both of them are in close proximity. Chair the other person, and then chair the second person.
Yep,
Oh.
and
Oh, he's just gonna chair. What?
Pit stopper playing this a little bit riskily, I would say, because Magician, if he expires here, Meteorologist can crawl. We are seeing that on the bottom left of our screens, and has a flywheel to work with. So
Wow.
pit stoppers,
Oh my
whether
God.
this is gonna be the right play for him, and he's going the wrong direction. Did he forget where he plays the Meteorologist?
I think he did. It's either that or Shevchenko has already rotated to another position, transitioned away, right? But look at Shevchenko, that sneaky meteorologist going slowly but surely towards where the oh my God, is he just gonna wait here? That's gonna be, oh, he's probably gonna wait here. But it doesn't matter, right? He has a flywheel. Meteorologist has a flywheel, has a push. So if Shevchenko can pull this off, he's gonna be so goated, man. This is gonna be the play of the century for KON, for NAEU.
I'm not too sure about the push coming in because he's used up his storm glass already, but the flywheel
Oh,
is
sorry,
still
yeah.
available, and resentment is at max stacks, 120 out of 120. So if he wants to double
gotta stand
cage
up.
this and prevent one, it could be possible. Now Shevchenko must stand up now, if not he's just gonna bleed to death, and that stand happens here. Cage being expended here, preventing you from coming in. Pit stopper still unable to see where the meteorologist is. Oh yeah, he finally sees him.
Oh my God, he's gonna go down. Unfortunately, that did not work. Very well played by Pit Stopper. There was a potential for a miracle play right there, but Pit Stopper, realizing what he has to do, is like, no sir, you do not get to go through the dungeon today. That cage is gonna stop you. And it did.
Wow.
Oh my God.
I mean, luckily it was 120 of 120 stacks for the cage resentment. If not, I feel like it would have been a tricky situation for pit stoppers to deal with. But I would say good job, well done. At least good attempt coming from KON survivors. And luckily for both sides, they've tied things out 5-5, and we'll be seeing a BO3 where all the non-meta hunters will be popping off.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing as well. We want to see those meta hunters. It's still a pretty early day, early night, I feel. So definitely able to see those extra characters coming out would be super great indeed. And you know what? I would love to see a Ripper or a Bonbon somewhere along the lines, but maybe BO3 would be the game that we can see that. Yeah, but ultimately in that last game, the abnormal, right? I think the abnormal was the thing that stopped the game a lot, right? It slowed down the game so much, and Pitstopper himself, I feel like even the psychologist down was also a really important factor, because Loki went down pretty fast. I mean, that's the rebound kind and all, but they used Travis on forward to provide that support, and because of that, just look at the ciphers itself, Chocho. 36% by the forward, and Ram alone has done 318%. If only the ciphers were a little bit faster, things might have gone a little bit different.
But we also need to take note that Ram Cypher was the one that kept getting it normal at the start. So it's just really unfortunate, right, that Loki was the first kiter with no kiting build. That's one. Secondly, Psychologist kited she was chat all the way to Ram Cypher at the start, and that got abnormal. Things just really went the worst ways for KON survivors, and it's just really unfortunate that it amounted to a 4K when KON survivors just needed a 1 escape.
Yeah. At this moment, right, you kind of have to wonder if playing the Embalmer would have been good if it wasn't banned. Right? Embalmer would have been super good. Especially in this situation. I mean, Loki's pretty much kiting solo. He kited a minute, around a minute, I think, less than a minute. The first kite I'm talking about. So the coffin would have been able to buy him a little bit more time, especially if he placed it in the middle of the factory, and then just runs away from the factory itself. But ultimately, this is what they choose to go with against, and the abnormal has definitely messed things up for them. Forward also not decoding much, also an important factor there. I mean, there's the stun here and there, right? But ultimately not something that has stopped Pitstopper in chairing the psychologist. So you gotta wonder if this strategy is what KON needs to rely on. Maybe they should rely on another composition, maybe not the over support that we have seen in the mid game.
Yeah, I think as of now, DM survivors, they're able to pull this meteorologist forward combo mainly because I feel like they really trained a lot. They are synergized with each other, and they are individually very skilled when it comes to picking those two characters. But as of now, things are just not looking too good for KON survivors, and making plays safely would be the best option. But let's look into the replay and we'll be right back. And we are back once again, fellow detectives, with our BO2 matchup between these two teams, KON versus Omni. Now, things are looking tied up, so we are expecting a BO3 coming later on with the non-meta hunters. But as of now, we still do have so many hunters to work with, especially for KON's hunter, Ching H. He played the Dream Witch in BO1 first half, so a lot of those Goatman, Hula Baloo, Ivy, and Opera Singer is still available. So now, how do you feel about BO2 coming now?
Well, BO2 coming in now, I feel like that was really KON's chance to get 1-0 over Omni. That was really one of the chances. It's like one of those few moments like, yeah, this is your only chance, right? But moving forward, I feel like not only is not only did Pitstopper put a stop onto KON's plan, I feel like it even motivates the survivors of Omni to play even better next game. So if the survivors of Omni wakes up and locks in, I feel like KON's chances are gonna dwindle a little bit. And as you can see, this is the map that they want to go for right now. Ever sleeping town. So it's Khan's map selection. So ultimately, I would say Khan still has a chance to come in here, but because this map is so balanced, I feel like Omni's gonna benefit from it too. So I don't know, but you did say that Ching-H has more hunters available to him, the big fours available to him. So maybe that would help him in the game number 2.
I definitely do think so. Ching-H, I feel like he does have an upper hand as a hunter now. As of now, no, we do know that Eversling Town, they do have this Choo-Choo Train. Choo-Choo Train has gotten MVP, we've mentioned previously.
Choo-Choo
and
Train.
as of today, we have our tram count of 1.
1, all right. 1 body count. Let's go. The Choo-Choo Train.
So I will ask you now, since we do have the time before the BP starts, how many tram hits do you think we'll be seeing in this match?
Well, I'm feeling a little bit risky today. Frisky. So I'm gonna say I want one more.
One more.
Maybe one more. Yeah, one more in this game.
Okay, so we'll see one in first half and second half combined. We'll see a total of 1 tram hit.
1 tram hit, and it will hit both Survivor and Hunter. Who knows? Who knows? So I'm gonna say that. But how about you, Chocho? What do you predict?
IVT NAEU has been very amazing to me. I remember one morning, yes, the Sculptor matchup against, I believe, Psyche's team that time.
Oh.
And there was like 3 tram hits in a single match.
Wow, yeah. It's almost as if they were jumping onto the tram, in front of the tram, right? Like, take me.
I would say maybe the tram count for me in the first half and second half combined, the lucky number 3 in the past.
Oh, that's a lot of numbers right there, but okay. I mean, it's a prediction after all. So guys, how many tram hits do you guys think this is gonna be? Like, please, you can let us know in the chat. Would it be 1? Would it be 3? Or do you guys think it will be, Tram's gonna have an off day today, so that's not really anything. But looking back at the band pick selection right here, Ever Sleeping Town, the usual culprits, right? You have the Masonry, you have the Embalmer, you have the Acrobat, and right now, it's Ching-H has no access to the Goatman, no access to the Dream Witch, does have access to the Opera Singer, though. Opera Singer, Ivy, and those 2, Hullabaloo, also, that can be pretty good against this lineup in this map too.
And I feel that this com itself might be gearing up for that Hullabaloo. Actually, you know what? This com is actually quite rounded against whatever characters Ching-H is gonna pick here among the 3 meta hunters. I do feel so. So I think Ching-H it really comes down to which one is more comfortable to be picking here, which one is more comfortable playing. So as of now, Omni survivors are I would say it's pretty strong with the gun, the coffin, the ball, the 3 colored balls to work with, and Quan with the elbow pad. It's not gonna be an easy game for Ching-H at all.
It's not. And if there's a lucky guy here, that would have been even more devastating because of the items that lucky guy can be throwing, right? Can be leaving for his teammates. So, but fortunately, we are not going to see a lucky guy here. That's going to be Embalmer in place of it. So Ching-H is going to go for the Wax Artist. Oh my god. Wax Artist.
This is quite interesting. I've seen Ching-H with the Wax Artist before. So this is a pick that is expected but quite surprising, mainly because we are seeing it so early into BO1 and 2. We're seeing BO1 just now Dream Witch, now BO2 Wax Artist. So this really creates a kind of a Demon King vibe.
Yeah, it does. Demon King Challenge. Let's go. Shouts to Kuro as well for hosting the Demon Kings Challenge in the NAEU. If you guys haven't checked it out, please do check it out. I believe Zeus was also in the first live broadcast. And if you're interested in the Asia ones, we have a lot of celebrities in there as well. So please do check it out on my page. But yeah, you're right, Chocho. Demon King vibes. And I feel like, I don't know. This lineup, him going against this lineup, he's gonna build up presence pretty fast, I feel.
Yeah, it could be possible, but let's see who he decides to go first for his first chase, because Acrobat is really good with breaking line of sight with his usage of the bombs, and for the coordinator, Graveyard could be a potential area that he could kite, but against the Wax Artist, I'm not too sure whether Aqua would be able to survive. So if the tram do come by, Aqua, this will be his best chance to transition to the fake gate area. Now looking into our personas, of course. Now we have Trump card Detention on the Wax Artist with the Warp trait to really pull the distance, and Survivor side, we have 3-9 with Survivors on the left, Tide Turners on the Acrobat as well as Mercenary. So this is gonna be Day 1, Match 3, Round 2, first half between Omni Survivors versus KON's Hunter, and this live commentary will be brought to you by Chocho and Nello Mello.
All right, Lace has summoned the coffin. Very, very fast indeed. Aqua's already trying to break that line of sight. And as expected, Ching H will be chasing after the coordinator, pursuing him after blocking off the window. So, coordinator right here, Aqua, is probably thinking, oh no, window gone. I can't vault, I can use the speed. So I guess I'm gonna have to play around this area a little bit. But the tombstone area is gonna be... Whoa! The instant shot into the face. And Aqua's like, tram is here, wait for me. I'm gonna take that tram. Is he gonna take the tram? No, he's not gonna take... well, I guess
maybe he
that makes
doesn't want
sense.
to interrupt. Maybe he doesn't want to interrupt his teammates effort at the fake gate, which would make sense. Now, Aqua, but if he doesn't do that, the basement is right here, so it kind of gives that opportunity for Chingish to chair there. Now, Aqua is still able to kite things out and able to get that pallet slam alongside with the 100% wax.
Yeah, that's good, but fortunately he's at the wrong side of the pallet, so right now Aqua's still fighting to keep himself alive. Wow, a swing and a miss. Aqua is kiting really, really well here. Even Lace has already had the coffin up here, so if Aqua gets hit here, I mean, I'm not sure. Maybe the coffin could be used in a later round, but Aqua doing pretty good job here. But if he dies here, the basement is closed, like what you mentioned. So Ching H finally getting Aqua down. And let's see if Ching H will actually commit to the basement. Oh no, he's not. Why? Too far away?
Yeah, maybe he has tree struggle. He's afraid that that could happen, and it's gonna prolong that kite even further. Now we do see on the bottom left that Mercenary is coming in for the rescue, is coming in from the outskirts because the window has been blocked by the Wax. So Acrobat and Embalmer Fast Decode is really pushing all those ciphers.
Wow, that's very close though. Okay, now he has to keep it at like 100%, close to 100%. Maybe go after the Wax, go after the Mercenary first. No, but the Mercenary is going to use that pad. He knows exactly what's up. Aqua right here, right now, is going to have that coffin onto him. So even if Aqua goes down here, Lace is ready to teleport Aqua to the safety embrace of the coffin. So the basement is going to be a non-factor here. Is he gonna use it straight away? No, he's not gonna. He's gonna buy a little bit more time. But Ching H right here. Wow, the coffin is so far away, Chocho. Probably needs to chair a little bit closer before using the warp.
Seems like he's just gonna chair and use his warp here to just gain that distance. To close that distance. Now, Coordinator is in such a great place, but she doesn't have any items to work with, so that's the concern here. And we're looking at the ciphers. If Aqua is able to kite it out or somebody comes and body blocks, it could potentially be seeing a 4-man detention period.
Yeah, and you can see Omni right now. They are finally playing like Omni, right? Look at that kite by Aqua, and no one's down for the count yet. Like, it's only the first chair. Aqua, obviously, after going down here, that's going to be the last of him, right? because of the coffin factor. But right now, look at this going on. Aqua 60%, but Fluff gonna try and probably
Red
use
bomb?
the red
Red bomb?
bomb. Red bomb.
No, he's holding on to the black bomb
block,
though,
block,
so-
block. Oh my god. Magical hitbox. That's exactly what happened. Magical hitbox. Yeah, so I guess Fluff is like, yeah, you can touch me, and he really wasn't getting hit. But here, Chocho, 2 ciphers remaining. Sorry, not 2 ciphers. 2 ciphers with a lot of progress to choose from.
Yeah, and now we are seeing Lays will be that next target here, and Juan is pushing that graveyard cipher that is 80%. And now with that block, is gonna interrupt these. It's not blocked. It is
It's not blocked. Oh my god, it's 90%. Oh my god. Does Chingh not know it's not blocked? Because they're just gonna
goodness.
pop it. I feel like they're just gonna pop it.
Yeah, and Fluff is ready at the gate as well.
Oh, pop it. Nice. Okay, great. And Balmer, mind you, Lace does not have a coffin ready for him anymore. So basically, this is what he has to do. He has to kite for the entire duration of the gate being open. Even Juan is already making a rotation towards where the gate is. But now Lace still kiting, still doing good. And that hit, a swing, is going to bring down Lace. But does
Wrong
it really
gate.
matter? Wrong gate. Oh my goodness. And that's it. Omni. They are going to get that 2-man escape.
Yeah, 2-man escape against Ching H, Wax Artist, by the way. So things are looking pretty good. Coordinator with that very successful kite from Aqua. And also the coffin placement from the Embalmer is pretty insane, I must say, because it forces out the ability from the Hunter, prevent the Hunter from snowballing. And from the side of Fluff, which is the Acrobat, I believe, if he was able to give that red bomb, maybe Coordinator might have survived till endgame. That could have opened up opportunities for maybe a 3 escape, 4 escape, who knows. But
Yeah.
a tie is definitely, for now, sufficient coming into BO2.
Yeah, but Omni has already done that game justice, right? This is KON's map selection after all. So Omni has already done that map justice. They've already gotten a draw. Could have went for more, but honestly, there's no fault in that, right? It's just a matter of whether a draw or getting more. But for Ching H though, the decision to go with Wax Artists and chasing in the graveyard as well. The graveyard, you block the window, but doesn't matter. Do you see how long Aqua kited Ching H in that very vicinity? And we were like, wait, why isn't he taking the tram? And the answer is simple. He doesn't want to disturb because he can kite. He believes he can kite, and that's exactly what he did. 132 seconds, more than enough time to buy Omni that draw that they gotten.
Yeah, this containment time itself is really a statement putting out by Omni Survivors that they have what it takes to win this game. Right, Aqua with that solo kiting, and we saw that it was such a tight space in the graveyard area, but still the gun lands successfully onto Ching H, and that's exactly what we expect from Omni Survivors. This is that display of gameplay that we're supposed to be seeing. And in BO1, really unfortunate with that one Terror Shock play, right? And really things went haywire. But imagine if that wasn't a Terror Shock in BO1. They would have at least gotten this kind of results that we're expecting from them.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate, but ultimately, well, they did play the best that they can, and I'm just looking at the chat right now. Carol, congratulations! You're finally top fan #1. So I'm gonna read your comments from now on. A tie, please. All right, Maneke as well, getting the #3 spot. I like this feature though. I like this feature a lot. Yeah. But coming into this game, I mean, it would be a really surprising match if KON also steps up and suddenly they also get a 2-man escape in this map against Pit Stoppers.
It's possible. I do feel that KON Survivors, I think it was just when it comes to the selection process, it wasn't what they were comfortable with. I feel like it was something that had to do with certain strategies that they saw from maybe other teams. But I think coming BO2, they should really go for something that they're more comfortable with.
Yeah,
not
comfortable.
not too fancy, not too support heavy. Maybe something that they are used to.
Mm. Yeah, that makes sense. And for the survivors, maybe, play lucky guy. Play lucky guy. Mechanic. And then just pretty much just rush the cipher. I think that would have helped them a little bit. Because last game, KON didn't really rush ciphers, right? And the abnormal stopped them a lot. So maybe this game, if they prioritize on that, maybe that would change things a little bit. Maybe that will help them get to end game with 3 players available. And then Pitstopper gets another one. That's going to make it a draw. That would be a game changer if KON actually pulled off a 3-man escape, though. But
yeah, I do feel that I want to take your point from all the way in BO1 over to here, which is, remember in BO1 you mentioned something about the Embalmer pick, right? And now BO2 we saw the Embalmer pick and we saw how effective it was in this matchup. Alone, just with him able to coffin coordinated in the right areas, far away. I think really the Embalmer pick here might be the answer for these survivors here. But looking at our BP screens now, we are starting for KON survivors versus Omni's Hunter Pitstoppers, and Pitstopper will be banning out the Syrian Antiquarian, which is very standard, and KON survivors will be banning out the Ivy.
Yeah, Ivy is pretty scary here. The ability to teleport, right? Even though there's a little bit of adjustments made to Ivy that ultimately nerfs her, but she's still a very, very scary hunter to play up against. So right off the bat, KON taking your advice as well, Chocho. I think they're listening to us and they're like, yeah, let's go first pick Embalmer, Coordinator, and let's hope for the best. And they gotta hope for the best because at this point forward, if they don't get a draw against Pitstoppers, Omni's gonna come up ahead with 1 round win. That's gonna be pretty stressful going into round number 3.
Dude, KON survivors, they are pretty much copy pasting the blueprint from Omni survivors. If they pick an acrobat here, then they basically just saw what they played and they're like, it works pretty well. Time for us to use it. Are we gonna see the acrobat here for the final pick?
Hopefully.
It's open. Yeah, it's open. Or maybe they might go with something they're more comfortable with. Maybe what you mentioned, like,
oh my god. The exact same blueprint, guys. Make some noise in the chat. These guys are going for it. They're like, we gotta copy that winning formula, right? So they're gonna go with this composition that's similar to Omni. But will Pitstopper be going with a similar hunter? I guess not, right? I don't think so. Probably not Wax Artist.
Probably not. Yeah, probably not.
Probably Mad Eyes. I don't know.
Pitstoppers is known to play very traditionally in terms of like very stably. Whatever the meta is leaning towards, he's gonna go for that. If he's doing that, the pattern we've been seeing for BO2 is the Opera Singer.
Opera Singer is strong too, so maybe he could use that in this game. I mean, after all, a draw is the situation, the minimum of what you must attain. So, Pitstopper, taking a little bit of time to think about it, still has a little bit of time left on the clock. And it seems like he's gonna go with a Hullabaloo.
Alright, so we've seen his Hullabaloo before on the global stages of COA. So coming into this matchup here with the Hullabaloo, let's see how is he going to perform. We do know that Hullabaloo has been nerfed and you can't instantly, once you put your shadow, your double surprise, you can't really get that hit immediately onto the survivors. So that's going to be one of the biggest nerfs, I would say, for the Hullabaloo. It's quite detrimental, I would say. But let's see if Pitstopper is able to overcome all odds and give us a great performance here. Now, the winning condition for BO2 itself would be 3 kill for Pitstoppers and then 3 escape for KON survivors. But same if it's a tie game, we will still be seeing BO3, but all the points total up will be exactly the same. Now, looking into our spawn, now like to be unsure it.
Yeah. I mean, Loki's definitely going to be in the middle, right? That's the mercenary we're talking about, the rescuer. But Shevchenko out in the open here. Pit Stoppers makes a beeline for where the Embalmer is. Things might get a little bit tricky for Shevchenko because he needs time to set up his coffin, right? Travis is most likely not going to be a very good first chase. But regardless of what happens right here, right now, we are going to see that Omni's Pit Stopper is going to be bringing the detention insolence with a warp gate. Whereas Loki, Travis, Rum, and Shevchenko, all of them have borrowed time, except for the Embalmer, which is a given. I only see one Tide that's on the Masonry, and everyone else is pretty much the 3-9 or the 3-12 build. So let's see if that's going to be enough to get a draw, at least a draw from Pit Stoppers. This is round number 2, second half. I'm Nello, and that's Chocho. We're your commentators for today.
Right, let's see if Pistopper's gonna be having a little taste of his own medicine with the exact same team comp coming from KON Survivors. Let's see if the execution would be as good as we saw from Omni Survivors now. Shevchenko will be getting the first chase here as the Embalmer, and the double surprise already used.
Yeah, and getting that 2 marks as well. The black and the white mark onto Shevchenko, which is still pretty good for Pit Stoppers. All he has to do is get 1 red mark onto Shevchenko, and that's gonna be the first damage deal. Why are you running in this area? Oh my god, that first hit damage already registering, and now Shevchenko with the red white bomb. Let's see if that's gonna be an important factor, right? Because he won't be silenced.
Whoa.
Whoa.
All right. Able to miss. All right, the white one, and he will finally be down here at the corner area, but the coffin is so nearby. It's too close, and this is a very fast down compared to Aqua's kite from before you. From Omni's side. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. He's still gonna use the coffin though, Chocho. He's still gonna use the coffin though, even though it's really close. Yeah. So I guess the fact is maybe they just want to not waste time traversing across the map. Simply because, yeah. Oh, it's gonna go down. That's the second time he's gone down, and unfortunately, Shevchenko. And it's not even 2 minutes, Chocho. Wow.
It's not even 2 minutes, but ciphers are looking very good. We have 3 ciphers almost done here. And Loki is potentially coming in for this rescue. He does have an elbow pad and a tight turner, so we shouldn't be seeing a denied rescue here for KON. It should buy out a little bit more time for them. But it seems to be that Loki might want to be... Oh, no, we do see him standing up now. Elbow padding towards the chair. Able to get the first red bomb, white bomb, and a free rescue.
Just a black bomb is gonna injure a Loki right there, and after injuring Pit Stopper's like, yeah, let's just. Oh wait, did he just? Oh, okay. The second one registered. The first one didn't, right? So Pit Stopper is going to put a stop to Shevchenko, eliminate him, and then slowly go from there. Because right now the ciphers are finally coming back online, Chocho. They are finally moving.
And this is looking optimal for the survivors to potentially go for a 3-man detention period. Let's see how Pit Stopper is going to snowball here, because his ability of warp is still available. If he doesn't have a trump card to work with, so Pit Stoppers, let's see, he's going to be using his double surprise to point out where the next nearest survivor is. And able to find that survivor, and Loki is the one that is trying to give that to Nidus as well.
Yeah, smart move. But he's not gonna waste time here. Pit Stopper gonna go for square. Ramis, he's actually gonna force that cipher.
He wants to pop.
Can he force it?
He is unable to. Another black bomb, and he will be down here. Almost. An instant down situation. He does have a flywheel and bombs to work with, so it's quite curious to see why he decided not to expand those items.
I don't know. Probably saving it for Next time.
Next time.
Next time, yeah. But you know what's so scary about this, Jojo? Both ciphers, look at them. It's almost primed. They just have to pop this cipher by force.
They
And
forced
oh my
it,
God!
you're right. And
and-
now we have a 3-man end game, you know, as we've liked to see it. Now a flywheel able to get into safety. Now the bomb hit is still not registering, unfortunately, but finally with that detention black bomb, we are seeing that. But none of the gates are being pushed just yet now. So how do you think the survivors could play this end game out?
They can definitely try and rotate around hit stoppers. Maybe one person go and give Tinnitus in the middle of the
This
map.
is risky.
Oh my God, no! Oh my God! Why? Why? 金家，
为什么？
为什么？为什么呀？Honestly, Travis
So-
didn't have to fire there. He did not have to fire there. He could have just waited a little bit further because all they need is a draw, right? So I'm not sure why. That could have been a draw. Loki cannot come and rescue now.
Yeah, he's just gonna go for the escape, which helps secure at least no 4-man, no 4-man, no 4-kill. So things are looking still very optimistic for Omni. They're currently leading by 2 points.
I'm so speechless, you know. I'm so speechless because it's those moments where you know that's gonna happen, like the gun, and then it hits the wall or the terrain, and you're like, I mean, but yeah, it happens to the best of us. So I guess that makes us all feel a little bit better. I don't know, but yeah, it's just hard. It is just hard. Because that potentially could have been a draw. Because that was actually very drawable for KON. And if you want to do that, you might as well come from a different direction and not from that direction. I don't know. Maybe a more straightforward place. But I see why he would have fired there. Because any closer, it might be one of the two possibilities. One, he gets silenced by the red bomb, right? Or two, he gets hit so fast and accurately that he just dies before even using anything. So, oh my God.
I also wanted to point out that although Embalmer did not have a great start, right? He did have a relatively good rebound kite. So that helped to ciphers to be pushed without much pressure. And for the side of Acrobat Rum, I'm actually looking at the replay now. I feel like he could have potentially go for a bomb through the window. His cooldown was done already by then. So maybe that could have created some opening for the survivors to have more time to rotate towards the gate, open up the gate safely. And of course, you mentioned Travis, right, with the coordinator. That was a risky play that shouldn't have happened. Like, we understand that the hula balloon with the double surprise able to point out the nearest survivor, but maybe if really the hunter commits to Travis, then that's the point where you use your gun to save yourself, but not to save other people.
Yeah, keep it for yourself, right?
Save yourself.
Yeah. Every man for himself. And I guess it's just really hard in that situation as well, because if you don't do it, then you're already spotted out. You're already spotted out by pit stoppers. If you don't use it there, then things might have been difficult. I think it's just a little bit about communication issue. Maybe Travis shouldn't have gone at all.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe he shouldn't have gone at all. Just leave that area. Probably can wait at the dungeon area. Right? So in case pit stoppers warps or goes towards where the mercenary is, mercenary could just leave, and then the coordinator Travis could have just left through the dungeon. So that could be a play.
I feel like there was so many, like, now that you're mentioning it, right? I feel like there was so many other plays that
Right.
the survivors could have played. I feel like it was just the wrong call. It was just the wrong call at that point in time. Maybe they were too nervous. I feel like when it comes to experience-wise, pit stoppers really come on top. That we gotta give our flowers to him, pit stoppers as well, because he was able to capitalize on that situation, able to make use of his terrains to dodge that gun as well.
Yeah. That one small flower pot in the middle.
Yeah, like
Not exactly a flower pot, but you know what I mean. But guys, a moment for you to reminisce on the highlights as we take a short break. So don't go anywhere, guys.
And once again, we are back for BO3 of this matchup between KON versus Omni. My name is Chocho and joining me is Nello Mello, zoomed in. And we'll be bringing the live commentary of this matchup. Now, as of now, we are seeing Omni leading with 2 points, right? And also a round point win. So coming BO3, Omni definitely has a better footing. They just need to tie things out, and we will be seeing Omni potentially reaching into top 4. So now, how are you feeling about BO3? We have been wanting to see the BO3 with the non-meta picks, but fortunately for KON's Hunter, he's been showing us that consistently from BO1 already. So from Pitstoppers, any surprising picks that you are hoping that he's gonna be using here?
I'm hoping that he uses something like the Ripper or Mad Eyes or something that's different from the meta characters, right? But honestly, because he has been playing super solid with the characters that he has been practicing a lot as well, the meta characters, so to speak, right? It shows a lot of good results. It showed a lot of good results, and I think that's very important because ultimately in a competition you want to move forward. Of course, you gotta play certain characters to help you move forward, right? So as much as I would like to see surprise characters, I feel like Omni, I think they just don't want to risk it. They just want to move forward. And thanks to that play itself, right? You have mentioned it earlier on as well. And I think even the chat has also mentioned it. All Omni needs to do now is just tie things up. And KON, on the other hand, needs to do so much more. They gotta get one win. They gotta get one win in both Hunter side and Faction side, or one overwhelming win and one tie. Then they would be able to win, and that's asking for a lot considering that they just went from they just only got one escape in last game. So that's a really hard thing to do. And Ching H, I don't know, he hasn't been playing any metas at all. So in BO3, I feel like Omni's gonna have a pretty good time. The survivors, I mean. What about you, Chocho?
But
Yep.
I trust in Qinghwan.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
He is a very formidable hunter. He's had so much experiences. He was in B4U previously, FCN, ACT, RM, and now finally at KON. Okay, with his wealth of seasonedness of him.
Seasonedness.
MSG.
The MSGs. The MSGs.
I feel like coming BO3, I feel like he's gonna really turn things around. There is that possibility. He's just gonna 4K, and then the servers just need to one escape, and there you go. They're just gonna straight away qualify.
Wow. Okay. I'm not Doctor Strange, but that's definitely one of the possibilities, in the multiverse. But yeah, I mean, I agree with that. And Omni bringing it to Moonlit River Park, maybe that's part of the plan. Maybe that's where they see this map is going to shut down KON. I mean, KON doesn't really like big maps, right? You can see that they've been banning certain maps, and now Chinatown as well. Whereas Omni, I think they're more comfortable playing in both. So the advantage is definitely going to be on Omni's side with this map. But Ching H, I mean, you couldn't have said it any better. The seasonedness is definitely going to contribute to how he's going to play this game. But honestly, without meta characters, he hasn't played one of the big fours at all. So you gotta wonder if he's really, really confident that his non-meta characters will be able to carry a KON to the next level.
I believe so. KON, there's definitely space, areas for them to come back from. And now we're heading into the DP phase at our Mullet River Park Circus Hula Baloo. Maybe this is the time that she's going to be picking out the Hula Baloo. Now that we're seeing that, it's literally screaming Hula Baloo. This is the
Yeah,
map.
I mean that's the title. That's the title up there. Circus Hullabaloo, right? So everything's Hullabaloo right there. So I mean, Ching H has that in his vicinity, in his arsenal, because Omni has only banned out the Goatman and the Opera Singer. So Ching H could use it if he wants to. But whatever he does, if he can get a 4K here, that would definitely help KON a lot. A lot.
Oh, but we're seeing a very support harass heavy team comp coming from Omni survivors as of now. Antiquarian and the Fire Investigator. Ching is responding with the Meteorologist ban as well. So this is not the best situation. I mean, Omni just need to really tie things out here. This does feel a little bit aggressive, but if it works, it works right now.
If it works, it works, yeah. If it works, don't change a single thing. It's what I've been told a lot of times. Or if you want to buy a car, you buy a Toyota and you ride it till its wheels fall off. That's a very good investment. Really, really. I mean, that's basically 1,000% of your model returned, right? But for Omni, yeah, they're gonna go with the stealth. They're gonna go with the harass. They're gonna go with the balloon. They're gonna go with the pocket watch, and that's a pretty good lineup, Chocho, but no mobility on this lineup. And that's gonna pose a little bit of problem if they wanna come and rescue halfway across the map. And here Ching H could easily go with Hullabaloo. That could help him. The trapeze is gonna help him across the map, I guess. But even well, what? Tell us, Chocho.
I'm not too sure whether this is gonna be a Hula Baloo come from Ching H, because if you're looking into the band itself, right? He banned out the barmaid. Is he gonna go for a BQ?
BQ? Really? A BQ
Because the
is
Dream Witch
not
has
gonna
already
get
been
4K.
used.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, I don't want to say that, but I don't want to say it's not gonna get a 4K.
Melpai did it. Melpai did it at Mullet River Park with a BQ. But maybe Melpai's built different. Who knows?
That's true. That's true. Maybe Ching H can pull it off as well. Gotta manifest the spirit of Bloody Queen, right? Bloody Queen. Gotta manifest Mary to his gameplay right now. This lineup, though, I mean, if he plays BQ, it's gonna be super hard too, because oh my god, it's not a BQ, it's a BW. Help. That's a very aggressive.
BW.
Yeah, but I guess he's gotta go aggressive, right? Because he's gotta aim for that 4K. If it works, it works. Like what you said, right? If it works, it works. If it doesn't, then they're gonna try again next time. So I guess Ching H is gonna go with the go big or go home character. Didn't really work out in the previous game. I was watching the previous game. Didn't really work out that well, but the lucky guy was kiting a lot. But here, I mean, Breaking Wheel is very good in covering a lot of ground. So maybe, just maybe, this might work. This
It might
work.
Yeah, it will work because in the Breaking Wheel, if you guys remember the edit, wasn't made by Erica. There's me, Posh, and Mel, and just nice this you tournament.
Yeah.
We have the three of us, and we're seeing a lot of Breaking Wheels. So in the power of a 3 commentators hit on the Breaking Wheel, I think it's gonna work out. It's gonna work out on Ching H for sure.
Wow.
And looking into our spawn location here, we're seeing Aqua at the first stop, and at the bridge area we have Fluff. Juan is at the in the moving carousel, and Lace is at the double story area. So I'm feeling that because they don't want Lace to be chased here, so they're having him at the double story area, which is very uncomfortable for the Breaking Wheel.
It is very uncomfortable. Honestly, even the priestess here would be pretty good, but I'm not sure. Priestess with the global portal could help, even the elevation as well. but they wouldn't know it's gonna be a breaking wheel too, right? So ultimately, they gotta work with this Lace. Probably gonna set up some balloons. That's gonna help him a little bit as well, help his teammate a little bit. But ultimately, he's gonna be one of the two people carrying Tide Turner. So Juan, Lace, they're gonna be bringing Tide Turner. Fluff and Aqua, they will have borrowed time alongside Juan as well with Flywheel. So that's gonna negate. That's already countering Ching H by quite a bit, Chocho. But regardless of what it is, it's gonna be a 3-9 blink breaking wheel. That's a super aggressive build. And we're going to head into round 3 first half where Omni Survivors versus KON Hunter. This is gonna matter a lot. So I'm Nello, that's Chocho. We're commentators for today.
A do or die matchup. Let's see how Ching H is going to be performing here, going against this experienced team of members here. Omni Survivors, now Fluff, able to tiptoe slowly but surely to an area right behind the butt, which right now is being spotted out here by Ching H here, and does have a flywheel to work with in about 25 seconds. So let's see how is he going to be playing this out here.
You're not going to be able to catch an Antiquarian here, not with these two areas here, right? Unless... Wow, look at that. Oh, wait, what? He tried to just beat... he just tried to beat the Anticore, the breaking wheel right there. Oh, and a miss hook. That's gonna cost him a little bit. And another hook. Wait a minute. That's gonna hit the... Oh, this is gonna work. This is gonna work this time. The skill has already been unlocked, so that extended spike is going to be into factor, and the snap as well. But remember though, Antiquarian can flywheel the snap, so it's got to watch out for that.
Yep, and able to flywheel now, so this kind of creates him in a situation where he will be unable to get that spike for a while, but right now it should be able to, Fluff will be able to blink hit. Grrr. Are able to get a basic hit, a blink hit. Alright, so Fluff will be able to see the down here. Now looking at our ciphers now is looking pretty good, 2.5 in fact. And we have our Tide Turners all in the field. And first officer with the stay put coming on the bottom left.
Yeah, I mean it's a very fast cipher, right? Almost a 3 cipher kite right there, and that's thanks to the fact that Antiquarian, well, it is a pretty good terrain. But now Juan's gonna get hit. Only 1 sliver of health left. Just a little bit more. Maybe using the trap to just slow him down a little bit. No, the disarm is not gonna happen. Oh wait, I slowed him down enough.
Alright, so able to kite it out. This is looking pretty good for Fluff as of now, able to get that expanded spike hit onto him and the negating the second skill as well. But he was unable to disarm him, unfortunately, for 2 times in a row, and that completely expanded his entire Antiquarian flute.
Yeah, I mean now they cannot, and that's the thing too, right? If they sell him here, they cannot sell him because if no one's here, if there's no Tanidas here, then he's gonna leave and find the next target. That's gonna be super annoying. Oh, Lei is going down right now. Let's see what's gonna happen here. The extended spike trying to catch Lei's off guard, but the fire investigator, he actually dodged it. Wow. Okay. The trap slowing down a little bit more. Maybe put another trap and then slow. Farm him off. Oh my god, Ching H. A little bit slower there.
Crazy hitbox.
Right?
Crazy hitbox that is not hitting, but Fluff able to not get slowed down there. Now Lei's able to potentially come and body block for Fluff. Successfully does so. Now look at the ciphers, they are all being pushed except for the 83% one. So
blocking him as well. A little bit, right? Oh, this is such a good area to kite.
Yes.
To kite the breaking wheel as well. My god. My god, okay.
And you really force him to get into human form before you drop down, which is the correct play, right? And now Fluff will jump down first, will slide down first, unfortunately, but
then going back up again.
Great support coming from Lei's.
Smart, but he's just gonna keep doing the same thing, and all this time that you're buying, right? Oh my god! A double orange. A double orange, that's what it is. But right now, Fluff is gonna go down, unfortunately. And no one's doing the cipher. If the last cipher, oh my god.
Almost. They were almost there.
Yeah, it's very close. It's very close. But at least now, Aqua can force. Wait a minute. No, the cipher's gonna be popped, unfortunately. That play, I'm not sure if that really paid off, but right now he's gonna go back for Lays. Maybe chair. And then go with another one. I mean, a 3K is better. A 3K is better than just a draw, right? So maybe this is what he can do. Like both gates are gonna be open at the same time, so he could definitely go and catch up with another person if he wants to.
I feel like the best play for Aqua here right now would be to get close to the roller coaster. If Chinkage becomes human form, ride it. But if he doesn't, then just stay there and see how they're gonna play this out. As long as one of the gates is open, that at least secures that one escape.
Yeah, he missed. Very unfortunate. But he knows there's no detention, right? So he can definitely go for it if he wants to. But you gotta get more. He's gonna get more value out of this, right? And that's gonna do it.
Yep, that's actually gonna do it. This is gonna be potentially a tie game. Aqua still in the vicinity. Ching H trying to go for more, but he has to, right? If not, it really puts his survivors in a very disadvantageous position. Now Aqua still able to using his last wand there. Bit of a mind game with Ching H.
Yeah. He's gonna go back. He's gonna go back. He knows. He knows that this front gate is not open. So he knows that another person might be coming to try and heal, and this is his opening. So right now, Lays has already stepped up, but he's already on the roller coaster side. Yeah. Oh my god. Omni playing this to perfection, and now Ching H. You gotta wonder what can he do in this situation. If he goes for Lays now, then that's gonna be a confirmed two-man escape as well. So Lays coming up. The back gate's already open too, so that's going to be a huge deal as well. Lays just forcing a little bit. Okay.
He's heading towards the dungeon. Both gates are being opened, but the trap. Accurate placement coming from Ching H, and that guarantees a tie game against a breaking will from Ching H's side. So honestly now, I would want to say that at the start, it was definitely a good step in the right direction. But where do you think it really went haywire for Ching H?
You can see how hard it is to just control. There's just so many characters that counters Breaking Wheel, especially the Flywheel as well. But ultimately, I think they bought so much time, right, at the middle map area. Right? It bought so much time. The fire investigator was there with the balloons as well. It just stopped Ching Huan as well in its tracks. And it's just hard. It's just hard to play in that situation, because the thing about Breaking Wheel, you gotta keep breaking form. If you don't break form, you cannot go down the slide. And that's where that's where the back and forth just keeps coming back and back and back. And I think Ching Huan didn't realize that it took so much time, because he changed and teleported straight to the last cipher, and ultimately that led to the downfall of the BW. Not a loss, but you gotta get more than just a draw at this point, because your survivors gotta survive. Pit stoppers next.
Yeah, and just looking into our Omni survivors containment time. Previously, we had Aqua with the coordinator solo kiting for 130 seconds. Now we have Fluff with 150 seconds. Really breaking all their records here coming into day one of IVT NAEU. But overall, yeah, you mentioned the Cypher Rush is crazy. It's crazy coming from these survivors. We thought that, that wasn't a very long kite, but no, the Cypher is almost a 3-cipher kite.
Yeah, I mean, they were just decoding freely, right? There was nothing stopping them. Fluff already bought a lot of time, right? Using up everything until the very end. Fluff, 151 containment time. I think that already speaks volumes about how long he has kited. Lays as well, just trying to help out. he's playing the support role a little bit better this time. I think he's just really good at supporting. The one thing they could have done right there though, like that area is just so good in blocking. Like if the breaking wheel actually broke form, pick up Fluff, he could have just used the ball, the balloon to block the stairs going down. Fluff didn't need to go down the slide. He could have just waited there. And even if he fell there, well, breaking wheel cannot pick him up. That would have still bought a lot of time. But nonetheless, still very well played though.
Yeah, I think also from the left side of Lay's Fire Investigator, I feel like even with those plays, right, I feel like overall he still did a very good job, I would say, as a Fire Investigator. His support itself helped extended the kite for Fluff, right, 150 seconds. And he also helped the body block before he went up and down the slide. So all of these are quite crucial plays coming from Fluff. He was able to also negate the second skill spike. He got out of the area.
He did.
He played this very, very detailedly, I would say. Yeah, so I think overall Omni Survivors, pretty good condition. I mean, initially at the start for B1, maybe it wasn't the best, but are seeing changes. They're seeing them, being more stable as the rounds go through, and that's exactly what we expect from them as experienced players in the global scene.
Yeah, they definitely knew what to do in that situation. They were quick to respond, and it all comes from a lot of practice and a lot of experience, tournament experience, right? So, but Chinghich is also very experienced. So ultimately, it's just two very experienced factions going against each other. But Omni obviously knew what they were doing against the Breaking Wheel. And yes, Breaking Wheel did receive adjustments, which is considered really good buffs. But ultimately is a character that needs time to change between wheel form and base form, and then the turning itself. If a little bit of fix can be done there, maybe the chase could have been a little bit faster. Because if you notice, breaking wheel players, they sort of have to rely on extended spike in the end, right? So without that, it's going to be so hard. Like, you could literally be kiting a breaking wheel in open space as long as it doesn't break wheel form.
Right, if there is the cipher at the center, then you just keep running around and around and around. There's really nothing the breaking wheel can really do there. So that is the thing about the breaking wheel. Even with this great buffs you mentioned, right? Still not enough. But we are finally seeing Seer out of the jail. We're seeing Eli out of the jail. We are seeing the meteorologist also being brought here in the mix.
Yeah, super excited to see how they're gonna play this. Maybe, do you think they're gearing up for a Dream Witch play here, or? I mean, they could play some. Yeah, I mean, Seer can work with a few combos, right? Maybe a psychologist.
Good at everything. We also saw a buff on the Seer, right? But it's not really like skill buff, but more of like your teammates can see you spectating them, that kind of buff. So
I ain't seen nothing.
Like, I feel like.
I'm seeing the hunter, I ain't seeing you.
Yeah, so that's for the Seer meteorologist. She did receive certain nerfs, right? But still a very popular pick. Very I would say pretty well balanced as of now for survivors, because we are seeing a lot of the not too much of the support coming through as much as previously. And now with the Prospector. So this is a very kiting, support heavy, harassment heavy team comp that we're seeing for KON. But now, how do you feel about it overall, and what do you think Pitstop is going to pick here?
I feel like, well, there's a little bit of everything. They're trying to cover all bases. There's support, harass, the rescue's obviously very good. The Gravekeeper is obviously very good in this terrain as well. The all support. Ultimately, they gotta aim for a 3-man escape, and that's really hard. A 3-man escape, and that's only gonna draw the entire game, right? That's only gonna draw the entire game, because it's gonna be 1 round wins each, same points. So here, I don't know. I feel like best case scenario, 3-man out. But to get a 4-man out and win, I would say it's really hard. It's really, really hard. And if Pit Stopper decides to play something like, for example, Hermit or a Bon.
I mean,
Hermit, I
Bonbon.
guess, but Bonbon. I mean, I guess Bonbon's okay because you're forcing the survivors to come and rescue, right? And this is a situation where KON cannot afford to sell. You know what I mean? Like, it sort of forces you to come and rescue, and that's where things can go very, very wrong with the bomb cams and whatnot. But we'll see. Maybe Stopper has some idea for the short king we have here. Short king.
I mean, Bonbon. Yeah, now that there has been adjustments made to the Bonbon, we'll be seeing the comms itself on the chair, right? And for his most optimal chase here would definitely have to be the Seer. Or also, if the Grave Keeper is nearby, go for him because these two characters, they are great chasers for the Bonbon. But I would say for the other two, maybe might be a little bit more difficult. Now, looking into our spawn location here, we are seeing that Gravekeeper will be spawning at the 4th stop, and Prospector at the double story area. Stoppers will be spawning at the in the moving carousel where Loki is nearby. So I would say he would potentially be the first chase here.
Could be. Maybe this is the time where Loki shines, right? Like, go on the ground, put some pallets first, go on the ground, and then force Pit Stopper to chase after you, use up all your shovels. Because you're not going to get out after one bomb, right? You're only going to come out after 2 bomb hits. So that in itself is already buying a lot of time. So if Pit Stopper decides to go for Loki, that's going to favor KON a little bit more. But ultimately, I feel like, yeah, if he wants to go for Ram, that's also a possibility, but it's so hard in the double story. But looking at the traits that they have itself, 2 players, Loki, Shevchenko, have Ty Turner, and everyone has borrowed time except Shevchenko, and the flywheels as well on Ram and Travis. Pit Stopper has the 6-9 Warp Gate. That's the Insolence Detention build. So Warp Gate is all he needs right here in Match 3 Round 3, second half. I know that's Chocho. We'll be commentating this last match, possibly last match.
Right, so we might be seeing potentially an overtime if KON survivors get a 3 escape. So let's see if KON is able to prolong this series and come in with that comeback that we've been expecting now. Pit Stopper's heading straight for the double story area. Rum, the Prospector, has been making his rotations around, and Pit Stoppers do spot him out with this blood trace behind him.
Yeah, has to be really careful though, because it's really hard chasing after a Prospector. If a Prospector feels like you're closing distance against him, he can just put a magnet on the ground. See, that's what he's doing. Put a magnet on the ground, you get closer, he can just push you away or propel you away or attract you up the stairs. But in this case, it's probably going to be a pull. And that's going to buy time for Ram to go through the window safely, vault out with the speed, maybe go back. Oh, another magnet being used, and that's probably going to be it. The push happening. Run towards where the...
Wow,
nice.
crazy support coming in. And a
nice.
flywheel expanded too, but now he doesn't have
KON?
anything else to work with, so this is gonna be raw kiting coming from Ram. As of now, 0 bomb hits, but a basic hit just through the pellet.
Oh no, I cannot go up. Oh, and that's it. The Warp Gate is gonna close that distance that he was hoping for. Ram's gonna take that 1 free chip damage. It's fine. Oh, missing that remote bomb. But now 1 more bomb to solidify it. Ram's gonna go down with a basic hit. But look at how long Ram has been kiting, Chocho. 3 ciphers.
Full ciphers, exactly. Posh, can I just say, people with this skin on Prospector, I feel like they naturally just kite very well. I mean, I could be wrong, but I saw Ram, the way he really dodges those bombs, he played it really safely. When it's time to place those magnets, when you're mentioning it, he plays it down. At the right time, right place.
Oh, wait, Shevchenko is gonna be a really risky rescue. He's gonna get it nonetheless. And without getting harmed. So that's something very important to note. Meteorologist is still at full health. That's good. And now, starting that 4th and 5th cipher, probably gonna rotate soon. Loki's probably gonna come in for that second rescue. And if they play this correctly, they might even be able to get that 3-man escape at least.
At least, and maybe if they really, really play this well, maybe if the meteorologists come in with the Gale win ability, it could help them push for that 4 escape that they really need here. But as of now, it looks to me that a BO3 overtime is highly possible, guys. So hopes are still up there for KON survivors. Can they make this rescue? Gravekeeper is coming in with the shovel on the bottom left. We see him slowly but surely.
Slowly but surely, but he has to remember this is a very risky rescue, right?
Bomb field.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
It's a
Nice!
bomb field!
Oh, no! Oh my god! And this might be the opening that Pit Stopper was looking for. He's like, yeah, I know what I'm doing. I just need a draw. And that's exactly what he's aiming for. And now, Chef, the meteorologist needs to finish that cipher, Shevchenko, and go for the rescue. But right now, it's only at 92%. So go for the rescue, and probably Travis will help. But that Gale win is going to push Pit Stoppers away a little bit more. The bombs are really, really rampaging here. Not enough bombs to work with. But honestly, he just needs to get Loki one more time, and that bomb's going to solidify it. Okay, all right.
I would say Travis should be the one coming in, whereas Chef should be heading out to that 92% cipher, which is very far away. So Gravekeeper now, he will be chat here at behind double story area. As of now, things are looking pretty interesting because Chef actually made the long way towards his last cipher.
Yeah, Travis trying to maybe get some. Ooh, the chip damage happening
This
already.
is not good. Flywheel.
Flywheel, but doesn't really matter
97,
because one
98,
more bomb.
99.
Oh my god! The perfect rescue, and not to mention, I think they should just pop right here, right now. Yeah, they should just pop, and that's exactly what's gonna happen. I think they heard me. I don't know, but
Travis,
Wait, what-
Travis, look at him. He's almost gonna have the bird already. He's almost
Bird.
there. Can he make it? This bird support coming through. Just vault. Yes.
Just vault.
The gate
The dungeon's
is being
here
opened
as well.
here. Dungeon.
Oh my god,
Come
the
on,
dungeon.
Travis. A little bit more. A little bit more.
You can do it. You can do it. But it looks like he's not even gonna go. He's gonna run towards where the gate is.
Meteorologist
My
with the
God.
push. With the push.
Oh my god. That was so close. But now maybe going for another one. He's like, yeah, maybe not. Oh wait, that push was really good. But I think he needs to chase out the players first, right? Because yeah, as long as everyone's half health, that would be good. There's detention also, so this is hard. But Travis is gonna go down. That's the second person down, Jojo. So Pit Stopper bringing him so far away. But careful though, because the dungeon is really close here.
The
And-
Gravekeeper has tight turner.
Yeah, that's really scary. He needs to far camp. If Loki, this is the one chance that you have to bring your team to overtime, right? Because right now, you're the only one tight turner. You're the hero that KON needs. And I don't know how you're gonna do it, but you gotta do it.
Yeah, we can't settle for less here because we will lose. Now, Loki unable to get the rescue. Unfortunately, gets Terror Show denied rescue. Travis will be sent back to the manor alongside with Loki, accompanying him with Chef, flywheeling out of the gate. And this means that Omni wins the series and will enter the top 4 successfully. Congratulations to
Yeah.
Team Omni.
Congratulations. But KON did a really good job as well. Obviously, in that situation, it was very hard to rescue against a detention bonbon, right? He's not going to use his bombs to end you. He's just going to use his left click. So it is really hard in that situation. But nonetheless, Omni played that to the full BO3. Both teams played valiantly. And today, Omni is the better team. So congratulations, Omni. And they're moving forward. One step closer.
Moving forward. One step closer indeed. Now they currently for Omni they have secured at least 2.8k USD, whereas for the KON, unfortunately they are disqualified, eliminated. but at least they walk away with 1.4k USD.
Yeah, I would like some of those USD. Thank you very much. But but yeah, a little bit of something for everyone, right? Like what we mentioned from the earlier games. But that game, yeah, that's the situation we were afraid that would happen, right? Because H, if you don't get anything more than just a draw, this is exactly what's going to happen. Your survivors have to work extra hard, and judging from BO1, BO2 against Pit Stoppers, well, let's just say Pit Stoppers is putting a stop onto your survivors. So, yeah, unfortunately, in this situation, Omni was the better prepared team, the better, the longer verse synergy, like well synergized team, I guess, and they took it this time. And good luck to them moving forward. But as for KON itself, definitely there's some room for improvement, but ultimately they're still adjusting. Beautiful first kite by Rum. Loki's still adjusting from into coming into the Survivor faction. So, and Travis probably the support harass might need to be a little bit more refined, but they definitely did very well. Pushing Omni, which is a core representative, to this point.
Yeah, and you mentioned Ram, right? I really got to give my flowers to him. He really did an excellent first kite. We saw the way he dodges those bombs. It's just a very experienced survivor in my experience. I mean, in the way I'm seeing it. He knows exactly how to do it with the bonbon. He knows how to kite a bonbon. In fact, I feel like the Prospector is his comfort pick. So it's just really unfortunate. Things don't really go out the way we hope for it to be, and yeah, it's just let's just take this as a very good experience for KON survivors, and let's hope to see them again in the next tournament that we not too sure which one it will be for Team KON, but let's keep their names in our minds when we hit to the next tournament that we see them in.
Yeah, for reals. And especially with how big IdentityV is going, right? It's like we've seen how IdentityV has been selected as one of the games. The tournament will be done, an IDV tournament will be done in Japan next year for the Asian Games. So that's a huge deal. And not to mention the bigger prize pool. I think it's just at a really good place right now, and there are so many interesting characters, right, coming out into play. I can't wait till we get to see the Archer, the Escapologist, the Peddler. Right? There's so many interesting characters here. So I feel like IDV is in a really good place. It's only gonna get better, and the teams will definitely, the teams will definitely show everyone more new characters, not just the big four. So I'm looking forward to that.
And in a while's time, we'll be able to see who the MVP is, followed up by a player interview phase. So now let's maybe guess who the MVP is gonna be for this matchup.
It has to be Pit Stoppers, right?
You're absolutely right about that.
Let's
In fact,
go.
on the bonbon, average elimination of 3.33. So average terror shocks of 0.67. So crazy stuff coming from Pit Stoppers, and a very well-deserved MVP also. So his performance has been pretty consistent, right? We saw that he initially played the Goatman, got a 4K, Hula Baloo with a 3K, and now with the bonbon 3K as well.
Yeah, very consistent 3Ks to 4Ks across the board. Pit Stopper showing why he is not to be overlooked. Definitely a very good hunter. And guys, definitely, you gotta send your flowers to not just Chocho, to Pit Stoppers and Omni in general, because Omni has definitely been playing. They're definitely been playing better and better and better every year. So hopefully this will be their year to go forward, move forward. And we look forward to seeing what they will be bringing to the table in the future as well.
Yes, and as of now, we are preparing the interviews in behind the scenes. But as of now, we also know who the player that we'll be seeing in a while's time, and that is none other than Omni's Fluff.
Fluff. Woof, woof. I still remember him
Yes.
barking in Koa. And
It's not
going
barking,
like,
it's the howling.
oh, yeah, the howling. Sorry, I was the one barking. Sorry, I messed that up. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, imagine we go Awu when Fluff comes on.
Yeah, but now we're hit into the interview phase with Fluff. So let's take a look at this.
Oh, I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! I freaking knew it! Fluff with the Awus! Congratulations! You must be feeling over the moon right
thank
now.
you. Yes, it
Alright.
was a wonderful victory. Oh my.
All right. Oh my God, that was such a long BO3 as well. And right, I mean, you gotta be
Yep,
feeling
yeah.
extremely well. Yeah, yeah. Talk
Yeah.
to us about Talk to us about how
Yeah,
you feel like going up against
feel?
when
Going against.
going
Going up
going
against
up against KON. Yeah, going against KON. How do you feel? How tell us your thought process. Like, do you feel like the entire run? Like, tell us how you feel throughout the entire process of it.
Well, at the start, um, I felt
Maybe
pretty
we
happy.
could go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go ahead.
Like,
Go on.
was there any match that was especially hard for you, like in BO1, BO2, BO3, like especially?
Oh yes. So the first, in the third match, so I mean, especially hard for me. I mean, I picked. How do I say this? I mean, I guess I could. I guess I could say I was a little nervous to kite a wheel in a spawn I was unfamiliar with.
Oh, but you still did great though.
Mm-hmm.
You still did great though. His time for Sky.
I mean, I kind of smacked the wheel in wheel form. He didn't go anywhere. But you know, we're. Do you have any other questions?
But I think ultimately one thing that was very impressive from your performance, right, Fluff, was the anti-query and the 151 seconds of containment time emulated, right?
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask you a little
really?
bit about how you feel about that match. Like, was that exactly how you planned it out to be?
From the start, we knew that he'd go and like chase the person bridge. That's why I went there. Initially, I wanted to switch my position with someone else because I wasn't sure if I could kite there. But I was just like, well, I mean, it's too late, so just stay here. And then towards the end, it did not go as planned. You see, there's supposed to be a ball in the slide, but instead he started making like he put his two balls on like the sides of the stairs, making some like royal entrance, and that caught me lacking, right? Because then I started giggling, and then I wasn't paying attention. He transformed. I flywheeled too early. Then we both got snapped and died. That was not according to plan.
All
I
right.
see. All right, so I think lastly, let's maybe get your final words, of course, to your fans. Any words that you'd like to share with them?
Yeah, just a shout out
Please,
to the people supporting
please.
you.
No. I mean,
Oh my God,
I
Fluff is lost for words. Fluff is just so excited to win.
Yeah, all right,
I'm
so
so excited, bro. Can't wait to see that
Alright.
live clerk. Then go on.
Oh, BO5 clerk.
Pipe clerk. All right, so we'll look forward to that. I know tomorrow is going to be a very long day for you guys. So as of now, thank you so much for coming for this interview and all the best for tomorrow.
All right.
Thank you.
Good luck. Good luck to
Yes,
you.
of course.
and
Thank
Omni.
you. Thank you.
All right.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
My heart goes out.
Have a good day. All right, Fluff was so excited. I mean, you gotta be super excited, right? Because that was a that was a BO3 game. They were pushed to a BO3. But none other than less, that's my time right here. But thank you for having me. And Jojo, thank you as well. We're heading into a short break, so don't go anywhere. Poch will be back on. So see you in a bit.
Spotlight's on, now here I am, dressed in scars with golden glam. Dance with lies, I own this game. Come on down, let me fill all your dreams. Feel the crowds, feed the flame. Stage itself's a twisted frame. Bury the past to walk this fame. You wanna show what you gotta do is call my name. I kick off gold, it's cold beneath. My mask still fits, I barely breathe. They beg for truth, I sell what they need. Take a bow, going out with a bang. Pull the gun, I call the grave. Spin the tale and played it brave. Call my shot, I bend the rules. Killed the truth, just gave them what they all crave. Let the stage rewrite the scene. Watch the truth fall in between. I built a rain hard to tame. 'Cause I was born without a shame. Lights go down, claim my crown. He pulled the trigger, but I played the game. I burned the script, the crown, the king. Feel the crowds, feed the flame. Stage itself's a twisted frame. Bury the past to walk this fame. You wanna show what you gotta do is call my name. Let the stage rewrite the scene. Watch the truth fall in between. I built a rain hard to tame. Feel the crowds, feed the flame. Stage itself's a twisted frame.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever. Christmas, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth. Beware the moon.
And we are back for our last match of the day. We have 81 versus FNE, and this commentary will be brought to you live by Chocho and of course my co-caster here, Posh Vice. So Posh, you have been sitting behind the scenes. How are you feeling about maybe the previous one or maybe this matchup itself?
I have a theory. Okay. You're still the OT queen, but it's gonna prove it if this game goes BO3 overtime. But I don't know. We'll just have to find out. But I just want to give shout out to the people in the chat that have been joining us. Yes, it is just us three casters. Maneke SP, Caro, all y'all with the crowns. Just a girl who actually woke up here. So she was actually in the IVA Demon King Arena and now she is awake. So shout outs to you, Just a Girl. And shout outs to 81789. Oh, that's true. That's why 6 is afraid of 7. Ghost Lucky, I Eat Food, Just Better, Infamous, Eve, and Awi. I hope I pronounced that correctly. But Chocho, this is the matchup I'm looking forward to because Kuro did mention that this is the harasser lineup because I Eat Food is an Enchantress main, Just Better is a Cowboy main, and Infamous is a forward main. So that's a lot of OBers and supporters in this team of 81.
Yeah, and I really like how this is gonna be played out later on because we have been seeing quite a bit of harassment-centered focused team comms coming from DM, just now also from KON, but when it comes down to the execution, that's where it matters the most. But let's move into FNE. We fear no enemy. We have the Hunters, Killer Boss, Yindi. As for Survivor side, we have Shiru, Wolf, Action, PMNK, Alien, and coach would be Billy.
Yep, and I think Killer Boss was former KON, but now he is in FNE. So this is going to be a very interesting lineup. A winner will go on and face, I believe it is going to be Omni in tomorrow's game. And this could definitely go the full 3 if we are lucky enough to see the interesting lineup. But it seems like I see you smiling there, Chocho. This is a breaking wheel type of day. What's with the smile? Let me talk to me. What's going on?
Are you trying to say I'm the OT queen? I was literally telling Nell, oh, Nell, you're the OT king. And then now you're saying I'm the OT queen.
Well, let's see, because it'll be proven. Actually, when we commentated, we didn't go. Maybe I don't know. We'll find out. But crowns in the chat for Chocho, our queen over here. This matchup is quite interesting because of the specialty characters of 81. But how are you feeling now that we're in this type of new meta where we still see the top 4 hunters? We are going to see Moonlit River Park once again, but they're not as strong as they were before. Give me your thoughts on also the survivor variety that we have been seeing.
I think as of now, Moonlit River Park, not a very popular BO1 pick. We actually saw it just not only in BO3. So maybe Team 81, they have some strategies behind this map itself. And as of now, for the survivor picks, we are seeing the meteorologists being loved by the NAEU teams.
Oh yeah.
Every chance they get, they will be picking that. We also see the forward and meteorologist pairings. We saw it from DM, we saw it from KON. Maybe Team 81 or FNE also would bring out the same pairings that we've been seeing. GT also pretty popular in BO1.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of meteorologists, a lot of lucky guys that we have been seeing. Different strategies. Sorry, the song Strategy played in my head when you said that, so I was like, oh, okay.
Strategy?
I knew it. Dude, watch K-pop Demon Hunters. It's really good. Anyway, it's really good. You should watch it. If anybody in chat has watched that, Soda Pop is my favorite.
Okay.
Please watch it. Anyway, in this matchup, I'm excited to see some specialty characters. I know that in the match that we commentated, we thought Feaster was going to come out, but it's still very apparent that in rounds 1 and 2, you're kind of locked in with hunters. But survivors, on the other hand, we saw Doctor in round 1. We saw Novelist, even though the changes did get, I mean, he did receive a little bit of nerfs. He's still very much viable in this matchup. And the way Kuro built up Team 81 with a Cowboy coming into the mix, with an Enchantress, with a forward, really interested to see how they're going to make that, or if they're going to use that type of characters, how they're going to bring it out in Moonlit River Park, because we saw an amazing best of 3 on Moonlit River Park, and hopefully we'll see some interesting plays when it comes to the coaster.
Yeah, we did see that a little bit just now, but I feel like a lot of the matches now recently, even when we see Moonlit River Park, we don't see the coaster getting utilized a lot. Yeah, it's just mainly used, the map has been chosen mainly for the kiting areas that is pretty strong. We've also seen certain adjustments in the maps, you know, as mentioned. So this is going to be pretty interesting coming into the band pick phase between 81 Survivors versus FNE's Hunter.
I Eat Food, Infamous, Awiu, I hope I pronounced that correctly, and Just a Better locking in for now. Just the usual suspects here. I like how they're tanking up to start with the Gravekeeper and the Psychologist. Pretty standard fare. This does unfortunately ban out the Seer, Mechanic, and Magician. And now it seems like they are locking in the Embalmer, which kind of says that they're kind of going for a conservative strategy here.
Conservative strategy right from the get-go. Not sure if that's gonna be the right play. Usually the Embalmer would be saved for the later rounds. Just because, you know, if you just need to tie things out, that's the best character to pick out here. But it seems to be that 81, they want to potentially go for the one escape or tie game in Beyond, which is relatively hard considering the metaphor is still available.
Yeah, and going with the Professor as the last one, so saving that Professor for later rounds. And usually we see the Embalmer kind of in the second half at the very earliest, not really to start things out, because if you're the survivor playing the first half, you kind of have to dictate the pace. But kind of showing their cards here that they want to just go for a conservative strategy, that they're going for a very tank lineup and no stunners, so they're just really bolstering up their defenses to try and survive as long as possible. And this kind of gives Yindi all free reign to use either the Hullabaloo or the Goatman. Maybe, like you said, they could be just going for Moonlit River Park because they're very accustomed to the kiting areas here.
I think that could be the case here for Team 81, but questions here still remains as to what Indy is going to be picking. Quite interestingly, he banned out the Perfumer, so I feel like he could be going for the Goatman. I think it could be the Goatman here, highly possible. But,
Whoa! Hang on, wait. Wu Chang coming out by Yin D. We did put this also in our study session, that Wu Chang receiving changes to his bell form, that it really traps the survivors as well, and the Soul Siphon. I can understand now why they don't want the Perfumer, but wow, round start Wu Chang. After look at us talking about use the top 4 meta. Yin D coming with the big guns right away, going for this. We've seen this before, and it was Dong Shen to put it out there. However, he was kind of playing towards a tie because his team did just get a really good first half. But Yin D coming guns a-blazing with this Wu Chang. Talk to me, Chocho. How do you feel about this?
Wow, I have no idea when was the last time I saw this.
Round 1 Wu Chang.
Yeah, but I love the new flavor that IVT NAEU is bringing to the table here. We saw the Dream Witch, we saw the Wax Artist. Now we're seeing Wu Chang. Endless possibilities and surprises coming from NAEU, and I very much can't wait for this matchup itself. Let's look into their spawn locations first. And Bama will be spawning at the first stop right next to the Hunter, and a Psychologist at the double story area, and the other two will be very safe. Very safe. Very safe.
Yeah. This is quite interesting. I wonder what trait he's going to be bringing, because you can go kind of an aggressive Wu Chang. We've seen people use Wu Chang in the sense that teleport Wu Chang or a normal Wu Chang, because you want to be able to just have so much map pressure with the umbrellas. doesn't change the fact that Wu Chang is still pretty much a single hit hunter. So the fact that they have a bolstering lineup like this still can tank a lot of those hits, but looking at it, it's a blink Wu Chang with insolence, so building up that full presence earlier on. However, we see 3 flywheels and 1 tide turner on I Eat Food. So Yindi has his hands full, and in my IVT 2025 bingo cards, I did not have Wu Chang on, but if you guys did have Wu Chang on this on round 1, you can check that off your IVT 2025 bingo card. But first and foremost, that's Chocho, I'm Pod Spice. We are commentators for Day 1, Match 4, Round 1, first half between 81 and FNE.
Alright, heading straight for the Embalmer at the start. So he will be making full use of the coaster here. No Terror Shocks will be registered. So a very, first hit will be imminent, unavoidable here, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But let's see where he rotates.
Yeah, it seems like the first hit was very imminent there. It just seems like he's gonna get a quick down. So interesting route that the Embalmer took. I think he just wants to create that separation, but not the best start. That was actually under 30 seconds, and Yindi's just going to take the Embalmer closer to his coffin.
Wow, so this is not the best on the bone start coming from 81, but now we'll be seeing the coffin being utilized here, so this will help these survivors push those ciphers, but at the same time, the hit will still register and the down unavoidable at all. So this Embalmer really gotta kite it out, able to flywheel through, but no pellet stuns registered, and the hit just onto that mini tight turner. Blink still available on India's side, and this Wu Chang really coming to show us why he's picked here in BO1.
Yeah, that's quite interesting how the Embalmer unfortunately did feed the presence to the Wu Chang. Now we're gonna go for the Soul Siphon just to close the distance. I Eat Food has to be careful in making the approach here. He's gonna see the scratch marks on the floor, and now we're at full presence. I Eat Food unfortunately still on that cooldown. He could definitely switch on over to the Blackguard here with the bell just to stop. Oh, gets that hit early on, and now the rescue did happen.
Yeah, and a double down situation coming from Indy's side, able to know when is it the right time to go and be greedy. Now he has full view of where this Embalmer is gonna be at, so probably not too pressured to get that. Still has a blink to work with, is really urgent, but the Fen, his umbrella, will be ready in about 3 seconds.
Yep, and now we do see Infamous gonna try to give some OBN support as the Professor. But yeah, he's just gonna put his umbrella here just so that he will actually create that separation between these two survivors. But nice bell just to get the stun, and ultimately he can go for that rocket chair. There is no one that's gonna actually come in for a harass, but potentially Infamous might go for a next save. But unfortunately, Chocho, they only brought 1 tide turner, so this rescue attempt is gonna be a little tough, and Cypher progress isn't looking too healthy as we head towards the mid game.
Yep, so Embalmer will be flying back to the manor with Infamous will be getting this, so he will still get the hit. Oh, flywheels, but it doesn't really help with anything here. So Infamous unable to use his skill as well. This is gonna be potentially a very quick down.
Could be. I mean, that Soul Siphon is really good. Just stops them from vaulting and dropping down pallets, forcing out the flywheel as well. Good response for Yindi, playing it very conservatively, forcing out possibly some activity here, but he still has not used this trait just yet. I like this. He's actually going to go for more map pressure, just adding injuries on the board. And now the blink. That could have been a Terror Shock, but it's still all good because injuries are stacking up. Nice movement from I Eat Food to avoid the bell. But now he's on that shovel form and he's going to try to force out a hit. This is going to allow Just Better to kind of go for a Wi-Fi heal, but they are prioritizing ciphers for now.
As they should be right now. I Eat Food able to kite it out, doesn't have any items to work with, and Psychologist will be using the Wi-Fi heal on the Professor. And wow, missing that hit once again. I Eat Food really breaking all ankles, trying to buy time for his teammates to decode those ciphers.
Yeah, and look at that, just dropping so much pallets, forcing Yindi in this situation, but the bell is finally gonna hit. and the down is going to happen onto the Gravekeeper. So now Yindi is going to try to force his attention on over to this God Kiting area to get the Soul Siphon. Nice. Forcing out the flywheel, and through the pallet we go in the white guard form. So good job from Just Better to stay alive in this scramble.
The white form doesn't seem to be very strong as compared to the black form. Or we could see that the attack speed coming from the white form is just way too slow, whereas the black form is a lot faster. So we're seeing Indy will just be letting the psychologist off the hook as of now. Gravekeeper will be on the chair. Just Better. Let's see if he can make it for this rescue. Will he make it though? There is the
bell. Oh, nice, forcing out the bell, but he is so far from actually getting towards that rocket chair. So a double down, a stuffed rescue, and unfortunately, Infamous has to be the one to get this rescue going, but this just puts the Cyphers in a complete standstill, Chocho. And now Infamous already on the Hunter's radar. Psychologist will have to go for the heal here, and now Infamous closes in.
Infamous are able to get out of the area, but the Soul Siphoning will still be registered onto him. The situation very, very difficult.
Oh, he's unable to get the rescue, and now it seems like they're gonna have to switch side. Just Better, unfortunately, gets the exit path used up, but now the Soul Siphon is gonna be done. He's gonna farm off a hit onto the Gravekeeper, and now he's just gonna focus shop here because the Psychologist, no more exit path. He just has to focus on the win condition right now and just go for that Professor.
Yep, Infamous. Let's see, this blink hit is gonna be crucial, but this is the white form. He can easily. Does he not know that he's on course?
Oh, forcing out. Okay, going back and forth. He's just waiting. Like you said, the white form, the hits are more predictable. So maybe he's just waiting for the cooldown to happen onto the black guard to see. There, he's just going to put the umbrella, force him out of this spot, and he's just going to go for a hit down. Oh, going for the block there onto the Professor.
Yep, able to make use of this window to remove away from the Soul Siphon, but the Terror Shock hit will still register, and this helps Indy with this close-up shot and securing that 4 kill that he needs here. 5-0 right from the get-go, a great start for Team F and E.
Definitely, and considering that we were not expecting a Wu-Chang, a very aggressive Wu-Chang to start things out, it definitely played into their favor. I think 2 things, you know what, the element of surprise and also him getting an early down onto the Embalmer definitely played a really big role for that snowball to happen. And I think he was just a step ahead in terms of getting to the spot earlier. There were some moments of success, especially when they really knew how to predict the hits on the white guard form. But I mean, the win conditions were played very well that he didn't necessarily have to use his blink until the late game.
Exactly, and yeah, now that we're seeing Yindy's Wu-Chang, we can see the buffs onto him has been pretty good. Maybe time for more Wu-Changs. Actually, honestly, I wasn't expecting the Wu-Chang so early on. Maybe like BO3, but BO1.
So this is kind of terrifying because now, like you said, we're gonna have a global ban on that Wu-Chang, and they're gonna have to ban out, let's say, Hullabaloo or Goatman. You're saving the meta hunters for BO2 or best of 3. So I think that was kind of the strategy that Dongshen also had when he used the Wu-Chang, is that you save the meta hunters for later. And this is the best possible scenario for them because, first of all, the survivors wanted to get a tie, but they couldn't get that. And now you eliminate the Wu-Chang, but he still has access to so much more meta hunters. So great job on Yindy's side, the way he played that.
Yeah, and Yindy definitely did a great job. But for the side of 81, Team 81 survivors, I do feel that when it comes to the first kite, it could have definitely been a lot longer. From the Embalmer, I feel like there was some maybe errors when it comes to the kiting route. Yeah, the kiting route definitely. I felt like there was it wasn't the best. It wasn't the best, and he shouldn't have been down like against the Wu-Chang that fast into the game. Yeah.
True. I think it's more of maybe tournament nerves getting the best, or it could be just, a little bit flustered with the Wu Chang pick. So hopefully, AWIW, will, it kind of lock in for the next one. Again, it's fine. It's still the first half. It's still the first round. So you can still kind of bounce back, and you're kind of now shifting the attention on over to the Hunter side. So hopefully the Hunter in this matchup would favor them. And also, Chocho, I feel like this is a dub on FNE side because this was 81's map choice. So coming into round 2, FNE's Hunter is definitely going to get a lot more overpowered because he can choose whatever map they want unless it gets banned out. But still, they still have priority over.
I see. So, yeah, as of now, then 81 really, Team 81's Hunter, Ghostly Luck, really has to break ankles here to tie things out, to get that 4K back. And I wonder what Hunter he has, because this is my first time seeing him perform on the tournament plays.
True. People saying Wu Chang with the face card at the end there. That was actually all the right for him to do that. That was, you don't really see Wu Chang getting 4Ks. So the way he played that, definitely very well. If you still kind of categorize Wu Chang, he did get strong, but you still go for the meta hunters for a reason. So the fact that he got a 4K in this IDV climate of survivors, still really good. Also, really interesting that they went with a very tanky lineup. And they didn't put any emphasis on maybe like a puppeteer maybe puppeteer also is pretty tanky, but they didn't have any OB and supports. So this allowed the Wu Chang just to make sure, okay, I could pick up without even getting interrupted. It's fine. I don't have to worry about cypher rushing. So it kind of played it. All stars aligned towards this Wu Chang getting that 4K.
Yeah, and they just did a very good job. And now moving on to the second half of BO1, we'll be seeing 81's Hunter, Ghostly Luck versus seeing FNE Survivors. FNE Survivors also my first few times. I feel like I've seen El Yen's name somewhere before. But as for the rest, I feel like it's my first time seeing them. So quite curious to see what strategies that they have, what characters do they play, and how the execution of the game later on would be.
Hell yeah. So if you guys know any of these players, if you know any of their socials, let us know too, because we want to be able to give them justice and tell their story as well and give justice to their highlighted moments. And hopefully we'll be able to see a Hunter back and forth, kind of like in the previous match, and see that best of 3 and kind of crown Chocho as the BO3 queen there. Is that better instead of OT queen?
Well,
I'm kidding. They want to perform,
Yeah, I mean, as much as they want to perform, I understand. Currently, we are seeing Indie with the Wu Chang, right? I mean, already BO1. I'm not sure if they're going to change it to Killer Boss at any point in time. But if we're seeing Indie all the way and BO1 is already in Wu Chang, I feel like he's just going to continue surprising us with his BO2 and BO3 picks, which I personally am pretty excited about, rather than the usual 4.
So, okay. If we're going to try to predict the future here, or we're going to try to think about what kind of mindset Yindi is, if he's going to go Wu Chang round 1, what other hunters do you think, or would you want to see in round 2 from Yindi, if he's willing to bring out Wu Chang round 1? Feasta. Lakeside Feaster. Hell yeah. Definitely
I
want to
wanted to see Feasta from Seoul previously. I wanted to see Seoul's Feasta, but he didn't bring out. In fact, BO2 he brought out a Breaking Wheel, so that was pretty sad. But maybe Indie, yes.
Hopefully, fingers crossed. We want to see that Feaster. I mean, I'm all for Breaking Wheel. I do want to see a Breaking Wheel to get that 4K. Over in Southeast Asia, we did have a tournament where a Breaking Wheel got a 4K in hospital, which is crazy. But that was a specialized tournament. Definitely want to see that. I mean, as casters, right, we're the 3 Breaking Wheel bros and sis or whatever. So I know that you guys talked about that a little bit.
I rewatched the ending part. You were like, "Where's the $200? Give it to Chala."
Yeah, sorry. If you guys could check out Nello Mello's YouTube, we did have the Demon King Arena Challenge. So the guy just went like Breaking Wheel in hospital out of the other hunters that were more viable. Give that man the prize, bro. Give it to him. Yeah.
And then you were asking Gummy, do you trust? Do you trust now?
Sorry. I'm sorry. I know Chocho was the
Forcing the
background.
trust.
Yeah, I was very not professional there because I was kind of popping off. But you guys in chat are popping off. I see Salty Sugi. I see Sublime. I see Charlie. Hello, hello. Jelly's here as well. Dry Napkins says Argo Yindi. I mean, anyone that can make Wuchang 4K is definitely a GOAT. Definitely not the GOAT man, but definitely one of the greatest to ever do it here. And let us know in chat what you guys want to see. I don't know if Yindi is taking any requests for hunters. I'd definitely love to see the Feaster. I would love to see an Evil Reptilian if that's the case. But we just have to wait and see. I mean, Evil Reptilian, I feel like ever since his changes, it's pretty solid. But not as solid as the metas, but still kind of very entertaining to see the lethal crashes happening.
If that's the case, I want to see Ripper.
Oh, you know, we haven't seen a Ripper yet with the changes. I want to see how he's going to use the chip damage or the extra foggy blades or the mini foggy blades to be able to be used. So, Ghostly Luck coming in while we do see FNE Wolf, PMNK, Shiwu, and Action. Station? Action.
Yishin. Waishin.
Oh, Waishin.
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 It's
I'm going to go with...
Waishin.
Okay, there you go. Okay, cool.
All right. So we'll be seeing the band pick phase starting, right, with the Gravekeeper and Magician being picked first. We've been seeing the Magician, right? Either it gets banned or it gets picked. There's no in between. Yeah, so Magician has been receiving a lot of love from NAEU as well. And I'm excited to see how FNE is going to be making use of this character as well.
Wow.
With the Perfumer.
Yeah, you know what? This is giving a lot of IGL. They do love their perfumers. They like the enchantresses as well and magicians. So, very interesting that we go with the perfumer. Hopefully, I don't know. They're hoping that Ghostly Luck will go for a single hit hunter, because if it goes for a chip damage hunter, the perfumer is gonna be it's gonna have a hard time with those perfume bottles. But standard bans, Seer and Balmer, just so that they can eliminate the tie factor. And we have also the Fire Investigator and Puppeteer for them to be able to get rid of the tankiness. But this allows FNE Shiwu, or whoever's going to use this, to get the Aeroplanist.
All right, so overall, very kite heavy team comp here that we're seeing. So Ghostly Luck could be going for those meta hunters, the 4 or 12 for meta hunters.
Right.
And if it's according to what we predict, it's probably gonna be Goatman coming BO1. But the Opera Singer could work here as well. And if he wants to Ripper,
He wants to Ripper, if he wants to Clown, if he wants to go other characters that receive some adjustments here and there, not necessarily nerfs like the top 4, go for it. Ghostly Luck. With a name like Ghostly Luck, though, Ripper. I just want to see Ripper. I'm not sure what he's going to bring out, but if his team is very character specific or survivor specific, because we did mention the survivors that they do use, maybe Ghostly Luck also has an interesting hunter pool that he can go towards.
could be possible here. And we've learned our lesson that it's very hard to sometimes predict what these NAEU tournament hunters are going to be picking here. And I love the surprises. I do, I really do. But maybe not the breaking wheel from BO1 first, second half.
Oh.
Not the breaking wheel.
Maybe not. Maybe if it's an all or nothing, that's good. But if you still have a chance, maybe use other hunters that could at least secure maybe a tie or maybe something a little more reliable. But what? A nightmare! Oh my gosh!
What is happening?
My bingo card is definitely not. Yeah, I'm glad that we didn't put any predictions down on this, Chocho, because I would have never guessed Ghostly Luck going with a Nightmare. A Nightmare did come out in Koa, but at most it just tied. So he's really rolling the dice on this one.
So risky. And I like it. I like that. Maybe his it's a risk, and sometimes we don't see Nightmare so often, right? Maybe FNE survivors are not prepared for it. They feel like, oh,
True.
they panic and stuff. So maybe he's relying on that to potentially play this round. So let's look into the spawn location first. We have the first slot being the Perfumer. Double story, we have the Gravekeeper. At the bridge, we have Fire, Aeroplanist, and Magician, and near the first slot.
Yeah, maybe, he wants to catch them off guard, but looking at the survivors too, they kind of can tank and kind of kite a single hit hunter. And Nightmare is kind of not prioritized as much when it comes to competitive, because a lot of the players can kind of figure out, especially in comms, to know when he's going to teleport, when he's going to use those dashes. If he's at that, if you're at the carousel part, it's going to be hard for him to kind of go for those linear dashes. But like I said, time and time again, we got to just trust. We got to trust in Ghostly Luck, as he's going to roll the dice on this Nightmare. But pinch me, Chocho. We had a Wu-Chang round 1, and now we got a Nightmare in round 2. Talk to me about the Persona builds here.
Right, we have Confined, Space Detention and a Warp on Nightmare. As for Survivor side, they have brought in 3 Flywheels, a full kiting build on the Perfumer, and 2 Tide Turners on the Gravekeeper and the Magician. So this is going to be day 1 match for round 1 second half between FNE survivors versus 81's Hunter. My name is Chocho, and joining me is Posh Spice, and we will bring you the live commentary of this interesting BO1 second half Nightmare.
Not wasting any time, Ghostly Luck has to make this Nightmare work and get a 4K just for them to potentially stay alive come round number 2 and tie things up. And we're already on our first chase here at the last stop. Once he gets the dashes going, it could be quite scary. So we still try to set up a crow here, as Shu is going to try and buy as much time as possible. This is the Magician, though, so you got to watch out for those magic wands. While someone's actually here taking the Cypher. And, ow, early hit to start it out for Nightmare.
Oh my goodness. Doing a relatively good job from the get-go. Ghostly Luck.
Wow!
Very lucky. Able to get that second hit that early into the match. Now, not even 60 seconds into the match, and we are seeing the Magician's first chair and Cypher's not push that fast. But this is the fastest he can go considering the time.
True. And, oh, wow, all right. PMNK, not going to waste any time. He's going to be hunting for PMNK, but you can kind of go for that sell because you just need a 1 person out. But the fact that the kite happened here is not the best start, but we're going to see the airplane is kind of rocket dashes way and gets the rescue. Unfortunately, Magician is going to have to take this next kite, and he only has a flywheel to work with, Chocho.
I mean, a 1 as well, but let's see how far he can go with this limited items at hand. Shu, able to break that line of sight as of now. We'll be able to jump towards him.
Okay, gives him the bird, and now you're going to try to cut corners, but no, unable to take the turn. It is not, this is the second down of this Magician. Gravekeeper can go for that rescue, but the fact that the Cypher is still here makes things so much more dangerous. Wanted order is on that Perfumer, while Gravekeeper is going to try and go for a backdoor rescue. Warp is still online, but Ghostly Luck needs to make sure that he has his first survivor down and out before he focuses on another survivor.
Yeah, Luck is definitely on his side. As we see Wolf coming in for the rescue, let's see if he could be potentially denied of this. Ghostly Luck waiting patiently, able to get that basic hit. Luckily, it wasn't a terror shock.
Okay, Shu has to be very careful, has a flywheel, has a magic wand to work with, but it seems like wants to go for a double down. Gonna spend the warp to try and go for the Gravekeeper. So could be changing up the attention here, and now gonna focus on all his attention on this Gravekeeper. Shu able to actually go for the teleport here, and now the magic wand to just buy attention, but he can just go focus his attention on trying to down this Magician. Wow.
Oh no. Great play coming from Ghostly Luck. This is just a specialty pick at this point in time. We can see how skilled he is. The fast down the way he was very patient to not preemptively jump, because he does know that the magician has his wand and he can't go through it if he jumps like that. So now Godzilla able to throw that crow over, but the teleport will only be up in about 15 seconds.
And we're already at the last cipher, so survivors are kind of well, they're doing their thing. They're surviving as much as they can, because you just need one survivor out of the gate for them to be able to claim victory in round 1. But as you called out, I think it's more of like the authority that he just walks through the pallets and goes for those hits. The magician's wands were rendered ineffective with how Ghostly Luck was able to down the magician early on. Survivors kind of have to prioritize healing here, but unfortunately, Aeroplanist might have to use some of his jetpacks to kind of stay alive and drag this hunter away from that cipher that is moving. He's going to throw another crow just to get some map pressure, but it seems like that cipher is going to be... They're going to open up a backup cipher just in case.
As they should here. That's the safest play they can go for. Now, what they need to do is not get 4K, which honestly might sound easy, but at this point in time, with the pressure, the map pressure that Ghostly Luck is giving to the survivors, it is relatively difficult. They are opening up all 3 ciphers, but all 3 are very, very near to each other, very close proximity.
They are. And that's the thing, the Nightmare can shine, just throwing crows towards the ciphers, and now it's Waishin that has to be able to survive for as long as he can. And the Perfumer, this is where she can potentially shine. While this is happening, they are healing up, so they are preparing themselves for the long game, and unfortunately unable to get those double dashes. So Perfumer doing a great job so far, not forcing the Perfume.
Oh.
Wow, Insta-Perfume. Okay.
Great discipline coming from Action there. Now Perfume will be up in about right now, so he doesn't have a flywheel to work with if the Perfume is not ready, so able to preemptively use the Perfume first to get that distance. Now in this very safe area, let's see how long he can kite. Now they're slipping into 2 different ciphers to go.
Okay, one more pallet to work with, but able to actually get the hit, pallet drop, and gets the pallet drop as well. Last cipher is moving along at 80%. It seems like Ghostly Luck realizes that. He's going to warp a little too extended, though. Aeroplanist does have a jetpack to work with, and this allows the other ciphers to move on. So FNE doing a great job, really splitting the attention away from Ghostly Luck and split pushing some ciphers here. Ooh.
Right, able to register the first hit onto the Aeroplanist, and as much as possible, let's just decode. Let's no need. They are making runs for different ciphers right now, so I'm not too sure whether that is the best play here, as we see Aeroplanist down on the ground.
So actually, the switch onto the Aeroplanist kind of works out for the survivors because Perfumer does not have any borrowed time. So now we're gonna see a switch up here from the crows. This is actually a really good target for Ghostly Luck to try and trap in here. Action needs to be able to survive, does have a magic wand to work with, uses the magic wand, unfortunately unable to block him from this path,
just
and
pop,
now
just
able to get a dash. Go for it. Oh, goes down, and no, not going for the pop just yet.
Just go for it. You guys just need a 1 escape. That is it.
True.
Why aren't you popping?
You gotta trust, Chocho. We gotta trust. We've seen this before. Gravekeeper is gonna try to pressure the rescue. There is gonna be a crow able to get the early hit. Now the rescue. Able to get the rescue, but now the Gravekeeper needs the body block here because once there's no borrowed time at this point on the Perfumer side. Nice flywheel, but the down does happen. They go for that pop. Ghostly Luck has his trade up already and can go for that warp, but like you pointed out, just needs that 1-man escape.
Yeah, they just need that 1 escape now. Action will be on the chair for the second time PM, and K is at the front gate. Whereas Wolf will be here giving the Tinnitus. They understand their winning condition. A 1 escape is all they need, and that's exactly how they're playing it out, which I love it. I love it. But do I love this? No.
Oh my goodness, but this does allow the Perfumer to get rescued here, so good job throwing the bird, so the crow, so that he's able to stop the exit gate from opening at 74%. He still has warp to teleport back to, but I like how they're splitting their attention here as Wolf tries to go for the backdoor rescue of the Aeroplanist. Now a warp is gonna get used. I'm not sure if the gate's gonna get opened in time. It's already at 50%. He's really gonna force the gate. Action. It's about to be 80%.
Can he make it? Can he jump? Can he jump? Can he jump?
Oh!
Jump!
But not in the nick of time. And now he's gonna throw a bird just for him to be able to get his presence on the other side. They just need one. But Ghostly Luck not allowing it. Uh-oh. So that's going to get an elimination. It's about to be a tie. And now, oh, the teleport! Gravekeeper on the shovel form. And now the escort.
Can they make it?
Oh, able to get the tie game. Oh.
As they should. All right, so this just means that I'm wrong and they're right. They should have gone for the rescue. If not, it would just have been a one escape. They got a tie at the end. They played the end game really, really well. So congratulations to FNE with that BO1 win.
Trust, fam. Trust. It's okay.
Trust. I
You
trust
got
now.
this. You trust. Yeah, you have to trust. And I like how supportive and how aggressive the survivors are, that they don't want to play to just the minimal win conditions. Let's not go mediocre. Let's go above and beyond that, which they're able to get the tie. So it seems like FNE are in a good spot coming into game number 2 because they denied any points from Ghostly Luck, and they're still running on the 5-point game that was gained by Yindi. So great start. I still am in awe with that a Nightmare was able to rock here in this tournament. This is the top 8, and you can see how Ghostly Luck was just very comfortable with a Nightmare pick. It was just quite unfortunate that the first 2 chases on the first half and the second half were so quick. Not even 1 minute in, and the Wuchang and the Nightmare were able to get the early down. So it kind of shows the proficiency and also maybe a bit of the flusteredness on the survivors to not expect these unconventional hunters.
Yeah, and honestly, the start for Ghostly Luck was super good.
Yeah,
But I
it was.
think the problem comes in, right, when it comes to the snowballing. It was super difficult. He couldn't really do that. And I also give my kid flowers to Wolf because he didn't instantly down when the hunter wanted to potentially get that double down after the rescue.
Yeah.
So great job, well done, coming from Wolf's GK. Super good. And overall, the team is just mechanically stable. Very, very stable.
True. And like you said, good start for Ghostly Luck, but the survivors able to come back from this. I mean, coming in from Action with the amazing kiting time of 91 seconds, the Perfumer with the insta perfumes, that was really good. The chase on Shu, though, it just seems like the Magician, and correct me if I'm wrong here, or maybe the match you and Nell were able to watch. Magician did receive some bless ups with the new buffs, but I haven't seen an effective or like an MVP Magician just yet. And unfortunately for this one, the Magician was priority picked, so we won't be able to see him in round number 2. But folks, let's check out these highlights before we talk about round 2 of this matchup. And we're back, folks, with another intense matchup here. Our last matchup of the day here at IVT 2025 for NAEU. Do not adjust your TV sets or do not adjust your monitors because you did just watch a Nightmare and a Wuchang in round number 1, but we're heading to round number 2, Chocho.
Yeah, and we've also learned this lesson that if they start off with a non-meta pick, they're gonna keep doing the same thing for round 2 and round 3. So, very, very excited for round 2. We have both sides of the hunters. One pick Wuchang, one pick Nightmare. And we have on our list here Evil Reptilian, Feaster, and Ripper.
It's kind of like our shopping list, our carts inside our online shopping list carts of hunters we do want to see. I have a question though. That nightmare, does that merit a ban on? Oh wait, no, it's already going to get globally banned, right? So are we banning out the meta hunters coming into round 2, or are we going to try to go specialty picks for the hunters here, since they're willing to kind of rock the non-metas? They could definitely let it go.
They're gonna rock and roll. I feel it. I feel it. Yeah, and that's for these two hunters, right? We have we have END on one end from FNE side, and for the Nightmare we have
I'm trying to remember
Luck.
too.
Ghostly Luck.
There you go. Ghostly
Very
Luck.
lucky.
I have a goldfish memory, bro. Same here. I got that. But yes. Also, I would say the survivors are quite unconventional. I mean, we did see a professor, we saw perfumer, which you don't normally see in first half. They still have access to puppeteer, they still have access to meteorologist, they have access to so much of the other survivors that you normally see in round 1. I would say though that they are rocking the Gravekeeper, which did get a lot of utility in this lineup, especially when it came to safe rescues. So if that's going to get banned out, you still have first officer, you still have mercenary. Unfortunately, we won't be playing with escapologist or archer in this map or in this tournament. Same with the peddler, unfortunately.
Yeah, and maybe in the later tournaments, I'm not too sure whether IVT SEA is gonna, allow the escapologist, the peddler, etc. So it's gonna be one that you guys want to look out for. It will be next month, the start of next month.
Yes.
So do look out for that. Catch your favorite players, teams, and as of now, I'm not too sure who will be participating. I mean, I do know Panda is going to NS soon, so.
Yeah, so
vote?
you guys got to stay up to date with the socials just to know which teams are coming in, which commentators are coming in too, and what date that is going to be. So we'll put a pin on that, because right now we got to focus in, we got to lock in. It's going to be round number 2. We did see Moonlit River Park. Any maps that you want to see in particular? You did see Leo's Memory in the first map where you commented with Nell. Any other maps you want to see, Chocho?
I think right now we have still yet to see the Red Church and Chinatown. Chinatown we see today already.
We did.
Red Church then. I'm hoping to see Red Church. So we have different maps. Yes, different maps, different hunters as well.
Hell yeah. I do see people in the chat. I see JB #1 fan. I'm guessing this is just better. They want to see that cowboy, and in church you can use that cowboy. I definitely want to see that cowboy being used. Hopefully we do see that cowboy of just better, as well as I Eat Food's Enchantress and Infamous's Forward, which can be a very stun heavy lineup that can make any hunter kind of crumble as the harassments do come in. So shout outs to you guys. Let us know who you guys want to see, or what kind of survivors you want to see in hunters as well. I see the Patchy is here. Patchy Robbie, just a girl who's been here since the morning. So good morning. I'm still running on how many hours of sleep. I'm not sure. Shane's here. Salty Sugi got the crowns as well. Yeah. I'm excited, Chocho.
Yes, I am also very excited. And as of now, the chat has been really positive. I mean, you guys also, explain what snowballing is to our friend here in the live chat. So thank you so much. You guys are really kind. And at the same time, you know what, if we hit back into the match itself, right, we do know that in BO1, it was Team 81's map selection, and they lost a 2-7. So coming into BO2, we'll be seeing FNE picking their map, and this could potentially be a 2-0 matchup, right? And I won't be the OT queen, right? So
tell me, chat, I'm not, right? I'm not.
So this is just gonna be really interesting. I wonder if it's really gonna end in a 2-0 fashion. I really, really hope that maybe Just Better is gonna pick up the cowboy. You mentioned the Enchantress from I Eat Food, and also Infamous Forward. This is the time.
So you're saying if it does go BO3, you are the OT queen? Is that what you're saying?
I think so, yeah. Since I'm present just now, right? It's me. It's not now, it's me.
That's fine. We'll see. But if if it ends in BO2, then it's kind of on Nell. So there you go. I think there's a 50-50 thing here. But I think at the end of the day, we just want to see amazing matches. So regardless if it's OT or not, these matches kind of speak for themselves, and they've been quite entertaining. So shout outs to the NAEU community for giving us amazing matches and also new players, new strategies to talk about. Also, you know what, having the interview portion really livens up the stream. So if you guys have any questions you want us to ask the winning team, let us know. Getting into the minds of the players is definitely something that we've always wanted, and also getting to see the players as well as they celebrate their victories is also very good.
And now we're seeing the map ban and map pick here. We are seeing 81 banning out the arms fact and the red church.
We're going to
for
church. It's a
FNE.
Sunday, dude. We got to go to church on a Sunday, I guess. Well, for us.
Yes.
I mean, it's midnight everywhere else, I believe. But let us know, chat, where you guys are around the world, and we give you guys shout outs. Either good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, good day. Good map pick here with red church. And this kind of could play into the cowboy of just better.
And Enchantress and Forward and every other status.
Yes.
So
correct.
I really like the. I mean, if I'm just gonna look into SCA and NAEU itself, right? SCA, the way they pick their characters and hunters, survivors, they always look into blueprints. For example, from Chinese mainland side, what do they usually pick? Then that's what I'm gonna be practicing. That's what I'm gonna be training, and that's ultimately the one that we'll be seeing in the tournament game. But for NAEU, I love how they have their own colors. They have their bonbons.
Southeast Asia is so boring. I'm kidding. No, it's not boring, but it's very conventional. It's very conventional because it's standard. But that's what you gotta love about NAEU is because like they make their own meta and they force different things, and that's why I like this game so much. Is that, you know what, IVL and IGL have their own flavors. Each region kind of has their own flavors. Yes, we could say that CN is the most dominant region, but if I bring you back a few months ago, I recall it was the Japan division that did win Call of the Abyss. So kind of each region is kind of popping up here. So each region, just let them cook with their own type of meta, and ultimately really comes down to how you're able to execute that. And if this team wants to be able to bring out Wuchang round 1, it cooked, go for it. Nightmare, able to cook. Aka brought it out in KOA qualifiers. He was able to get a tie, so there you go.
And also in the live chat, I'm also been seeing people talk about killer bosses Percy.
Ooh.
Percy also received some buffs.
Yeah, a lot more consistent when it comes to the hits, with the dashes as well. So, I remember also Percy, Undead being picked in a KOA qualifier match. I believe it was for Japan as well. So leave it to the Japan division to kind of try out interesting metas. But in this map, you know, at this point, we already saw Wuchang. We already saw a Nightmare. Throw a Percy in there. Why not? Throw a Feaster in there.
Evil Reptilian.
Evil Reptilian in church? Sure, why not? You could jump through windows, I guess.
Okay, yeah, maybe not that good. Maybe not that good. You're right. Leo's might have been better, but it's all right. Maybe we'll see the Evil Reptilian come round 3.
Round 3.
They don't
wow.
win in their, yeah, they don't win in their own map selection. Maybe that's the pattern that I'm seeing.
I mean, it is a pattern for sure, but it's kind of just discerning if you're like, oh, we're going to be able to pick this map, we're going to be able to win, but unfortunately not. I do see some folks saying that it's barely 9 p.m. where you are. Well, that's good for you. Me and Chocho started at 5 a.m. here. We do see other folks in Australia. Shout outs to Salty Sugi, almost 2 p.m. Hopefully had a great lunch. Adrian over at the Philippines, it's 11 a.m. currently. And JB #1 fan. Yes, I will give you more shout outs because JB's got to turn up as we head on over here. I think we see a lot. Oh, Patchy, it's almost midnight over there. So hopefully this match is going to live up to that hype and we're going to have a good match before you head off to bed.
Yeah, and also remember to have wherever you guys are in the world, have your breakfast, lunch, dinner, supper, or have some snacks with you, because this potential last round that we're seeing here is gonna be pretty exciting, right? Have your popcorns with you, have something to eat. As of now, I've got nothing to eat, but at least I have some water. So guys, I'm staying hydrated.
Yes.
And I'm not sure about Posh though.
I will stay hydrated because if not, oh, look at this. We got the Seer coming now. I
Seeing
like
the
it.
forward.
And the forward as well. Hopefully we'll see Infamous on that forward. But it seems like Just Better is here, but Eve coming into the mix here is going to be interesting. So unfortunately, no Cowboy from this lineup because, well, they didn't pick it up. But they did get the Magician once again, and also forcing the Professor in this lineup. So
I thought Infamous was gonna be on the forward, but it's I Eat Food that's
Same.
gonna be on the forward.
Because he wants
okay.
to serve the hunter some stuns, and
Okay.
I guess I
I know
eat
it.
stuns, or I serve stuns. Okay.
All right. I know why. Because there's gonna be a round 3. We got 1 out of 3 now, out of the 3 we want to see. So
True.
we'll see round 3. We'll see round 3.
Okay. Question though. But the forward was chosen first, so it's gonna get globally banned, I think. Right? Was it chosen first? No, wait. Was it?
Yes.
Ah. Hey, but Cowboy still gonna be allowed in round number 3, so we just gotta trust.
And we also
Okay.
see that the hunter side of FNE, right? There's a swap from Indie to Killer Boss. Is this where we'll be seeing a Percy? Is it?
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed that we're gonna see a Goat Man and Chocho deflated. Like, oh, Goat Man. I mean, I wanted to see a
man.
Percy too. Not gonna lie. But I think FNE know their victory conditions. They want to be able to make sure that they hold on to this. And picking up a Goat Man in round number 2 because of the foundation Yindi did set with that Wu Chang is definitely very viable here. So hopefully 81 will be able to kind of roll with the punches of this Goat Man. It's a lot more terrifying because a lot more bans are on the screen. Luckily, they did save up that Seer and a lot of tanky characters in this matchup.
Very, very tanky, yes. And I just love how this is gonna be potentially turning out. The Goat Man coming from Killer Boss. If he's able to 4K here, yep, round 3, here we go. As we see this here, being spawned at the center area, red carpet, we have the forward, middle broken area, the Magician, and near the back gate dungeon area, we have the Professor. Professor, actually quite a popular pick for Team 81.
Yeah, they have used it since round number 1. Coming into round number 2, we only saw it kind of pop off a little bit, but it was already playing to the win conditions of Yindi. He did get that scales going on, but it seems like Killer Boss wants to chase either Just Better or Eve as he spawns to the top left side of the broken walled side of the map next to the shack area. So it's still, I would say, either of these two to chase. Chocho, any thoughts on who to go for first?
I feel like both of them are not the best first chased, but he just gotta make do with what he has here. I think maybe the Seer, maybe the Seer, I'm not too sure. But looking into their persona builds here, we are seeing a Insolence Detention with Blink on the Goat Man. Insolence. And for the survivor side, we're seeing 3-6 on forward, 4 kiting build on Professor, 3-9 on the Magician, and also 3-9 for the Seer. So this is going to be day 1 match 4 round 2 first half between 81 survivors versus FNE's Hunter. My name is Chocho and joining me is Posh Spice, and we'll be bringing you the live commentary of this matchup.
Killer Boss already in the IVT arena here. He's gonna try and go for Just Better. Just Better is actually tiptoeing around, trying to go for a red light trick here. Able to actually find his first target, which is Just Better in the chat. I hope JV fans out there are rooting for Just Better. Use the magic wand already, and now he's gonna be able to kind of force a cage, but the resentment has already been built up. Unable to actually get him through, but no, actually gets him through the cage hit.
Yep, able to register the first hit, and now Cyphers Third one finally getting started on. Just better, trying his best to kite it out here. Does have a wand to work with. Let's see how he's gonna be efficiently using it as the hit misses.
Oh my god, and the caster's curse is there. Able to get a terror shock as he was trying to interact with that pallet, so that was a little unfortunate. It seemed like he was able to kind of kite out the cage, but Killer Boss having other plans here, getting the hit around the 1 minute mark is still quite good on the Hunter side. Looking at the ciphers though, it's a lot left to be desired because they really want to pressure more, but we do see that the forward is here to kind of pressure for that rescue.
Oh, a free rescue, in fact, now able to tank one hit for the Magician to pull some distance away from the chair. That's the one magic wand to work with. Let's see, Killer Boss, how good will this cage be? He does have a blink to work with if he decides to.
Oh, okay, another magic wand, but not out of the woods yet. We do see the last effort as the blink down will happen right before the Tide Turner did expire. So, excellent rescue attempt. He was unfortunately injured, so I Eat Food is gonna have a hard time trying to OB and support. We're gonna see him try and use the football that will be on cooldown for just a bit, but he doubled down, a little overextension on I Eat Food, and now he could actually chair the Magician without getting harassed.
Wow, great play coming from Killer Boss there. Now, we'll be able to chair this without any trouble. Now, 2 minutes into the game, we're seeing 3 ciphers still remaining. Last cipher still only get 8%.
Yeah, Killer Boss really putting in the work there and just making sure that, okay, this forward is going to be a problem. I'm going to make sure to down him right away, force out the exit path. We do see Infamous getting ready for the rescue, but he is caged off here, so unfortunately he has to break that cage, able to actually use the scales or at least tank a hit to force attack recovery. So now Magician on his last legs. Professor eats that hit. Now we got to focus our attention to Just Better.
Just better. Let's see if you can kite it out a little bit longer. We just buy some time for your teammates to potentially heal up. You don't even have to kite till when. Oh, the Sears bird! We totally forgot about that. Oh.
And Killer Boss actually eliminating the bird, buying a little more time for the teammates to heal up, and now Just Better dropping down a pallet just for him to be able to buy a little more time for this next cipher to pop. But Kite's going quite well. He needs to be able to put the cage just so he can knock down this Magician, but unable to get anything out of it. We're still doing really well, but unfortunately able to get the hit. Killer Boss looking over his shoulder. He caged I Eat Food, but now it's gonna break just in time. Gets the drop onto him, but unfortunately the Magician hits the rocket chair.
Wow, perfect timing coming from Killer Boss there. And now looking at this, Infamous is half health. Just have a flywheel to work with, and last 2 ciphers still on a standstill.
Yeah, it's looking quite all right for the Hunter because no cipher is threatening to pop just yet, but nice, another scale well used just for him to get that stun. He's still got another cage to work with. Killer Boss really good at pressuring with the cages, but he caged him in. Now a double cage just for him to break it. Now he's able to trap, blink, and down Infamous.
Wow, a very aggressive play coming from Killer Boss there. I do feel that he kind of might have misplaced his cage there, caging himself outside of his own cage, but that's alright. Now looking at our ciphers, all 3 of them are at similar progress. But I'm not too sure whether this is gonna be enough. I'm not too sure how the survivors are gonna be playing this game. Are they gonna... will they be able to make it to endgame?
Ooh, that's going to be a question that we have to see it play out because the numbers game not doing too well. 2 survivors in this area means 2 are not decoding, and it seems like he wants to focus on I Eat Food to down. Oh wow, just knocks him away, but that's going to be a knock onto the forward. All exit paths are still all good, but that just means only one person is focusing on decoding. We do see Infamous unfortunately walking right there when the cage was placed down, so a double down. Killer Boss really leaving no stone unturned, putting so much pressure onto the survivors.
Yeah, now we're looking at a situation where it's very, very difficult. We only have Seer that can come with the rescue. Cypher's really this time around on a standstill, nobody can decode, and forward is probably going to be forced to use his own self-build here.
Yeah, the exit path might have to be used. Forward's going to try to pressure a rescue situation. Seer's just going to eat that 1/4 of a hit. It's actually the forward that's going to go for ciphers. But now Seer could actually go for this rescue. So injuries are stacking up, but Killer Boss noticing that there is a bit of an overextension on the survivors here. Seeing he's trying to pressure. He's still waiting for his trait to be off cooldown, but he does not have any trump card. He only has blink, so his attention's focused onto that forward, and now no more exit path for the forward to work on.
Yeah, so now they're trying to kill each other up. Ciphers are still not done. Professor will be the one coming to the rescue. Yif is one big, not even, he doesn't even need the cage. As long as he registers to Seer,
Yeah,
he will be down.
true. Seems like we're gonna see if he's gonna focus his attention on to the rescue or to that cipher. It seems like he's gonna focus on to Eve, and like you pointed out, didn't need that cage, but he needed to close the distance, allowing the rescue to happen. So survivors are still on defense mode. They want to be able to try and pressure the ciphers, but these ciphers are kind of close and they need to prioritize healing. I Eat Food has already seen that rocket chair. He's gonna try to stay out of the way here. Gonna remove the cage, and now Killer Boss has to build up that resentment just for him to cage back towards this side of the map.
Yep, I mean, great combination coming from Team 81 survivors, able to preemptively tell your teammates to not heal me up because Hunter is coming over. So IdentityV will be able to push that red carpet cipher, I think up till maybe 90% here, and Professor will be ready for the rescue. They need to play this right.
Yeah, so excellent chair placement, and now Killer Boss able to actually guard this cipher that is close to popping at 79%. I Eat Food, unfortunately, does not have any exit path to work with. The blink down is going to happen. Infamous going to go for the rescue. He's going to try to get a cage on going to cage these two survivors. Needs to focus on hitting the Seer down, but no, seems like he wants to focus on Infamous, who does get the scales going. Another successful scale on Infamous.
Seer able to cut it out as of now. I'm not too sure how much of the bird he has absorbed, but the hits still registers regardless. And Infamous forced to heal the forward, right? Because as you mentioned, no more self-heal to work with.
So it's the Professor that is out and about. He's going to try and force the cipher here. Slugging situation. The Seer's the only one with an exit path. And now we're going to see Infamous go for the flywheel just to survive a little bit longer. And now just the jukes happening on Infamous's side, able to kite out a cage. That's 9 full seconds, able to kite.
Yep, and Killer Boss is just gonna... I thought he was gonna chair, but he decided not to. Infamous really with that U-turn and able to play with Killer Boss like he is the boss, in fact.
Yeah, and now Seer forced to actually go for the heal onto that forward. No blink attempt here, and now Seer gets that hit. So 2 exit paths already out. I Eat Food is out of the equation here, but they're really persistent. Infamous doing an amazing job, really playing with fire here. Just trying to push this cipher, and look at that, also trying to force the heal to happen onto the downed Seer, but he's gonna try to go for a cage. If he's able to down the forward, this could be a lot more pressure onto the survivor side. But wow, Killer Boss downing the forward.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, he
Pick
understands. He understands. Yeah.
Go for the chair, and now forcing the rescue to happen. Infamous can kind of go for the rescue here, but a Terror Shock would change the situation up completely. So let's see how this one's gonna play out.
I can't watch this. Alright, Forward's just gonna play this safely. He's gonna get that hit onto him regardless, even though he uses bomb. But can he pick him up in time? He does.
Pop. A 3-man end game. Oh my goodness. But I Eat Food able to hang out in this area, but does get the down. He can actually leave him here because he can go. I mean, the exit paths were spent. Exit gate on the backside is not being opened up just yet. Infamous gonna stick around here, which is a little bit risky. But it seems like he's gonna try to go for the backdoor exit.
Yeah, it seems so. And Eve, can he open up this gate in time?
Oh my god, Eve. And now he could definitely just leave the seer and just walk his way back. Oh man, this professor has been so good at kiting. The resentment is building up. Killer Boss slowly stalking his prey here. He's gonna try to go for a cage, double cage, just for him to close out the distance. But he's trapped in this area. 80%. He needs to try and trap. Oh, the blink hit doesn't register. But now Infamous has to be very careful. He's gonna try to go for the cage, unable to get the scales. One more hit would do it. And he actually get it. Oh, Infamous gets the escape.
Wow, what a play coming from Infamous, the professor. My goodness, really, that can't be real.
That was crazy. The way he was really forcing that Cypher at the red carpet and really just not getting any hits. All the scales were so good on Infamous' side. And what's funny is Killer Boss, we're supposed to give him the flowers because he did get the win, but man, Infamous was just so hard to down, really being very frustrating and just playing his role very well as a harasser.
Can I just say Infamous definitely, like, without a doubt, I believe all of us would agree that he carried that half of the match. He definitely did. If not for him, if not for his intelligent usage of those skills and those patience, he wasn't even urgent. He knew exactly what was expected. He kited so well. If not for him, the ciphers would be popped.
Yeah,
it would have been a GG game over for.
Look at the time on Infamous. 189 seconds on a full presence Killer Boss Goatman, and he was using the Professor. And I think this is why they prioritize having that Professor, because Infamous was so good at just using the skills and just the mechanically gifted Infamous, showing us that he doesn't necessarily have to always use the scales. He was baiting. He was being able to use the pallets or the pallet mind games very well. He was able to kite very well in the caged areas. So really strong performance on Infamous's side. The survivors they tried doing very well, but from the start towards the mid game, it looked like FNE's Goatman or Killer Boss's Goatman was really having its way, and just it looked like it was going to be a 4-man elimination. But the fact that Infamous was able to get that exit, able to prolong the mid to late game, was just chef's kisses. So if it does end here for 81, we still have to play out the second half, but man, Infamous really made a lot of fans today.
Yeah, I mean, Killer Boss played the Goatman, but can I just say the real GOAT here is Infamous. And I see it now. I see it now, and I trust.
You see it now?
I see it now.
Oh, you trust now. Seeing is believing. There you go.
I see it now. That why they are like leaving this professor as their last pick. They don't want it to be global level. I see it now.
Definitely making sense. So but we still have to call a spade here and go with the brass tacks of it. FNE is still leading the charge here. Now it is a 10-3 in terms of points, and they did win that first round. So when it comes to 81's Hunter, he needs to at least get a 3-man elimination for us to call a round number 3.
I see. Round number 3. All right. So yeah, this is gonna be really exciting. I think for now, I think what 81 can do is to 81's Hunter can do is to, as much as possible, just try his best here, because against FNE survivors, we've seen how they played just now. It's not the easiest bunch to go up against. Yeah, so I think as of now, let's see what 81's Hunter, which is Ghostly Luck, has in his arsenal. He brought out the Nightmare previously in BO1. So coming BO2, let's just see what he has left for us.
Percy, I'm kidding. I don't know. Hopefully we see a different type of Hunter, just for them to catch them off guard. But FNE, you know what? Their survivors are also pretty durable. Like, we thought that they wanted to just go for a 1-man escape. No, they went for the tied game. So pretty dangerous mindset to have if you're a Hunter going up against a survivor team that would throw everything in the kitchen sink just for them to be able to get more survivors out. And I kind of forgot who the globally banned survivors would be, but they went with interesting picks like the Perfumer in round 1. So they do have access to the meteorologist, I believe, the puppeteer. They don't have access to the gravekeeper, but first officer is still in the mix. Wonder if they're going to opt for that or kind of go for their own flavor, because Forward coming into the mix in the first half was quite interesting. And Forward on a rescuer role is kind of a throwback to how Forward was initially built, but then people started to believe like, oh, we could just use him as an OB'er.
Yeah, and it's just that things are looking pretty exciting for Team 81. In fact, with the MVP play, I feel like it's such a lost opportunity, you know, on Team 81. I mean, what was that? You know, Professor? In fact, I do feel that it's a big statement that I'm going to be making here. But I feel like for today, day number 1, I feel like that is the MVP highlight, you know, for Professor.
I'm not gonna lie.
I feel like
yeah, that statement does hold weight, because if we recount how that came about, it was a double down situation. He went for the rescue and still went for the pop. So he turned a double down situation that looked like it was going to be a 4-man elimination into a 3-man endgame. And he was still able to get the escape after that. So, and this was up against the Goatman. You usually see Goatman in round 1. He was able to face that Goatman in round number 2, yet he was still able to get that. So context is king here, folks. That's why if you guys are just checking this out now, do rewind and check out Infamous on how he was able to rock the Professor in this matchup. Go tell everyone. This will be written in IVT history for NAEU. Go tell your grandkids I was here, or I was awake at this time when I saw Infamous kite 189 seconds up against the Goatman when Goatman is meta.
Infamous. Wow. I'm super impressed by this play itself from Team 81 survivors, but let's head into the epic phase for this second half. Unfortunately, it might potentially be the last half for both of these teams, and FNE currently with a major point lead of 7 points. 7 points. So let's see how FNE survivors are going to be playing this out. Are they going to be consistent here, or is Ghosty Luck going to create a space for himself for round number 3?
Interesting that we go for the journalist and coordinator. So journalist also has been seeing a lot of priority when it comes to the picks here, and we're gonna round it out the 3 picks with the acrobat. So note that Gravekeeper, Magician, and Perfumer have been globally banned, but tell me your thoughts here, Chocho, on the coordinator and journalist to start things out.
Yeah, so with the coordinator, there hasn't been much changes. You know, the gun shoot. As long as you hopefully get the gun onto the hunter, it should buy you some time to transition into a better fighting area. As for journalist, we did see it this morning. Maybe for you guys, nighttime. But journalist, the little boy has been pretty efficient when it comes to body blocking. The adjustments made to this character has been pretty good, so we'll understand why it was picked here, mainly for kiting purposes, I feel, not really for the rescuing. So we do see 2 rescuers by name in this team from here, and as well as the acrobat. Very good at the red church, especially with the windows, with those bombs. Easy rotation and easy kiting coming from FNE. But of course, we do see the first officer here. The watch would actually help potentially, you know, with that mini tag turner effect, help you get that rescue. But you gotta time it perfectly though, and that's the thing for FNE's side. But overall, a pretty well-rounded team comp, and I'm excited to see how FNE is gonna be performing here.
Yeah, well-rounded in a sense that, yeah, they have a lot of survivability. And I mean, we don't see that much journalist, which is quite interesting. But in the previous match that me and Nell were able to watch, the journalist player there was able to tank so much hits with the little bro. So I'm excited to see that. Ghostly Luck, though, banning out the Goatman, gonna go for the opera singer. So quite meta, can get a lot of hits, and I believe really playing towards that win condition here, that he needs to get at least 3-man elimination just for him to be able to secure that game number 3, which is very viable, especially if you use Opera Singer in this map.
Yeah, Opera Singer. I mean, this is currently, I would personally say one of the stronger hunters now of the game, out of the 4 meta hunters. So yeah, great pick coming in. Of course, you know, usually in such risky situations, you want to go for more kills and then you want to go for the breaking wheel, but breaking wheel doesn't fare very well in the Red Church, mainly because of the windows. Too many.
Yeah.
Too many to work around. So let's see what's it gonna be. Ghostly Luck is gonna be spawning at the top broken area where the coordinator is nearby. So that's gonna be potential first chase there.
Yeah. Again, once you're able to get the gun out of the way, I think coordinator, her value is more on just the chair time, and that's pretty much it. But once you get that stun out of the way, you kind of have to rely on your teammates, which I think Action is going to maybe potentially go for that save or potentially give the picture to Elian. But with Opera Singer, her strength is that she can get hits so fast, or she can stack up hits. And just the standard build of Trump Card Detention and Blink on Ghostly Luck. But we do have Borrowed Time and Broken Windows, as well as Exit Path on Elian. We do have 2 flywheels on Action and PMNK, while Wolf and PMNK are the sole rescuers of this team, so they're hoping to be able to utilize these 2 tide turners. But folks, this could potentially be the last match of this series. Again, this is day 1, match 4, round 2, second half of FNE versus 81. 81 needs to get a 3-man elimination. That's Chocho. I'm Posh Spice for your commentators for this matchup.
Let's see if FNE survivors can add insult to an injury that Team 81 is experiencing now. Ghostly Luck hitting straight forward at coordinator in the middle broken area, but fast rotation coming from Alien's side, able to rotate successfully into the graveyard.
This is actually really good that now you're kind of forcing him off the cooldown of his shadow form. But in this graveyard area, there's so many leaps that he can go towards, but you are at least saving your teammates the hassle of getting kited on top of. So now, gonna go for the instant gun here. We saw in the previous match that there was a flare gun that wasn't so optimized. So Elian, yeah, just putting it out there, let me just go for this gun and just try and go for the kiting routes as best as I can. Now we're seeing a switch up going for the back exit.
Yeah, and able to get the pellet stun as well. Crazy mind game coming from Alien's side. Very prepared for this. I'm not too sure why he was benched in the first half, but sorry, in BO1. But now we're finally second pellet stun.
Wow, excuse me, Elian. Okay, serving up some pallets for breakfast here, lunch or dinner. But that's 2. Can we make it 3? Okay, no. Ghostly Luck is like, I had enough. Okay, we're done. We're done here. But an excellent routing that he did take. He didn't kite on top of anyone, and he tried going for the same trick all over again. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice. Wait, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. But 4th time, hell no, says Ghostly Luck. I'm not going to go for another pallet slam. But we did recount that it is the Acrobat and First Officer with Tide Turners, and Cypher Progress looking quite healthy, but it's too early to tell where this match is going to swing towards as PMNK tries to make his way for this rescue.
And yeah, definitely a little too early to tell, and pressure is on for Team 81's Hunter. He needs a 3k, guys. Remember that a 3k is at the very least. As we see, Acrobat able to use the red bomb. Can he get this rescue in time? A little bit more time can be bought here, but this risks a terror shock.
Oh my god, it's so close. Coordinator. Okay, gets the hit right before the half, and the slow bomb just for him to go towards that shadow form, forcing out the blink, which is still quite good. I think, like we called out, Coordinator does take a while onto that rocket chair, and that did buy enough time for the mind games to kind of fall into place for the Acrobat just to eat that hit and get that rescue. We're on our last Cypher now, Chocho. 81 is about to pop, 1 is at 30%, and the last one's being worked on.
So things are looking optimal for Team FNE, and yeah, I think as of now, Ghostly Luck is trying to spot out where these survivors will be coming from. The First Officer has used his watch, so I think a very safe rescue should be possible here, unless a terror shock.
Yeah, okay, going for a next rock here. This is good. It's not too far from range. So Coordinator does take a little more time. He's gonna go for a straight up rescue. Yes, able to actually get a no-hit rescue, so he can kind of body block here. He's gonna do that, and now eats that hit for those last two ciphers to kind of push forward here. So now it's all up to Coordinator and how well he's gonna last here in this final seconds of the kite.
Yeah, this is gonna be important. Let's see.
Whoa!
All right, the hit registers onto the first officer. Ghosty Luck. Is he gonna commit to the quantity? That seems like it's a yes. Now, last cipher is at 85%. He needs a little bit more time. Another 10 more seconds, please. 92, 93, 4, 5, 6.
Oh, tried to go to the window, just go for the pop, able to get a 4-man endgame Chocho. So now Ghostly Luck is scrambling to get his first survivor down and out. Elian doing a great job hanging around this pallet. We're gonna see some mind games. He goes through, no shadow for him to teleport back to. And now exit gates are gonna be worked on in just a bit. Front exit is what I'm referring to. Back exit now possibly being worked on. But now 2 survivors at this front exit gate. We do see that oh wow, able to actually force out attack recovery with the photographer. Oh, photographer, sorry. With a little bro. With a photo.
And now Journalist is really breaking all angles, trying to kite it out here, able to hit towards the very safe area of the graveyard. But little boy!
That was close, but the charged up attack able to down this Journalist. My apologies, folks, but we do see that the back exit is being open, and Elian and everyone else, Elian and company, can get the 3-man escape. And just like that, folks, FNE able to get a 3-person escape up against an opera singer of Ghostly Luck.
Yeah, what an amazing gameplay coming from FNE's side. And once again, congratulations to Team FNE for advancing further in IVT NAEU tournament here to the top 4, day number 2 of tomorrow. So this has been pretty amazing, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I just love all the performance coming from both teams. And it's just so good, so great. And Posh, any highlights you'd like to mention about that last match?
I mean, recency bias, Elian did amazing. I mean, you saw that he used up the Coordinator gun reel early on. That's fine. Okay, cool. Bought enough time. Oh, pallet slam. That works out. Oh, how about another pallet slam? That works out. And then he couldn't get the last 2. So that's fine. But the support onto the rescues played very well. I mean, Ghostly Luck was really putting the pressure onto them in terms of how his chair camping was there. It's just, again, when it comes down to the minute details, they really forced him out of a really tough spot, especially when he was kiting, right? In that palleted area. He didn't leave like a ghost form behind for him to teleport, because that's what usually happens. So they were really just one step ahead in their kiting routes, and for them to be like that, I think they kind of had that diesel start, getting that tie in round 1, and then come round number 2, they came to full form.
Yeah, full form indeed. Unfortunately, we didn't see any evil reptilian feaster or ripper, but that's all right, because we did see the Wu Chang. We did see the Wu Chang from FNE Indie.
And a Nightmare on Ghostly Luck. So they did bless us up with very interesting round 1 picks. Here we have the match stats, folks. Elian with 119 seconds and also getting the exit. Action also getting a really good block onto the photograph of the journalist. Sorry, photographer. Oh my god, it's like, where's Joseph? But no.
Photographer. When I heard it, I was also like, photographer.
Where? Huh? Where? My apologies, folks.
It's alright. I mean, in the heat of the moment, this is, if photographer, sure. I mean, we'll know that he's talking about the little boy there. But I think overall, today's performance from all of these teams, right? You know, we currently have Team B4U, Team DM, Team Omni, and Team FNE advancing further into the top 4 games of tomorrow. So I think the lineup for tomorrow is gonna be very intense. It's just gonna be back to back as well. So you guys don't want to miss that out. It's gonna be fairly intense. But Posh,
yes,
we have FNE winning this time round. So who do you think is gonna be the MVP of the 4th game of today?
Oh man, this is rough. I mean, recency bias, Elian was pretty good, but kind of have to give it up to Yindi, because he was the only hunter to kind of get the 4-man elimination. and onto the Wu Chang. So if it's gonna be Hunter, maybe him. If it's gonna be the Survivor, Elian performed very well. The kiting was really good. And I think we will be having the interview with the boss himself, Killer Boss. Okay, that's gonna be our interview portion. So do let us know in the comment section or in the chat what kind of questions you want us to ask for Killer Boss. But yeah, that's for me. Killer Boss did very well. But I mean, like you said, Infamous had a really good kite in that scenario. So Killer Boss was kind of just adapting to that. Yin D kind of with the Wu Chang was just so good from the get-go.
And yeah, this really just before we hit the interview phase, of course, later on, this would be the last match, unfortunately, guys. This is the last match of day number 1. So we already have our top 4 confirmed with the 4 matches that we had today. Very, very strong contenders for that grand finals matchup. So you guys, you should catch it tomorrow. But of course, thank you for all the great plays coming from ELV, IT, KON, and 1881. All of them played put up a really, really good fight, and it's just unfortunate that they faced up with really strong teams from the get-go.
Yeah, and that's how the tournament is. It's a single elimination tournament, so we want to be able to see the best of the best advance. Unfortunately, we will have to say goodbye to those 4 teams, but we can celebrate the other 4 teams that are moving on to the top 4 for tomorrow. And the ones that do go home or get eliminated in this leg, you're still able to get in that cash prize. So it's still all good. And you also got that experience. So shout outs. But MVP is going to go to none other than Yin D on the Wu Chang.
Yes, this Wu Chang, we saw it just now in BO1 first half. So if you guys just come by, you guys missed it, it will be in BO1 first half of this last matchup that we had. So go check it out. It's pretty good. I gotta say that there was really no room for error really when it came to his Wu Chang. So very much well deserved. And of course, we'll be seeing Killer Boss for the interview, just like you've mentioned, Posh. And yeah. I'm just curious as to what questions you guys would like us to ask him, and curious to see how he looks like as well.
Well, we're gonna head towards that interview section. So folks, please give it up for one of the winners for today, FNE Killer Boss. So let's get a word with him. Killer Boss, hello.
Sorry, I'm not Killer Boss. We switched the people to the interview. I'm Lian.
Yin Li, oh hello. Sorry.
No, I'm Lian. I'm Lian, not India.
Ilya, okay, hello. Sorry, apologies for the mistake, but congratulations on the win. Spectacular performance on both sides. How are you and how's the team feeling now that you qualified for top 4?
We are very exciting and we're just yelling in the DC call, and we are very happy for this win. And I think we are all still in a nervous condition, and everyone took it very seriously.
Okay, that's great. Chocho?
My question would be, we saw in BO1 the Wu Chang, right? So I just wanted to, ask a little bit about Wu Chang. Is it your own comfort specialty pick here? And
this is not this is go for it. This is one of the survivors. Sorry if you can't hear it, but yes, talk to us about the Wu Chang pick. And did you guys plan that out from the beginning?
Not really, but we know India Wu Chang is very strong, and we didn't did a lot Wu Chang in practice, so his Wu Chang is very amazing and shocked us. And in this show, not only Ghostman and Hullabaloo can get 4K in the first one, so I think he's very great.
Yeah, definitely showed. That really surprised all of us with how well that the Wu Chang did perform. One thing I wanted to ask, what was communications like, especially in that last match? Because opera singer in church is so deadly. So tell us how it was like towards the mid to late game with how well the kite went and how the coordination went in that performance.
Yeah, we are very mainly to focus on the cipher rush, so you can see our cipher is quite fast, and we plan our rotation already when the match start. And I'm Cody. I will go to graveyard and do the kite, and my rotation wouldn't disrupt any cipher, so our cipher is very fast.
Yeah. It
All right.
definitely showed, Elian. The coordination, your coordinator was just one of the highlights. But yeah, Chocho, go for it.
All right, and yeah, I think I'm an apologist. I thought I heard Yinti, but
Yeah, it's fine.
yeah, I think overall the coordination coming from the survivor side has been pretty solid. But I think a lot of us that's watching this are curious to see as to whether we see more interesting picks coming from Indy and Killer Boss tomorrow.
Yeah, I believe so.
So more. Without.
Yeah, I think
You don't have to
their
reveal too much. It's okay. If you don't want, if there's
Yeah,
surprise.
their character pool is too large, so we will see.
Okay, we'll see. But one thing I do want to ask you, Elian, before we close this out, anything we can expect from FNE tomorrow? And do you have any message you want to give for the people that are supporting you and Team FNE?
And thank you for your support, and we will do our best for next match tomorrow because our Omni is very strong team. So we will do our best.
Okay, thank you so much. We are so excited to see your match tomorrow. Go rest up.
Thank
Can't
you.
wait to see more of you. And thank you so much for the time.
Thank you.
There you go, guys.
So-
Elian there.
Yeah, Alien there. So really impressive pick coming from FNE survivors, right? And unfortunately unable to disclose whether we'll be seeing more interesting picks coming from the hunter side. But I think that's something that really keeps us on the edge, right? It makes you want to come for tomorrow, right, guys?
Yep,
Day number
yep,
2, where we'll be having Nello Mello as well as Posh Spice give you the live commentary. So
Yes.
you guys really, it's the grand finals already.
For sure. So hopefully you guys will turn up tomorrow and do show some love to all the players and also show some love to Chocho because she will bow out, but you'll see her in other tournaments. So don't worry. This is going to be her signing off for this tournament. But yeah, please show some love for the other players and also Chocho. And also hopefully we'll see you guys tomorrow because it's going to be me and Nell going to tank the whole 3 games. So we'll see then and there if Chocho is I'm pretty sure now it's Nell that has the crown of OT King because that's
Yes. Yeah, I'm glad
like the-
it's not me. Thank you very
Okay.
much. So you'll be with him. You'll be with the OT King himself.
Yes, I will be graced with his presence tomorrow. And hopefully it does. I mean, it's best of 5. I want to see some interesting survivor picks and some interesting hunter picks. And NAEU definitely always surprises us in terms of the meta that they bring to the table. And they're not afraid to experiment, right? Because like you said, Southeast Asia are kind of set in terms of, all right, you know what, this is what IVL is playing. Let's just go with that. But here, they're free to experiment and roam around with interesting like Professor picks, Wu Chang round 1, Nightmare round 1. So that's one of the, I'd say one of the highlights of IVT NAEU is that, you know, you don't know what to expect when it comes to the meta.
Yeah, and you know what, as we are heading towards the end of this live stream itself, I'd like to also, thank all of you guys that has been here from the start till the very end. Even if you come in the middle or you just come in, welcome. But you know what, tomorrow is a day you guys don't want to miss out on. And of course, thank you to Posh for accompanying me for this commentary.
Okay.
All right.
So yes.
So all right, so now looking into our today's results before we close off, we actually saw B4U, DM, Omni, and FNE advancing further, winning today's matchup, and we'll be seeing them tomorrow. We had a very convincing win coming from B4U, DM, and FNE. So let's see if tomorrow is going to be same story, different chapter, or are we going to be seeing more intense one and also maybe overtime?
You would love to see that, wouldn't you, in the comfort of your workplace? But me and Nell will welcome it. Don't worry, with open arms. Nell is the king. Long live the king with reign supreme. But yeah, it is be very interesting because B4U and DM did have a very dominant game in the quarterfinals, but semifinals will be B4U versus DM. FNE's Elian did say that Omni is quite the strong team, so they will not pull back their punches over at the semifinals. But those are best of threes. Then when we reach the grand finals, we have a best of 5, folks. So hopefully y'all will give us your energy for that one and give us some hype in the chat.
Yes, of course. And at the same time, do want to take the time to also thank the production that's behind all of this.
Yes.
They have
Shout
been
out to
with
Christy.
us
Thank you. Shout out
really.
to everyone in the chat, everyone in the back there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's like 10 people at the back, I think.
Dude, it takes a village to run this tournament. And you would know too, Chocho, we run like the IVA stuff and we know what goes on in the background. So shout outs to the people in the back for keeping things afloat and also queuing us for everything. So thank you so much for also waking up with us. Appreciate you. Appreciate everyone that's also in the chat here. Ivorant says, I love you, Chocho. So hopefully you could show some love to Ivorant. Mika-chan Desu, shout outs to you. Rosa Parks is also here. Shout outs. Hopefully y'all are doing well wherever you are in the world. But yeah, that kind of caps off the day. Quite the long day, but it was definitely well worth it to see those interesting matches.
Yeah, I think one takeaway of today is let's not belittle Professor. Let's not belittle professors. And
who is belittling Professor?
Continue.
We never did that. No.
Oh no, I feel like a lot of people are like, Professor, what? Why is that being picked here? Why is it picked there? But today, I think it really makes a statement by itself. But looking into our matches for tomorrow, day number 2, where our grand finals will be also Before You versus DM will be the first matchup at 6 o'clock UTC -4, and next matchup will be Omni versus FNE, followed by our grand final matchup where the winner of each matchup will face each other.
Yes, sir. So who is this team TBD? You'll have to find out tomorrow, folks, as the winners of those will be moving on to match 3 best of 5 for them to be crowned the IVT champs for 2025. Again, UTC -4, but wherever we are in the world, pretty much same time, the time we started, and we'll see how long it's going to be, because as the matches go forward, I'm pretty sure it's going to get a lot more intense. So Nell's going to wear that crown very well.
Definitely will. And of course, speaking about all these teams, right? Seriously, guys, do show your support. Even the teams that won, you guys will see them tomorrow, but for the teams that have lost, do show your support for them as well. We did see amazing performance coming from them. It's not easy to come into a tournament scene like that and you expect them to be calm and collected. It's expected for you to maybe sometimes panic, and then your play just not as well. You don't play as well. So be kind to them. Be kind to them tomorrow, and also be kind to yourself.
Yes, be kind to yourselves. I'm looking at you guys in chat. Caro is still with us. Hua. We see Luckypedia has just joined. BB Vills has joined us as well. So they're excited for Before You versus Omni, if that's going to happen in the grand finals. Salty Sugi, Maneke SP, showing us some love in the chat as well. Yeah, pretty much everyone. Sorry if I'm not able to shout you guys out. It's very fast. I'm kind of dyslexic that way, but hopefully you can chat. Oh my god, am I actually in robot form right now? Hopefully not. Paradox shout out, but I don't know if my connection is going to be strong, but I am robotic. I'm T-Pain.
I mean, Posh, to be fair, you're pretty good with impersonations. Like, yeah. If you want to fake it.
Hell yeah. Is it still that bad? Oh my god. I'm doing this on purpose, chat. It's the mad eyes got to me. Oh no. Or the bonbon. Ooh.
I'm just excited for tomorrow's BO5 matchup, honestly. I'm not sure who will be facing who yet, but it's gonna bring out all the interesting picks, and I'm hoping our Evil Reptilian Feaster and Ripper is gonna appear.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. I'm trying not to talk so much because my audio is tweaking apparently. Is it still bad? Hello. Testing.
Right. And of course, do show your love and support, guys. And also shout outs. I haven't given my shout outs at all today. So I'm just gonna take the time. So shout outs to whoever I'm seeing here still with us. Paradox, Menike, SP, Carol, Hua, Ezra Live. And I'll give more next time if you catch me in IVT. Next one, SEA. All right. Take care, guys.
All right. See you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.